the studio and stop saying I'm the winner because Marley is on the edge of
I'm just disappointed in
G's.
myself, you know? Like, we're going to go back to the drawing board this week, go back to our 1%ers and put the hard yards in because we let the
Maybe
fans
you should
down
have a
tonight.
pie this week, Marley.
A lentil pie.
Yeah.
Maybe that.
All right, thanks, Ned.
Thanks, guys.
All right, well, that is just about time for us to go, Marley. You are dirty, but what are we looking forward to? What's something on the weekend that's going to bring this sad Marley back to a smiley Marley?
Well,
besides Brax, your little hot boy river dog.
He's a hot boy dog, can I say? So irrelevant. Far more relevant is I am particularly looking forward to come Monday morning, all the speculation will be done and we will know who is in and who is out of the men's State of Origin teams.
Yes.
It is nearly time for mate against mate, state against state. The girls have already been named. We've got to wait for the boys. They come out on Monday.
Mm-hmm. We talked about Indigenous round. I think we're both looking forward to that. I forgot to mention the Dreamtime game, Richmond v Essendon.
Of course.
Which always produces something really beautiful and powerful. But I also wanted to point out, we had Grace Hamilton on recently. She's lining up for the Wallaroos, playing Fijiana on Saturday.
Amazing.
A doubleheader with the Tars v Drua. The only bad thing is they've put the Wallaroos, the national team, on first, which is really annoying.
That is really...
Put the Waratahs on first. Come on.
Come on, rugby.
Anyway, if you do want to go, I think tickets are like $15.
Get amongst it.
So, yeah, Wallaroos playing Fijiana on Saturday in Sydney. And that's us done.
I'll be back better at arguing next week, I promise.
All right. I'll hold you to it. Good luck with your run. Bye.
Bye.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. Australia has announced new financial sanctions against Russia as the Prime Minister touched down in Japan ahead of a meeting of G7 leaders. The federal government says the measures are aimed at slowing Russia's war machine. They will target 21 entities, including companies involved in nuclear research, weapons manufacturing and steel production. Speaking from Hiroshima, Mr Albanese has said Australia is committed to a world without nuclear weapons.
And in recent times, with Vladimir Putin's irresponsible threatening of the use of nuclear weapons as well, it's a reminder that the world has to be vigilant and we have to step up the campaign against nuclear weapons.
Police believe an altercation between two school groups led to the stabbing death of a teenager in Melbourne's west yesterday. 16-year-old Pasom Lihim died near Sunshine train station yesterday afternoon. Two other teenagers were injured. A 17-year-old Caroline Springs boy is in custody and police are appealing to two other teenage boys to turn themselves in. Detective Superintendent Janet Stevenson says 3 knives were involved, but police don't believe it was an organised fight.
They are school children around the 15 to 16-year-old mark, and they know each other and they've met down near the bus station, and that's where an altercation has taken place.
The Australian Industry Group says Victorian businesses will be hit hard by a state government increase to work cover premiums. Businesses will pay more in work cover premiums, increasing from 1.27% of payroll to 1.8%. The changes are due to a blowout in benefits paid to injured workers, now costing the state $1 billion a year. The last increase to premiums was in 2014. The head of the group's Victorian branch, Tim Piper, says businesses need more government support.
But putting it up to 1.8% will hurt some businesses quite significantly. So that, together with the budget coming up next week, which we don't expect to be a favourable one for business, is going to be really difficult for businesses to deal with over the next few months.
New South Wales Homicide Squad police have now been called in to help investigate why a 95-year-old living with dementia came to be tasered in a Snowy Mountains aged care home. Claire Nolan remains in a critical condition in a Cooma hospital after she fell and hit her head when she was tasered early on Wednesday morning. The duty status of the senior constable involved is now under review. Assistant New South Wales Police Commissioner Peter Cotter says police were called to the home by staff because Ms Noland was holding a knife.
Negotiations commenced with Claire to essentially drop the knife. For whatever reasons, Claire did not do that. One of the police officers who responded, a senior constable, activated his taser which struck Claire, whereby she fell to the ground, striking her head.
ABC broadcaster Stan Grant has announced he's walking away as host of Q&A after suffering racist abuse. In his weekly online column, he said since appearing as a guest of the ABC's coverage of the coronation of King Charles, he's been subjected to intense abuse and he's had enough. He's also accused the ABC of failing to publicly defend him. ABC's Director of News, Justin Stevens, says the ABC stands by Stan Grant and condemns the attacks directed towards him. A move to close libraries in Geelong has been overturned ahead of planned community rallies protesting the closure of 3 local facilities. Harrison Tippett reports.
Geelong's libraries operator has decided to keep all local libraries open after a decision to close 3 venues prompted widespread community outrage. The Geelong Regional Libraries Corporation last week revealed plans to close the libraries, blaming a funding shortfall from Geelong Council. After discussions with the City of Greater Geelong, all local libraries are now set to remain open, but the corporation has warned its budget is still $760,000 short. Weekend opening hours at libraries are still set to be slashed, and the corporation says it will review where further savings can be made.
To the weather now, areas of morning frost in the northeast tomorrow, mostly cloudy, isolated showers mostly near and south of the Divide. Showers tending scattered about southwest and southern central areas. In Melbourne, showers tomorrow, a top of 14 degrees. It's currently 11. ABC News.
25 Harrison Avenue, 1pm.
I was getting messages from someone written on the Ace of Diamonds.
What messages?
Maybe I'm supposed to help you or something.
I need help. 45 Edgar Street, midnight.
Are you here to save us?
An unlikely hero on an unlikely mission.
Tell me, who's behind this?
From the author of The Book Thief.
Sometimes you just have to play the cards you're dealt.
The Messenger.
I like a mystery.
Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
My name is Auntie Pam Pedersen and I'm a proud Yorta elder. My father is Pastor Sir Doug Nichols. Whoever thought that a round would be named after my father? A little short Aboriginal man from Cumragunja. He was on the mission. It's amazing. The game meant a lot to Dad. He wanted to get out there and perhaps show his colour, and that our Aboriginal people, we can play football too.
I was good. I want to be good. Not that I was that good, but this is my own thing, dominating my mind that I was their equal.
Each year we learn, not only our people, but non-Aboriginal people as well. When I'm sitting in that grandstand and I see all those people on the big cheer when they run through that banner, isn't it wonderful? It's important to me. If I can talk to our boys, I say to them, you're going out there playing for community, but think who you are, and you run out there and you feel proud. They're such stars.
Rioli with some magic, the check side finish. He seizes the moment.
They're so brilliant in how they're quick thinking.
Follows up, sells the dummy, Wingard for an early goal of the year.
So fast down the ground.
Hand pass stolen by Bobby Hill. One bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
You're not allowed to have favourites. They're all my favourites. I just think they're wonderful.
Outside of the ball, Ash Johnson, don't tell me. Arms that stretch as he turns to the Collingwood faithful. You know my name now.
Grandstand AFL, the 2023 Sir Doug Nichols round.
To have this round named after my father, my goodness, I mean, how wonderful is that?
AFL.
I welcome you to the Sir Doug Nichols round on ABC Radio.
It's one of the greatest fortnights in footy, a celebration of the game's Indigenous talent, and tonight the opener to Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round is a blockbuster worthy of the billing. It's Yadabolti hosting Nam, the Power facing the Demons. We're on Ghana land this evening for a top four clash between two incredibly informed sides. Yadabolti eyeing off a 7th consecutive victory, whilst Nam could find itself at the top of the ladder with a win on the road tonight. It's great to have you with us on Grandstand AFL. Aaron Bryant and Neil Cross with you to call the action. Adelaide Premiership player Rod Jamieson and All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco are your experts. There are no late changes. Jackson Mead is the sub for Yadabolti and James Jordan for Nam. The text line across the night, 0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch. And we're going to do it a bit differently tonight. Usually we love to ask who your favourite Indigenous player is, but the theme of this year's round is moments forged by First Nations. So let us know your favourite footy moments involving Indigenous stars on the text line, 0437 774 774. It's a very special night, Crossy. Good evening to you. Great to have you with us. Do you have a favourite moment of yours between Indigenous talent?
Aaron, thank you. Good to be here. I've had to think about this because you pre-warned me, which was very good.
You're welcome.
And I remember being here on a very, very impressive night for the Sydney Swans in 2017 when Adelaide was leading the way that season and they knocked off Adelaide by 3 points. And some guy called Lance Franklin took off from the Swans half-back on this broadcast side of the ground. Somehow he had only 2 bounces, mind you, between half-back and getting to the 50, and then slotted the ball on the left foot 10 metres in from the boundary, and it just it went through with a slide straight through, and it was a fantastic goal, but absolutely memorable. An Indigenous player of rare talent, honestly, and I know he's probably now at the end of the career. But what a fantastic footballer he's been.
He's got a massive portfolio of highlights that I think are going to dominate a lot of the text line tonight. Jamo, great to have you with us. Are you excited for the contest that's coming up?
Aaron, good evening. Crossy, yes, everyone. I am indeed. Really looking forward to seeing Melbourne, and don't they look formidable too? And Port Adelaide have got some answers to, I guess, get going tonight in regards to some of their injured players that won't be on the field tonight. So I think it's going to be a bit of a big ask, but special round, Indigenous round, Doug Nicholls round, Sir Doug Nicholls round, and just hearing all the stories, having a look at the Guernseys and the history and heritage behind all of those too. And seriously, looking forward to tonight.
Josh, how do you see it playing out?
I think it's going to be a great contest. And if you look at the statistically, both sides are pretty evenly matched. As Jamo said, the injuries to Port Adelaide, particularly up forward, potentially may hurt their chances of winning tonight. But I think it's going to be an absolutely cracking game of footy.
So the text line 0437 774 774. Really excited for this contest. On paper, they match up really well. I mean, Port Adelaide in the last 4 weeks between both these two sides. So Yadabolti, number 1 for scores per inside 50, number 1 for ball movement. You compare that to Nam, who are number 1 for opposition scores per inside 50, number 1 for defending ball movement. So it could be this little brand between, attacking footy and defensive footy.
I think the real story of tonight leading to this game is Gawn, Grundy v Lycett. That's, to me, if you're a Port Adelaide supporter, I think you have a bit of trepidation coming into the game. How's that going to play out? And can Melbourne take full advantage of that?
Well, I think Lycett, just the form that he's coming in off, I don't know if he's up and about as much as he is. Finlayson's been great kicking the goals, but I mean, even if they read the hand of both Grundy and Gawn, check out the midfield of Melbourne. Yeah. It's just scintillating.
Rolls Royce.
Can't wait for this contest. Really unpredictable as well. We'll start the night, I reckon, Jamo, in the power camp. Yadabolti for the evening because Liz Walsh has got a special guest downstairs. Welcome, Liz.
Thanks, Aaron. That's right. I'm here with Yadabolti football director Chris Davies. Chris, thanks for joining us. Friday night football, opening game of the Sir Doug Nicholls round. It's a top 4 clash. Your team's on a 6-game winning streak. This is a great opportunity tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. There's no place anyone here would rather be, is there? So, we've got a really good opportunity ahead of us. Definitely a challenge, but we're going to give it our best foot forward.
No Charlie Dixon tonight. How close did he come to overcoming that quad strain?
Look, reasonably close. We tested him yesterday. Just made a decision in the end, really, to look after him a little bit longer term. It's the type of injury that probably, if you get him back too early, you could see him out for a decent period of time. So we give him this week off. We've got 9 days after tonight to play against Richmond next week, so hopefully he's up for that.
So no Dixon, no Todd Marshall. He's obviously out under concussion protocols. Any concern over where you're going to kick a winning score?
Some concern every week. Our challenge definitely hasn't necessarily been that our big key forwards have kicked massive amounts of goals. It's been more about the challenge of putting pressure on the opposition defence when the ball gets on the ground. So that's certainly going to be a way for us to score tonight. If we can keep the pressure up that we've had in the last 4 or 5 weeks, then hopefully we've got enough weapons up there to kick a score.
Well, yeah, there were 14 individual goal kickers last week, weren't there?
Yeah, there was, and that's I guess been the hallmark of us over the last 5 or 6 weeks is Ken and the coaches have really prioritised getting pressure in the forward line, and we've selected the team that way, and hopefully we're able to kick enough to win the game tonight.
Let's now head up to our experts in Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Oh, g'day, Chris. Josh Franco here. I'm going to come straight out with it, not beat around the bush. How do you stop Gawn and Grundy?
That's unlike you, Josh, not beat around. No, it's nice to hear you, mate. Look, it's going to be a challenge. We've brought Lysett back in this week. As I heard Rod say before, he went out of the team early on without some great form. We're giving him an opportunity tonight. We know it's a big challenge, but it's also a challenge for the guys around. Scooter to get the job done as well. So look, it's going to be a challenge. There's no doubt about it. We're going to have to be good enough to work off of their ruck or for Scooter to really challenge.
Yeah, Chris, Rod Jamieson, I think you've unearthed Ollie Lord as a potential forward, so I'm looking forward to seeing him tonight. Can I ask a question about the non-selection, which is that of Lockie Jones? Just where is he at the moment in terms? I see you played him a little bit up forward, I think, at the start of the year, and tonight's game, from an outsider looking in, it just seems like it would have been that sort of perfect matchup for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Lockie, again, is a player that probably hasn't really settled into the season at the start of it. We had him in multiple positions. He did some work in the midfield. He went forward a little bit. He's now doing some work at SRFL level with our defenders. We're probably looking for him to string a few good performances together, Rod, to be honest, before we give him another crack at AFL level. But we certainly think he's got the attributes to be an AFL player, and we're not dropping off of that. It's just more about we've had a group that are working pretty well at the moment, and we've got some selection pressure, which is not a bad thing.
CD, thank you so much for joining us. We might have to let you go a little early because it's pretty loud down there. I expect it to be a pretty big crowd tonight, so looking forward to it. Best of luck.
Good on you guys. Thank you.
Great to have the GM of football at Yadabolti, Chris Davies. The Power tonight up against Nam, the Demons. Very exciting contest between 2nd and 4th tonight, and obviously for the Demons they could move to the top of the table, and for the Power, well, they're looking to establish themselves in that conversation as premiership contenders. They're in the top 4 at the moment. It looks like St Kilda may be falling down the ladder at the moment, so they really could claim that spot tonight.
Oh, look, I mean, they've won 6 in a row. You can't ask any more than what they've already done. Like, if they're going to drop some games along the way, they're coming up against a quality opposition tonight. I tend to feel that when Port play at home, I tend to probably 99% of the time would pick them. However, I just think the depth of the midfield, the ruck that you touched on, Josh, as well, and then I guess the forward line, whilst Port Adelaide had multiple goal scorers, just the defence and the maturity of Melbourne and Salem coming back in, it just seems like it might be insurmountable for Port to get over.
Yeah, look, potentially. And if you looked at Melbourne's wins this season, so if I go through them really quickly, they've beaten the Western Bulldogs, who are 6th, Sydney, North Melbourne, West Coast Eagles, Hawthorn, Richmond and Gold Coast. So 14th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 13th, 11th. They are a very good side, don't get me wrong, Melbourne, but they haven't really been challenged at all this season so far. The only time they were was was Brisbane, when the lights went out and they were comfortably in front. And they also lost to Essendon here in Magic, the Gathering. I beg your pardon. Yeah.
So that adds up to, against the top 8 as it stands now, they've had 1 win and 1 loss.
Yeah.
For Port Adelaide, it's 3 wins and 2 losses against the top 8 sides they've played. So it is amazing. This is the way the draw works, and sometimes it works to your advantage. And even though Melbourne finished where they did last season, they've come up with a draw that's actually helped them through the first 10 rounds.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely it has.
Couple of early texts. The theme of the night across the beginning of Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round is your favourite moments involving Indigenous players. Ali from Hobart's messaged in to say, for me, it's every single time Eddie Betts picked up the ball amongst a flurry of goals, snapping rippers out of nowhere. So that's Ali's favourite memories. And another texter says, I remember Andrew Walker's hanger with his head bandaged up for Carlton, absolute ripper. So Andrew Walker, that's a nice little throwback as well.
You told me I couldn't have just everything that Andrew McLeod does.
I did want you to pick something specifically, but I mean, when it comes to Eddie Betts, you could pick any of the goals from the northern end and you'd be spoilt for choice.
Oh, Cyril Rioli as well, like what he was able to do, particularly just home and away, but on the big stage. And then, you just see
if you go back, dare I say, to the black and white days, and Polly Farmer taking the ball out of the ruck contest and handball in 30 metres. I mean, that's phenomenal. When I first saw that, I thought, wow, this guy's good.
Jimmy and Phil Cracker.
Well, probably the best memory that I've had and moment in footy is the Power were playing North Melbourne down in Manuka, down in Canberra. And Winston Abraham, he took his hanger and I stood right, I think he took it on Brendan Lade from memory.
Yep.
And I remember he stood up and he looked at us and he said, I've just won the car. It was unbelievable.
Well played.
Yeah, absolutely.
He could play.
He could.
It's incredible how far this round has come, a celebration and acknowledgement of Indigenous talent in the game as well. The fact that we're over a fortnight of footy, that multiple clubs have changed their name across these two rounds as well, that every club has a special Indigenous Guernsey as well, and they all look absolutely magnificent. For Port Adelaide, theirs designed partly by Sean Burgoyne alongside Lasgeen. It's to pick several generations of Burgoynes. The front actually has this large, intricate eagle, which represents the cultural totem passed on from Sean's grandfather. On the back, there's actually a southern whale that's representative of Sean's grandmother's token. Meanwhile, for Naarm at the moment, it's a really impressive Guernsey for them, how they've managed to do it. They've essentially digitised some artwork designed by Lowell Hunter, who carves artwork in the sand with his feet. So he did a design on the beach. They digitised that into the actual Guernsey tonight. And the significance of it, that there's a fire in the middle that essentially emphasises storytelling amongst First Nations culture. So two magnificent Guernseys, a couple of rippers to come across the rest of the weekend as well, Jamo.
Oh, I think all the Guernseys look fantastic. It's a great opportunity too for everyone to display and highlight the culture that's involved in the clubs. But in saying that, you've got 18 clubs, but you've got over 500 different countries of Indigenous culture too. So to capture it all, difficult to do.
One of the men who was involved in the rebranding of Melbourne to Naarm, and also, I guess, the introduction of this year's Indigenous Guernsey, is their Indigenous Project Officer, Matty Whelan. He's been good enough to join us ahead of bounce down here at the Adelaide Oval. Welcome, Matty.
All right, thank you for having me.
It's the second year that Melbourne's rebranded as Naarm. Can you tell us a bit about the success that it's had and how important it is for the footy club to adopt the name?
Yeah, I think when we did it last year, it's sort of just that concept of what can we use Sir Doug Nicholls round for, and for us it's probably the education piece, and that's why I wanted to change the name to Naarm, and the fact that the board agreed to it and everyone agreed to it and got on board, and the broadcasters and everyone involved with it were fantastic and tried to use Naarm as much as they could, and on the back of that, off the back of that, just the conversations that I guess an awareness that people had with you seeing Naarm around now, so they say it to me all the time now. It's like I see Naarm everywhere we go now, that sort of stuff. So I guess it's that, just opening people's eyes and ears, I suppose. So it's been a fantastic initiative from the club, and just thankful a couple of other clubs have jumped on board this year.
It does feel like the Demons are the spiritual leader almost of the competition in that way. We're seeing other teams adopt Indigenous names as well. And before that even, you had smoking ceremonies before the round. And, I mean, you've been at the club since 2017 now, obviously played as well before that. But obviously you've had a pretty key part in making sure there's these mechanisms and inclusive activities for the Demons, not only for the players but for the staff as well. Can you take us through some of the extra stuff that the club does?
Just in terms of everything we do, we just try to be respectful of wherever we go, and try to use the right protocols and that sort of stuff. So sometimes you can sort of rush stuff, I guess, in the footy industry because it's pretty cutthroat and with deadlines and that kind of thing. But you find if you rush stuff too much, you'll end up getting things wrong and probably do a disservice to the club and the name of the club. So everything we try to do, like I said, we just try to go about it the right way. Whether it be when we go to places, try to get an elder there just to welcome us and that kind of thing. What do we have on Tuesday? We just did a little bit of a sort of a food sort of thing, bush food and that sort of stuff. So our chef came up with the idea of using some of the native Australian ingredients that Indigenous people use for food and that sort of stuff, and then just infuse that with normal sort of food, and then have some bush foods from certain regions that boys are from. So, for instance, Stephen May's Larrakia, so top end Northern Territory, and one of the things that the Aboriginal people have up there is green ants and that sort of stuff. So he was there ushering in people to try the green ants for the first time, and they hadn't tried it, didn't like it, but others loved it. So it's just, I guess, opening up their eyes to stuff that's readily available. We can use every day that's there, and I guess, like I said, it's always about education for us. So whether that's internally or externally, I think internally we do it pretty well. So one of the big things that we're trying to do now is push that sort of education out to our members and supporters, and I guess the wider football community. So that's that's sort of some of the stuff I guess we're trying to do this year.
Matty, Rod Jamieson, depending on where you're from, it's either the record or the budget, but looking at that, all the teams have got their Indigenous jumpers. The Melbourne one, it's decorated by Lyle Hunter. Can you tell us a bit about him and also the history of the design?
Yeah, so Lowy is a man I followed on social media, so I tend to follow because I'm sort of in this space and always looking for artists to design jumpers. His one will obviously be a bit different, so he's a sand artist, so he does all his designs in the sand. So when I think one of the staff members at the club sort of said, I follow this person on social media and he's fantastic, do you reckon he would do a jumper? And then when she showed me, I was like, oh yeah, I know Lowy, I follow him as well. So just lucky enough, well, let's find out. Let's ask him if he can do it, if he wants to do it, and see if he can transfer. So, so basically we just give the artists as much sort of leeway as we can when it comes to designs, because it's their IP, it's their artwork, their culture that's on display. So we try not to, obviously we give them the sort of base thing with the colours and that sort of stuff that we need to have there, but in terms of the actual story, we sort of just leave it up to the artist. So I sort of like it's I think Lowy's story was about the sunrise and the sunsets up the top and sort of the red V, and then down the bottom of the sunset, and then in the middle is the fire and the meeting place and that sort of stuff, and then all the players in the community around the meeting place. And then there was I don't know if you can see in the back of or in the front of the Guernsey as well, there's sort of like the sand, there's pictures of the sand that sort of wash through the Guernsey and that sort of stuff. So that's obviously where he does a lot of his work and that sort of stuff, and where he feels grounded. So he's an amazing artist, Lowy, and we're lucky enough to get his services, because he's a pretty busy man.
Now, Matty, Josh Franco, just a question in terms of your role at the D's at the footy club, and obviously being a player for Melbourne, I think you retired back in 2009. Just interested to get your thoughts around the changing in sort of mentality and understanding around Aboriginal culture in terms of a footy club as a whole, but also, I guess, more specifically amongst the playing group.
Yeah, I think it's just all cultures in general. I don't think it's just Aboriginal cultures. I guess footy clubs are cutthroat businesses and pretty unforgiving sort of places, to be honest. But I guess one of the great things about Melbourne Footy Club, since we've had Max Gawn as a leader, he's a little bit different character. So he's a bit different to your normal sort of, I guess, leaders. And he's one that's a little bit left of centre. So I think that he's been able to showcase himself, I guess, to the wider football public, and just having him there, accepting of people and who they are and what they're about. Just be yourself at footy clubs, and I think that's the mantra now. And the fact that now there's my role at every footy club. When it comes to the Indigenous boys, we just there to offer advice to the footy club. Sometimes they do take it, sometimes they don't take it, but the majority of the time, this is what's happening, and we speak to the families. Probably one of the biggest ones is all the funerals and that the boys have to attend, and just saying, probably in the Western world the funeral goes for an hour or two and then you go back to work, that sort of thing, whereas obviously in Aboriginal culture it's a lot different. Some of them can go up to 2 weeks and 2 months. So just sort of advising the club on that sort of stuff, and being across with the families to talk to them and say, how long are the boys needed for, or the girls needed for. And they sort of try to work with us as well. So sometimes they don't have to be there for certain things, and other times they do. So we just try to work with the families as best we can, and there's got to be a bit of give and take if possible.
And the Voice of Parliament, Matty, the AFL let everyone know its stance during the week. So did some of the clubs as well, that it was supportive of the Voice to Parliament. A lot of critics would say that sport and politics don't mix and they should stay apart. Can you tell us a bit I guess, personally, how important it is that the AFL and footy clubs are coming forward and letting people know their stance?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. I mean, because we'll have to vote at the end of the day whether we're for it or against it. But like we always talk about, it's just that education piece. It's like we're going to get as much information as we can, and then we have to make a decision. I mean, each individual has to make a decision whether they vote yes or no. So we like to just get all the facts and present all the facts, and then at the end of the day, it's every individual person's right to vote which way they want. But obviously, sporting clubs are very well followed here in Australia, so I understand why a lot of the government and the AFL sort of use their voice, because like I said, we're leading the way in a lot of issues with all the racism and all that sort of stuff. Sporting clubs led the way with the peak rule and that sort of stuff. So if we can just, like you said, we can educate, present the facts there, and like everyone has to make up their own mind. I think that's what we can do. We can reach a broad audience doing that.
Matty, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and congratulations on everything you've accomplished over the past couple of years. The Guernsey looks incredible as well, and obviously the rebrand as well. It's really exciting that we get to see Yarrabolti and Naarm up against each other tonight. So hopefully it's a win for your side, and enjoy the rest of your night.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Great to have Indigenous Projects Officer Matty Whelan with us on Grandstand AFL. And the build-up to bounce down here at the Adelaide Oval, it's Yarrabolti, the Power, up against Naarm, the Demons. We've just seen 550 First Nations students, led by the Yalaka Cultural Group, perform a dance in the middle. They basically joined together to make the Indigenous flag, and under lights it was magnificent with the glow sticks as well. What is sure to be the beginning of a spectacular fortnight. I can't wait for Dreamtime at the G tomorrow, and there's plenty of good football coming your way. But most importantly, we've got a top four clash coming up in about 20 minutes' time. It is second up against fourth, Yarrabolti up against Naarm. No late changes. Jackson Mead is the sub for the Power. James Jordan for the Demons. The text line, if you want to get in touch, 0437 774 774.
Ah, you're here for the fortune telling. Please sit down. I feel your need to discover music, to be guided and surprised by knowledgeable and likable experts. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you joyously grooving to Triple J and Double J, chilling with ABC Jazz, boot scooting on ABC Country, and expanding your musical palette on ABC Classic. Your reading is complete. No, I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is free. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
My name is Auntie Pam Pedersen, and I'm the daughter of Pastor Sir Doug Nichols. To have this round named after my father, that makes me feel so proud. The way I look at all our players, you encourage them by saying to them, think who you are, and you run out there and you feel proud.
Palms it down to Jamara. He shoots goalward. Jamara's kicked it.
Tapped it on Hill. Tapped it twice with his left hand. Gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant. Bobby Hill. That's a Bobby Dazzler.
Grimes goes long. High altitude fly from Showbolt.
You're listening to the Sir Doug Nichols round.
He flicks in the direction of Rioli. Fake away. Outside of the boot. It's a Rioli special.
Grandstand AFL, the 2023 Sir Doug Nichols round.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
It's a magical night in the Adelaide Oval as we kick off Sir Doug Nichols' Indigenous round with an absorbing top four clash as Yarrabolti faces Naarm. If you are just joining us around the country, Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco and Liz Walsh with you on Ghana land. Yarrabolti, the name of the Power this evening, which signifies a place of sleep and is the name the Ghana people gave to the land around the Port River. And once again, the Demons are presented as Naarm across the next fortnight of footy, which is the Aboriginal name for Melbourne, which encompasses the traditional lands of the Kulin Nation. If you'd like to get in touch with us across the weekend of footy, the text line is 0437 774 774. And we'd like to know your favourite footy moments involving Indigenous stars in recognition of this year's theme, which is Moments Forged by First Nations. A couple of great texts in here. Marcus in South Melbourne says, Jeff Farmer's last-minute goal for bottom place Freo to knock off the Eagles in an early derby. Also, Andrew in Flora Hill says, can't pinpoint the moment, but as a child, the real reason I'm a lifelong supporter of Carlton was Sid Jackson. of course, all the Indigenous players following has never made me regret that choice. Also, Grant in Redfern says, hi team listening on ABC News Radio on Gadigal land. Got to be Nikki Winmar lifting the shirt the Guernsey and saying, I'm black and proud. And also another punter says, I'm a Port supporter, but the night the Demons beat us by 6 goals at the Adelaide Oval, which is how many Cozzy Pickett kicked, was a real highlight, and he could be in store for a bag tonight. Jamo, Josh, it's a really intriguing matchup between two teams that match up fairly evenly. We've got a really attacking brand in Port Adelaide. Melbourne are one of the better defensive teams in the league. But in terms of the team selections, that might expose the power a bit. So Scott Lycett in for Port Adelaide. No late changes. You are just joining us for Bryn Teakle. That's to get some experience up against Gawn and Grundy, but it's still going to be hard to slay that two-headed dragon.
Well, yeah, that's actually a pretty good way to sum it up. Look, I've written a couple of things down here. So centre bounce for Port Adelaide, and obviously going into the game, I think their number one priority would be to minimise the damage. I'd be absolutely staggered if they're setting up to try to win the hit in the centre bounce, and that's where Melbourne do a lot of their damage in terms of their ability to get some forward thrusts, some deep inside 50 entries through Petrarca, Oliver, Viney, the list goes on and on. So I think from Port's perspective, almost conceding we're not going to win the hit. Let's try to make it predictable to our mids, which is very difficult against the Gordon because he can hit 360. Grundy a little bit different, but minimise the damage. And if you're going to lose a centre bounce, force them wide, either bring it into a scramble and then let the faster legs of a Rosie and Butters try to influence that next bit of play. So a massive task for Port Adelaide tonight in terms of the centre bounce. The other thing from Port Adelaide's perspective is too, we talked about their ball movement this year. It's been a lot quicker. One thing, again, from a Port Adelaide perspective that I don't want to see is them go back into a sort of chip mark, I guess in fear of the levers and the Mays getting involved as intercept markers inside their D50 for Melbourne. So quick ball movement, hopefully get some good looks one-on-one ahead of the footy and then let the smalls get to work.
I think that's really important, isn't it? Because if you do take it slow and you're going to switch, they're just going to slide across with you and it's just going to fall into their hands. So we know going down the line, and you got Grundy and or Gawn that'll sit behind the football too. Look, they're contested and their ground ball gets and their clearance work from Melbourne is just insane in terms of the quality of player that are in the middle there. But not only that, they kick goals too. You know, when Petrarca, he's kicked 9 as well. And then, you know, over and above all that, probably the key for me, and which is where I think Port Adelaide might struggle, albeit they had the 14 goal scorers last week, again, is just the quality of the defence of Melbourne against the youthfulness and the size and the maturity. So I just think that's probably an area that you want to look really closely. Ollie Wines, he's a star, but for me, he's really got to stand up. Like tonight, like he's gone okay this year, but nothing outstanding. And he's sort of like that Petrarca type player. He's not as explosive, but he's got to really step up. And Sam Pepper, he's having an insane year once again. Last time they played, he kicked 3 behinds. He's better this year. I wouldn't mind seeing him go through the middle as well and sort of have a crack at a couple of these guys. Can you have Viney, Petrarca, Oliver, who are just beaten now? And I'd like to see him get in there, which then might detract from their firepower up forward.
Absolutely. And some of the other statistics for Melbourne in 2023. So they're number 1 for goals, they're number 1 for inside 50s, and number 1 for tackles inside 50. So you'd imagine through stages of this game, Port Adelaide's defence is going to be under the pump.
Yeah. Josh, you've coached, I assume, against Melbourne at some stage. So when you look at the two players that you mentioned there about Stephen May and Jake Lever, so is the key to beating them isolating them and trying to get that forward movement right and getting Lever, for instance, in a one-on-one contest? That seems to be what I've heard in the past.
Yeah, if you can do that, you can manufacture it through ball movement. As I said, I think if Port Adelaide revert back to sort of chip mark and try to pierce their way through Melbourne's defence and looking for the perfect play inside 50, personally, I think you'll run into trouble. Now, you can always go to that, but I think Port Adelaide need to play their natural game that we've seen throughout 2023, get some speed on the ball, and that's the best way of getting 1v1s ahead of the footy and not allowing the Mays and the Levers to come off their men and air assist.
Found it really interesting last week for Naarm that up against Hawthorn, obviously they won by 54 points, but they were up by 45 at half time, and Stephen May described their brand of football as Hollywood. He said they weren't really happy with it in the end, and they conceded a fair few goals at the start of the third as well before they really switched into gear and played the high-pressure brand that they're really proud of.
I think we spoke about this last week, though, too, Aaron, because I reckon they conceded 3 or 4, and I think at the end of that third quarter or three-quarter time, they just went, come on, you blokes, this is not how we are. So, and then they were all over the top of him. So I thought he was super critical, which is good to hear, I guess, in terms of, what they allowed Hawthorn to do after they touched him up in the first half, and then they blew him away, really, for probably 6 or 8 minutes in that third quarter.
Well, that's always a danger when you're up by 10 goals or 9 goals at half-time. The queue temporarily goes in the rack. Opposition come out, kick a few, then you react accordingly.
If you are just joining us, no late changes. Jackson Mead is the sub for Yada Bolte and James Jordan for Nam. That's the power and the Ds. The text line 0437 774 774 asking your favourite moments involving Indigenous players. Fran from Melbourne's texted in, says, hi, looking forward to the call. Nice to hear you heading up the first round of the fortnight. Really enjoyed these special rounds. And also, by the way, going for Port. Anne in Launceston says, Peter Matera at the MCG in 1992. I actually went to buy a Peter Matera badge with his gorgeous face on it, but it was sold out. And Steve says, listening in from South Korea as a Pies supporter, but was celebrating every time Eddie Betts kicked a goal against us. So exciting to watch. And I was also at Vic Park when Nicky Winmar made his stand, which was unforgettable. So thank you for your text, Steve. 0437 774 774 if you do want to get in touch with us tonight. So Yada Bolte, the Power, Nam, the Demons, they will be those names across the next fortnight as part of Sir Doug Nicholls' round. Really looking forward to the remainder of the weekend. We've got some incredible matchups coming up, but this one is one of the most tantalising. And we look at the midfield battle as well. You've got 3 of the top 5 in the coaches' votes in there, and the big name that stands out for me is Zach Butters. The past couple of months, maybe the last 6 weeks, you could argue, he's hit some tremendous form. At the start of the year, he had the AC joint injury and didn't really impact in the first few rounds. He's gone back-to-back in terms of 10 votes in the coaches' votes. Zach Butters, he's just in ripping form right now. It's incredible. He's almost surpassed Connor Rosie almost in the way that he's earning possession in these past few weeks.
Well, I think... Sorry, Jim, I was going to say, the other thing as well, when you look at Melbourne and their Petrarca, Oliver, Viney, even put Hunter into the mix as well, and you think, wow, they're a blue-chip midfield, which they are, and they've got the runs on the board, but as you said, you talk about Butters, but you also throw Rosie, Horn-Francis, Wines into that mix along with others that can roll through there. The match-up and the battle in the midfield tonight is going to be intriguing.
I heard Sam Powell-Pepper talk about, like, maybe some of the players are taking other roles or taking some of the workload that's allowing, like, a Butters and that to step up and play a different role. And I know each round is a test, and it's going to be tonight. He's a smaller, aggressive player against some bigger, stronger and explosive bodies, and he's got that pace to be able to do it. The concern, again, we keep talking about the ruck work. I think Lycett has... I reckon this is a real big game for him. This is him or bust, I reckon. And then it's reliant upon Finlayson too. Van Ruin, like, he's a star and up forward. I just think this has got a lot of intrigue around where generally Port Adelaide is, and then you bring in second year Jason Horn-Francis too. Like, how is he going to play? Like, are they? For me, I'd almost, Melbourne should get on the front foot and just say, let's just rip this team apart in the middle of the ground. But I'd almost put Jack Viney on him and almost just tag him and just sort of test him out a little bit and just see where he goes. And how is Jason going to respond to that? Then how would the rest of the midfield respond to be able to protect him or get around him or take him off the game a little bit? So I think there's a bit of byplay that could potentially unfold, not knowing which way Melbourne would go, but maybe on the front foot, let's just get it on the scoreboard.
Well, the other interesting thing as well, again from Port Adelaide's perspective, is what they do at stoppages between the arcs. So if there's a boundary throw-in and there's a ball up on the wing or in the centre, do they send a forward up to the stoppage to try to minimise the damage at the stoppage, which then would potentially allow a lever or a May to be spare behind the footy, which would be disastrous?
Yes.
So I think Port Adelaide will try to make it an even contest at the stoppage, whether they bring one up or whatever they do, but they'll try to get even numbers around the footy. And as we said, and I totally agree with you, Jamo, Lycett has a massive job, and in terms and in context of the season and how his season's going to play out, it could be boom or bust.
And Willem Drew, like, he's their tagger, so who does he go to? Petrarca or Oliver? Like, it's contested, ground ball gets, score involvements, and they're just beasts. They're difficult to tag. You've almost just got to give up your game and just stay right on them. And look, if you get one, the other one will step up. And then there's 3, 4 and 5 behind them that you've already highlighted as well. So.
Yeah. Well, he's almost untaggable, Petrarca, isn't he? I almost put him in the Bontempelli category. You just can't put anyone on them because they can go forward if they're not influencing in the midfield and kick goals. So guys like that, very difficult.
And then inside 50s too. Christian Petrarca, 68. Clayton Oliver, 46. Jack Viney, 30. Lockie Hunter, 32. So there's Brodie Grundy. He's next in line for Melbourne. And those guys are in the top 10 in terms of most of the metrics in the AFL, let alone where they sit in their own club.
The incredible part for the Ds is they've got 18 premiership players in this team tonight. So 17 from the 21 flag, add Lockie Hunter in as well, who won a flag with the Dogs. They had a slight dip in form last year, but this is a team that is still relatively young, has grown together and arguably is going to get maybe better than they were in a premiership year. There's no reason why, up against, I guess, the likes of Collingwood, that Melbourne shouldn't be in the conversation as premiership favourites.
Well, I think the more I sort of look at the team coming in today, we spoke about last week, and even when you look at the top 4, Collingwood, Melbourne, Brisbane, maybe Geelong, possibly Port Adelaide. I threw St Kilda in there because it's just the best defensive team in the competition normally is in the top 2 to top 4. And albeit there's still a little ways to go, St Kilda have shown that they can shut teams down. They've got to be able to kick the score to be able to win the games. But the more I look into it, the deeper I look at it, I'm actually, Melbourne is just, for me, the way they're building and the quality of players they have. Salem coming in tonight and everything we've already spoken about pre-game, and we get the ability to have a look at them firsthand here tonight. For me, long way out, they loom to be one of the premiership contenders for sure.
Absolutely, and Melbourne supporters, I hope you don't choke on your coffee or your beer when I say this. I actually think they're a little bit flaky. And I understand, a little bit flaky.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced. Last year, we saw that they couldn't back up what they did. So it'll be interesting to see what happens tonight. I might have egg on my face, though.
No.
A text line again, Aaron?
I was going to say, 7774774 if you do want to give Josh a whacker. Josh Franco, Rod Jamieson, your experts this evening. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you for the call. Liz Walsh downstairs for Yada Bolte up against Naarm, the opener to Sir Doug Nicholls' round. Yada Bolte, the name of the power this evening, and Naarm, the Demons, both in their incredible Indigenous Guernseys. A couple of texts in as well. Also, one of our listeners says, my favourite moment was scoring free tickets to the Sir Doug Nicholls round after a free performance at York Park. I'll never forget that day. And Danny says, my favourite moment was playing footy against Robert Muir at Victoria Park and a solid game of basketball against Nicky Winmar. Let's head downstairs for the Welcome to Country with Mickey O'Brien.
Munrai nang wangadi mani na budni gani yatana here in diata tanendanga Tanda Wama, Yada Bolte, Irabina, Wiriana, Naarm. Hello and welcome to this place, being Adelaide Oval. And today and tonight, these two teams will battle it out on this field here on the Kangaroo Plains. We say to you, hello, and we do welcome you to this place. And we call upon the spirit people of my ancestors to bring you good blessings here tonight. Play the didgeridoo. I'd like to welcome now the captains of both teams, Max Gawn and obviously Tommy Jonas, to come here to the front of the microphone to exchange these wonderful gifts during this round, the Indigenous round. So Max and Tom, if you could come over.
Both Tom Jonas and Max Gawn accompanied by both their club's Indigenous players for Yada Bolte, Sam Palpepper, Jason Horn-Francis and Jeremy Finlayson, for Naarm, Stephen May and Kazai Pickett.
incredible what teams do now in honour and recognise, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we're
None
only...
of you, Yada Balti, Nachi Yokana, Nachi Yakana, Padiadu. As brothers and sisters, let us walk together here and let us enjoy this wonderful evening. And we are Port Adelaide. Thank you.
Magnificent welcome to country as always from Mickey O'Brien, and also to Isaac Hannum, the didgeridoo player downstairs. The beginning of Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round. It is Yada Balti up against Nam, the Power and the Demons at the Adelaide Oval for Friday night footy. We might head downstairs to Liz in a moment once the coin toss is underway. It gives us some time to give us a bit of previews and predictions. Jamo, who you got tipping tonight? You're the Friday night guru in the ABC tipping competition this year, so your word is gospel.
Well, I need to let Luke Franklin know, who takes our tips here. I haven't put mine in yet, so I'm actually going to go with Melbourne tonight. Probably 98%, 99% of the time I would go Port Adelaide at home, but I just think that a couple of big outs, Charlie Dixon not being there, Todd Marshall not being there, the tall forwards, they're imposing. Yes, Port Adelaide come off a big win last week against the Kangaroos. Melbourne, just the depth through the ruck, through the midfield, the quality and the depth and the amount of goals that they kick. They are the number one team in the competition for a year to date, kicking the biggest scores against any of the teams in the competition, albeit who they've played against, but just the strength, the depth in their back line, the run, the speed. So for me, Melbourne tonight.
Josh, who are you backing?
Well, I'm backing Port Adelaide, and again we'll sort of emphasise, no doubt, throughout the course of the game as well. Massive job for Lysett, and also Finlayson and Lord as their two sort of key marking forwards. Critical that they do whatever they can to bring the ball to ground and let their smalls get to work, but I think Port Adelaide are going to be too strong.
You've got a supporter on the text line, Josh. Mark in Melbourne says, I'm a D's fan, but flaky is a word that I've used to describe the current team too. So there you go. Maybe you're on the right track, Josh. 0437 774 774. We are asking your favourite moments involving Indigenous players across the evening. The coin toss has occurred downstairs, so let's check in with Liz, who once again is braving the brisk conditions down at ground level. Liz, what's it like down there?
Aaron, I have one word for you, and you've kind of nailed it for me already. On behalf of everyone down here at ground level, it's cold. But actually perfect conditions, no breeze, it's 13 degrees. And there's nothing that can stop the buzz of the crowd either. They've just seen Nam win the toss. They're going to be kicking to the Riverbank stand end of Adelaide Oval. Quickly looking to the benches for you. And for Yada Balti, Jason Horne-Francis, Dylan Williams, Willem Drew and Francis Evans are starting on the bench. Jackson Mead is going in as Yada Balti's sub. While for Nam, Charlie Spargo, Jake Bowie, Tom McDonald and Alex Neil-Bullen will start on the bench. James Jordan is Nam's tactical sub.
A blockbuster top four matchup to kickstart Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round at the Adelaide Oval. Barely an empty seat in the house. Really exciting. What is a cold night here in Adelaide. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Rod Jamison, Josh Franco, Liz Walsh with you for the call. Yada Balti up against Nam. 4th v 2nd. Both clubs 7-2 and eyeing off top spot on the ladder. To kick us off, Neil Cross.
We might just pause to hear what Yada Balti supporters will yell out. They're ready to go. So's the umpire. On Ghana land, it's Yada Balti against Nam in the Sir Doug Nicholls round. And here we go. In the air, Port Adelaide, rather, it's Yada Balti first out of the middle. Was a free kick there for Oliver. So Oliver will take it for the Demons, and he drops it in short straight away. Viney with a mark towards the eastern side of the ground. Takes his time, now decides to go long inside half forward. Leading up and taking the mark unopposed was Bergman with the intercept for Yada Balti.
He's been great in that role, hasn't he, too?
Out of contract this year as well. A couple of suitors coming from over east. He goes wide to McKenzie, now to right half back. Bonner has it on the eastern side. He looks into the centre square and Houston's all alone. Mark's uncontested, turns but not sure where to go to. In the end he'll pop it up to right half forward for the Power. Underneath it, McEntee takes the mark unopposed, hands it off, running outside Butters, dinks it into the 50 to Finlayson. Takes the mark, 45 out, all too easy for Yada Balti early. We'll have a shot on goal from the tight angle.
You talk about risk v reward. That kick from Bonner, that long 45 back into the corridor, just opened up the whole game for Port Adelaide. Unbelievable kick.
Jeremy Finlayson, member of the Yorta Yorta tribe, 14 goals, 12 for the year. So not so accurate, but he certainly stood up in big moments for them, including the match-winning performance against the Swans. Finlayson will kick on the pain of 50. Absolute roast of a kick, but no accuracy. And so far wide, it's out on the full. No score. 90 seconds into the opening term between Yarabolti and Nam. It is a Demons free kick in front of the scoreboard.
Interesting as well. Gawn started forward for Melbourne and Grundy in the ruck.
Yeah, I think one to push maybe Alia right back deep to get him off so he can't be that third up.
Rivers with a long kick for the D's. Came to Brayshaw off the pack. Overhead hand pass. Found Oliver. He goes down to half forward just to find green grass. He booted it about 70 metres on the roll. But back there first was Farrell for the Power, who drops it in short. And Alia with the mark at half back. Eastern side of the ground for Port Adelaide.
The All-Australian defender didn't have a lot ahead of him, so he looks to switch across defensive 50. Finds Bergman. Now continue to Mackenzie. The cannon has a bit of territory to walk into, but not a lot of options in the end on the 45. He'll pop it short to Pal Pepper. Plays on immediately left half back and kicks straight into the centre square. Hits Farrell. Yarabolti looking to go now. Bit of pace injected. Farrell heads long into the 50. Finlayson uses the body, floating across Lord. Nearly claimed it. Spills to Grundy. Nam now retreat. Lever hands it off to May. Now Salem just inside the defensive 50. In front of the Gavin Wanganeen stand. He'll kick short down the line. Van Rooyen spilt an easy chest mark with his bowled over and receives the free kick for high contact as Bonner charged in.
Port Adelaide crowd not happy, but that was there every day of the week.
Yeah, head over the footy.
Yeah.
Van Rooyen takes his time, eventually long for the D's, down to half forward. Back with the flight was Jonas, couldn't take it. Petrarca picks it up for the D's, off to Hunter, outside 50 to inside 50. Good delivery, found Chandler, the small forward, been so impressive this season. And he'll start his run in from outside the boundary line, about 40 metres out is the man on the mark.
Okay, Chandler, he's got 14 goals, 14-3, so very accurate, tight, and looks like a 50 has been given away. So he's going to end up right on the line, not sure why.
He's off the ball about 20 metres out from goal. We might get a confirmation replay on that, but Chandler's going to keep his perfect record. He's up to, I think it's 13, or this might be 13 straight, maybe even 14 straight that he's kicked. So he's kicked 15-3 for the season. Cade Chandler has the first of the evening for Nam, the former Norwood boy, a local boy.
I think there was a bit of byplay with Houston. Looked like he was remonstrating with the umpire. I'm having a look at the replay now, but I think it was Houston that actually gave away that free or that 50-metre penalty.
Jeremy Finlayson is sitting number 25 on the goal-scoring list with 14. But to your point, Aaron, too, like the amount of shots, he's had 26 or 27 shots on goal. It's incredible. Like that's almost like a key forward.
Yeah.
But he plays majority of the time in the ruck.
11 goals in the last 4 games. It could have been so much more. Nam up by 6 early. Cade Chandler, the opening goal scorer, here at the Adelaide Oval for the opener to Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round. Bounce in the middle from Jamie Broadbent. Grundy flies early. Lycett won it down in the end to Rosie. He fumbled. Lycett came with the assist. His handball a little wide of Butters. Houston charges in. Bounced off a couple of bodies. Gave Lycett some time to gather. Gives it to Butters. Now Rosie tucks it under the arm. Heads towards the 50 for Yarabolti. Across Lord. Brought it to ground. Front and square was Burn-Jones. He's wrapped up by Brayshaw. Didn't have time really to dispose of it. And a ball up to come. 40 out. Slightly left of centre.
It's a luxury to have Angus Brayshaw on the half-back line too, running and rebounding.
Ball in the air. Grundy knocks it down for the D's. Langdon with a quick hand pass, same to May, and then a quick kick over his head from Salem back towards centre wing. Gawn almost took it. Umpire called play on. It's come to Petrarca from Pickett. Petrarca beat one, and he came again to Travis Boak. And he got the free kick for holding the ball. It goes inboard with the kick for Yarabolti to Butters. Butters straight down to half forward, and Wines at the top of the 50 with a mark.
That's a smart kick inside forward 50. That's the one where you don't want to bomb it because the turnover through Port Adelaide pressure got holding the footy. Melbourne were able to get their numbers back. Smart kick inside 50.
Gone wider again.
That's an interesting decision. Wines was probably going to have to kick 55 out, and he chose to go to Bonner, and he was straight out in front, but Bonner's at a 45-degree angle. However, the left footer is a long kick.
It's 2-goal-2 for Ollie Wines this year, so maybe he didn't feel like he had the distance or the accuracy. Christian Petrarca, 9-goal-9.
So Bonner comes in, 2-4 for the season. Sprays it a little bit out to the right. It's on the line. It's come to Powell Pepper and over his head, if you don't mind. Over his head for a goal. I think we might end up with a review. Sam Powell Pepper was very happy with the result for Yata Balti, but the umpires are going to review it, and let's see.
All clear for me. On the replay we see in front of us here, straight over the head. No Melbourne defender's hand anywhere near the football, so I think you'll find it'll be a goal.
I think the goal umpire signalled touch.
Well, it might have been a soft signal, but it's going to be a
goal.
It is going to be, you would think on what we've seen, you never know. Here it comes. Sam Powell Pepper with the first for Yata Balti. How appropriate. The Indigenous player kicks a goal, and it's 1 goal apiece after 7 minutes at the Adelaide Oval. Your experts on Grandstand AFL, Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
And as we said, Port Adelaide need to be quite methodical when they go inside forward 50 in that scenario. So when Melbourne are able to get numbers back, the last kick you want is that long high ball in. So the kick from Butters to find Wines just inside the forward 50 was superb. As we said, bit of a strange kick to go more lateral and find Bonner, but terrific work there from Sam Powell Pepper. Just the smarts to put it on his boot. Great goal.
Scores level, 8 minutes in. On the text line, Mark's let us know his favourite Indigenous moment is Buddy Franklin playing for the Hawks, sprinting down the wing against the Bombers and kicking an amazing goal.
Yep.
There's going to be a fair few, Buddy, tonight, I reckon. Bounce in the middle is clean. Gawn up against Lysett. Neither won the tap, but Gawn takes it away. And errant handball, not sure who he was trying to get it to. Drew can gather for Yata Balti. High up towards right half forward. Underneath it, it bounces off the shins of the Power. Back towards Bonner. He heads inside 50 through the hands of Lord. Boat tried to gather. Couldn't control it. Gets a second chance. Hands it off. Evans skies it up towards the goal face, but it's all the way across and coming back in the end anyway. It bounced inside the boundary line, but there's a free coming back. And it looks to be Hibbard who'll receive it. In defensive 50, about 30 out from the goal face. Dangerous kick, though, trying to get to Langdon at right half back. He did well up against Boat. Gathered on the bounce and gave it to Spargo. Little 1-2 with Salem. And Nam will head up the broadcast wing.
Trevor Spoke having a bit of a dip. He's involved. He's only had the one disposal, but worked very hard defensively. And he was the player that tackled Christian Petrarca in the middle to win the footy back.
Spargo dropped it to Langdon just near the interchange gate, so he goes long to centre half forward. It comes off hands to Brayshaw for Nam inside 50. Pickett almost took a chest mark, almost got rid of his man Farrell. Ball on the ground now. Lots of players around it, and then finally somehow McDonald came out of there and got a boot to the ball, but it was a stray in the tackle of Aaliyah and through for the minor score. So Nam take the lead back. 1-1-7 plays 1 goal straight, 6 after 9 minutes.
Kane Farrell will take the kick in for Yata Balti. He's got a booming left boot if he wants to go straight up the corridor, and does almost that, just wide of the square. Finlayson's underneath it with May. Good fist from the Demons defender, straight to Petrarca. Lost it immediately in the Drew tackle. Charging through, Bonner can't control it either. Head over the footy, Bergman trying to wrench it out. Spilled backwards to Bowie. He couldn't really get a clean disposal away. Rosie now retreats back to his skipper Jonas. Threw it on the boot and out on the full. Hasn't been a great year for Jonas. It's coming back in the end anyway. Free kick to go the way of Fritsch. He's at left half forward. Heads inside 50 for Nam. Floating across, Horn Francis was crunched by Van Rooyen. Spilled front and square to Oliver. Centres his kick. Pickett flies but can't control it. Spargo there. Free kick going against Cozzy Pickett for an unrealistic attempt. Kane Farrell to receive it for Yata Balti in defensive 50. It's Nam by a point.
Farrell has his hands full with Pickett.
Does he what? Willem Drew looks like he's going to Clayton Oliver in the middle of the ground, but around the ground he's sort of Angus Brayshaw and or others that are in the midfield. So just sitting off rather than go with a hard tag.
Couple of short passes and Williams has the ball still inside 50 for the Power. He got it outside 50. It's come to Salem. Quick hand pass. Bowie down the line. Off hands, and then Salem followed up, made a good tackle on Rosie. Ball out of bounds. Throw in right half forward for Nam, heading to that River Torrens end of the ground.
Christian Salem with 4 touches early. It's his first game of the year. Rushed straight back into the 22 after thyroid and knee issues.
Along with Tom McDonald.
Toss back into play.
The meat eater.
Gawn won it down, straight down the throat of Horn Francis, though. Back to Williams, a tumbling kick underground to Butters. He gathers just behind centre wing. Nice kick inside amongst a flurry of Narm players. He hits Drew, who gives it off to Finlayson. High ball into the 50 for Yada Bolte. Coming across. Good spoil from May. Knocked it down to Hunter. Wormburner out of the 50. Bounces its way to Fritsch. Gets around Bergman, a handball inside for the Demons to Brayshaw, who's banged into by Drew. Loses the footy. Play continues on the eastern side. Plenty of players around the footy, and it's not going anywhere. We'll get a ball up at the attacking edge of the square for the Power, who trail by a point.
Great kick into the middle again by Yada Bolte. That long kick again is not the option that they need. Finlayson just dropped it in. The defenders were able to get a fist to it.
Well, Gawn got the tap down for Narm, and then they were under pressure because they were able to get the ball away, the Power. Now it's Hunter coming out of defence for the Demons. He gets it down to centre wing. Off hands it comes. Pickett picks it up. One bounce on centre wing. Then to Van Rooyen, and then inside to Oliver with the hand pass, and then down to Petrarca. Took a nice mark at half forward. Swings around on the right foot straight away. Off the side of the boot, but effective nonetheless. Just inside 50 and some 20 or 30 metres from where Petrarca was aiming was Langdon as he slid in and took the mark.
Melbourne already looking dangerous off that half-back, aren't they? Just their ability to get speed on the ball and give decent looks to their forwards ahead of the footy.
So Langdon's decided to go back into the centre square and line up for goal. He's put the mouthguard away, so he's serious about it. He'll have to kick it every bit of 55 metres. In he comes, arcs out to the right, called the play on, and keeps it low and hard, and it was always on that line to the right for the minor score. So the Demons, 1-8. And the Power, just the one straight goal after 13 and a half minutes of the opening term.
Ed Langdon, 2 goals, 7 for the season thus far.
Maybe keep him on the wing, Jamo. McKenzie heads long to the eastern side for Yada Bolte. Pau Pepper in front position, won it down against 2. Did very well. Gave it off towards Farrell, then McEntee, now Bonner. Back to Pau Pepper. Booming kick up to right half forward. Boat caught behind. Came to ground. Burton trying to gather, coming through Burn-Jones. Handballs back to Butters. Nice little 360 out of the Oliver tackle. The Power inside 50 through Butters. Hits the chest of Lord. That is outstanding. Got away from one of the best midfielders in the game and hits the young forward on the chest. Slightly right of centre, 35 out.
It was Alex Neil-Bullen as well as Clayton Oliver to get around, and ultimately that's what happens. If you can lower the eyes, you've got time to just settle down. That's the kick that Port Adelaide need to get through to defensive Narm.
Absolutely, and we talk about Butters and his ability. We saw that long 45 kick into the corridor a few minutes ago, and just his ability, as you said, to absorb the pressure, and then that composure inside forward 50, just lowered the eyes. Great kick.
21-year-old Ollie Lord comes in, short approach, almost stutters, and as a result his kick is pretty poor. It's across the face for a minor score on the right-hand side. Ollie Lord signing a 1-year extension during the week, having to stand up tonight in the absence of Charlie Dixon and Todd Marshall. It is Narm by a point, 15 minutes into the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Yada Bolte inside 50 on 8 occasions for the 1-goal-1, and Ollie Lord is a talent, but just the way he approached that kick, he was really studying, as you called it, and found himself too close to the man on the mark.
Salem plays on, long with the kick, out towards half-back. Jonas came down with it for the Power, but the umpire said it had come off several hands by then. So we get a ball up just on the edge of the centre square at half-back for the Demons. Somehow Oliver got boot to ball off the ruck contest, and somehow he found Grundy, who picked it up, gave the hand pass inboard. He's in the centre of the ground, Neil-Bullen, straight across to this broadcast side, and he found Spargo on the chest. Takes his time. Now goes inside and short, and Oliver got in the way pretty much. Didn't take the mark. Spargo's followed up, though, on the ground. Hand pass forward, looking for Oliver again. Wines intercepted. The Power comes away briefly. Now it's held in again. Williams is over the ball for the Power. And just outside the defensive 50, they're going to get a ball up.
A little lucky there, Williams. Almost fell into the footy, didn't really try. Curtis Du Bois tosses it up. Lycett wins it down for Yada Bolte, but Oliver was there, spun in the tackle, dropped it, gets another go. High ball with a kick into the 50. Grundy's underneath it, leading out McDonald. Crunched the pack, but knocked it straight down to Williams, who just kicks for territory on the eastern side. Bowie's sitting back for Nam. Wheels, puts the Demons inside 50 just. He hits Hunter at 49 out on the boundary line.
Got Petrarca on his own.
Points to the lead, heads to the Petrarca direction, but just a little too high for him. Offhand, spills to Houston. Little 1-2 with Williams. Yardabolti can exit again to the eastern side.
Houston with a beautiful kick, found the chest of Lord. At half back, quick hand pass on. Wines was taken in a tackle, but still got it back there to Lord, who hand passed wide. Ball on the ground. Demons have managed to turn it over. It's gone all the way back to Salem. He's between wing and half back. Inboard he goes, bounced the ball to Oliver, and as soon as he took the ball, he was grabbed by Drew, and it's spilled over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in. Boundary line on this side is Liz Walsh.
Yeah, the rain has now started, guys. It's getting a little bit heavier. It was drizzle before. It's a bit more than that now.
A little bit? That sounds heavy. Rug up, Liz. Toss back into play. Lysett wins it down. Petrarca trying to gather. Almost tackled in the back by Drew. The Nam players certainly thought so. Instead, it'll be holding the ball.
That is hot, isn't it?
Free kick to go Drew's way for Yardabolti. Attacking edge of the square, right-hand side. They're kicking to the northern end.
5 tackles for William Drew already in this quarter.
He's 7th in the league heading into this round. Heads to the scoreboard pocket, trying to put it in the path of Lord. Nearly took it at the last possible moment. Flicked a handball out on the deck, but it only rolled out over the line in front of the scoreboard. It is pelting down at the Adelaide Oval as the Power hosts the Demons. It is Nam up by a point.
1 point might be enough at the moment, the way that rain's coming.
Gemma, who does this favour? The conditions with the rain?
Yeah, I still think Melbourne. It may bring it back a little bit, but just the grunt around the football for Melbourne.
So, on defensive 50, Drew took it for the Power, and then there was a foot to the ball. The umpires have said that wasn't insufficient intent, and obviously the Power was appealing, so obviously it was a Demon's foot that got to the ball.
Crowd going for cover at the northern end. You'd think you're at a Carlton game.
So in comes the ball again. It was off the foot of Rosie in close, and now a couple of tacklers, Drew, and forces a ball up.
Crossy, interesting looking at Port Adelaide's set up at their stoppages between the arcs. They're holding their 6 forwards, not wanting to give Melbourne the extra number behind the footy.
Lysett won it down, but it's Nam with the clearance. Petrarca to Oliver, the dynamic duo. Tumble it up through centre wing. Grundy can gather. Hands it back to Hunter. Shrugs the tackle in the wet. The second nearly got him from Wines. Gets it away to Oliver late. Now Rivers. Long ball into the 50 for the Demons. In the left forward pocket, leading out on the charge. Fritsch just couldn't quite get there. Matched up against Mackenzie tonight. And off hands, it rolls over the boundary line. 25 out left forward pocket.
Great defensive work. Trent McKenzie there. Fritsch. Unlike a few of the Melbourne players to go with a long sleeve, playing on the MCG in the middle of winter, but there's a number of them in it tonight.
Counts 4, just for argument's sake. Off the ruck contest, Oliver picks it up, tumbles it forward for the D's. Man in long sleeves flies. Fritsch couldn't bring it to ground. It is on the ground though. Neil Bullen tried to tumble it forward. It found its way to Langdon. He slipped over. The water on the ground having the effect. And as a result, Williams will take the free kick for Port Adelaide.
Just having a look at Petrarca at some of the stoppages, he's starting to look ominous, getting some momentum through. I've got confidence that he's going to get first look at the footy. Port Adelaide need to put some work into him at those stoppages.
Now on by a point. Williams' exit is poor. Speaking of Petrarca, front and square, but just couldn't quite take it on the chest. Butters was waiting. Kicked off the deck towards Palpepper. Tried to get it towards Evans. Coming across Rivers, gathered for the Demons. His handball was poor. Straight to Rosie. Back to Bonner. Little 5-metre kick found its way to Butters at left half back, and now short to Palpepper behind centre wing. On the broadcast side, Yardabolti. Palpepper hands it off. Rosie then over the top, a little short in the end. Didn't quite favour his intended target in Evans. He'll walk over the line in front of Liz Walsh.
Yeah, Francis Evans has just come from the ground. He's got a lot of blood coming from his right eye, so he's in the hands of the doctors. You were just talking about Nam's long sleeves. There's one player fewer. Cozzy Pickett has just changed out of his long sleeves on the bench here.
Probably needed to know that too. So when they pop up without the sleeves, it just takes you a moment. Off the contest, Wines and Houston share the ball. Houston finally with a kick. 25 metres or so further down was Rosie on the logo, declaring it's Sir Doug Nicholls round. Rosie plays on for the Power, goes long to half forward, and getting rid of his man and winning the physical battle was Hibbard away from Horn Francis, and he took a chest mark in the end, an intercept mark for Nam.
Poor kick there from Rosie.
Yeah, I think he was waiting for Finlayson to actually go up at the football, and he sat back, and too easy.
Hibbert heads to centre wing. Van Rooyen the target, brought it to ground. Grundy caught in the tackle from Wines. Van Rooyen goes again. Now Langdon. High ball up towards the 50 for Nam. 2-on-2 awaits. Bergman flew up against McDonald there. Neither really got a control of it. Butters now gathers, retreats to Farrell. Then Williams spears it out. Hits Aliir at left half back. Yardaboldi trailing by a point. Time on in the first. Little 45 kick to Rosie.
Still going inside in the wet conditions. Brave.
Looks like that rain may have slowed down a little. Short kick to Butters. Dummies around Brayshaw into the centre square. Here they go. Wines into the 50 for the Power. Finds Boak all alone. Hits him 45 out. 45-degree angle to the left.
And once again, Port Adelaide quite methodical, weren't they, from half back. Once they hit the centre of the ground, they got speed on the ball. And again, I'm not sure if that kick was intended for Travis Boak, but it hit him on the chest nonetheless.
Yeah, no, it looked good. Butters too, Brave, just coming in. Yep. Yardaboldi just taking a bounce in these conditions, leading the way, 10 disposals as he's passed short.
Had a lead on Pal Pepper, but it was too shallow, the kick. Bounced off it, ricocheting with Langdon. Picked up by Bowie. Tried to exit for the Demons. Rosie was waiting, sends it straight back in. Charging across. Really great effort there to bring it to ground from McVie. Just couldn't quite get a kick away as he ran it over the boundary line, though. So it'll be tossed back into play. 20 out, left forward pocket, northern end for Yardabolti. On the text line, Gary in Canberra says, "G'day team, my favourite Indigenous moment is St Kilda v North Melbourne with Gilbert McAdam playing on his brother Adrian. Purely magical."
Is it Gilbert that kicked 10 or Adrian in his first game, Crossy? We'll get to it shortly.
It might have been Adrian. But ball meanwhile worked away by the Power, and they turn it over at half forward. Socket off the ground wide. Picked up by Chandler for Nam. Down the line he goes. Fritsch with the mark. Hunter was running past, and now he's called to play on. So inside half forward with the kick. Through the hands out the back was Rosie for the Power. Gave it off to Aliir. Back towards centre wing. Ball punched away to the front by Rivers. Picked up by Fritsch for Nam, and they'll come again. Neil Bullen received the forward hand pass. Sent it then to Hunter. Inside forward 50 wasn't great. Picked up by Chandler. Had a snap, and he keeps his record going of not kicking too many behinds. But he did miss everything. It went out on the full.
Nam by a point. Time on in the first. Adrian McAdam had 7 on debut and 10 in round 2.
Round 2.
Jamo?
Yes, okay. I was a little off. Still not a bad couple of games.
Farrell heads long for Yardaboldi up to the eastern side. Nice in front position, spoiled away by Grundy. Front and square was Horn Francis. Weaves through traffic. Hands it nonchalant towards Burn-Jones. Now Pal Pepper heads up towards the 50. Finlayson caught behind May. He tried to take it back with the flight. Went to ground. Lever gathers. Put Viney under a bit of pressure. Got a kick away late under the tackle, but turned it straight over. Williams in the square for the Power. Hands it across to Farrell. Throws it on the boot. Back where it came from. McEntee underneath it, as is Finlayson. Lever opposes him. Spills to the back. Gathered by Finlayson, who dribbles it through from 30. Finlayson's on the board, and he gives the Power the lead at the 25-minute mark of the opening term. 2-1-13 plays 1-2-8 on Grandstand AFL. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
And even more good news for Yardabolti now. Francis Evans has been patched up by the doctors, and he's sitting on the bench now, ready to come back on.
Oh, just that Finlayson too, like the contest, the kick, again, Pickett was the pressure in the middle of the ground. That was just the high kick by Farrell in the end. Football over the back, and as a defender, that's not where you want the football to be. And Finlayson was well out of the contest, and it's just dribbled straight to him. Lucky goal.
So good start from both sides, really. Conditions deteriorated halfway through the quarter. They've got a little better now. But that rain has settled on the grass. It'll make things a little bit slippery out of the middle. Nam comes with Grundy following up from his ruck tap. Got it to half forward. Boak picked it up for the Power. Off to Farrell. Straight back over their heads, and he found inside the centre square. He had his own man, Drew, who didn't through the kick well to half forward, but it's turned over again by Rivers for Nam, and inside 50, Poke spots up his man Finlayson, and he can kick 2 in the space of a minute.
Just kills you, doesn't it, too? Trent Rivers was the poor kick, and just a dinky kick deep in his 50, just straight to the opposition. Melbourne was set up to run and help and support, and Lever had no chance.
Look at an area where the Power have been terrific is their ground ball gets. When the ball hits the ground, and obviously with these conditions, it's going to spend a lot of time on the ground. Currently, they're +4 in the ground ball gets, looking really dangerous around the scramble.
A lot cleaner.
Yeah.
Apologies to Connor Rosie. It was Connor Rosie with the pass that found Finlayson, and then Finlayson's kick was a stray. Not happy with himself. Missed it to the left. So Yataboldi 2-2-14. Nam 1-2-8. Crossed over 26 minutes in the opening term.
May looks to exit for the Demons. The Larrakia man heads long out to the eastern side. Packer waits. Good fly there from McDonald, but just couldn't quite bring it down at the last moment. Lost it to Houston. Gave it to Lysett. McKenzie back inside 50. Scoreboard pocket. May in front position on Finlayson. The diving double fist didn't carry over the boundary line. Burne-Jones keeps it in. His handball astray. Charging through McEntee. Lost control of the wet footy. McVie gets it out for Nam to Viney. Then Oliver. Now May. Off a step. Again tries towards that eastern side. Big pack. Van Rooyen crunched in it all. Spills out to Horne-Francis. He got tackled. Lysett wrenches it out. Little 1-2 now between Drew and Wines. Heads inside 50. Over the head of Rosie. Burne-Jones is wrapped up by Grundy. Didn't really have a chance to dispose of it. So we'll get a ball up. 30 out. Slightly right of centre. Inside Yatabolti's attacking 50.
You still have to marvel at the skills of these guys. It's wet, the ball's slippery, but their ability to hit targets by hands under pressure is outstanding for both teams.
Grundy off the ruck contest. Had a fresh air at the ball in the end. On the ground, Horne-Francis fighting hard for the Power. Wine slipped a hand pass out. Now he got it back again. Over the head he went, dropping his shoulder into the tackle was Horne-Francis. Got taken high, and the umpire said that is a free kick for the Power.
Look, I think that's fair, Crossy. I think his head was over the footy. And just looking at the replay, I reckon that's there. You don't reckon?
It was close, wasn't it, too? He was keen to throw his head back.
Yeah.
Viney with his left knee heavily strapped was slow to get up, as was Grundy in that last contest, and then the ball came his way and he put his head down and went after Horne-Francis.
So you heard the siren in the background for quarter time. Horne-Francis is taking his time. He's got to tie up his shoelace on his left boot, and he will use the right one to kick for goal now. Now he's outside 50, but in reality, he'll kick probably from around 40 out, just to the right of the posts. After the siren for quarter time, Horne-Francis comes in and delivers for Port Adelaide. And so, Yatabolti at quarter time, 3-2-20, Nam 1-2-8 at the Adelaide Oval.
Goal scorers at the first break, all individual for Yatabolti, Pepper, Finlayson and Horne-Francis. How special is that? All three Indigenous players for Yatabolti tonight on the board in the opening term. And for Nam, Cade Chandler had the opener of the evening. It is the Power by 12 points, 3-2-20 plays 1-2-8. Great to have you with us for the opener of Sir Doug Nicholls round on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
This winter, get ready for 8 weeks of cricket like you have never heard before.
One of the most dramatic mornings Test cricket you'll ever see.
The World Test Championship final.
Cullen's on his way. Coley is forward. Driving, caught by Green. Coley out for 4.
The Women's Ashes.
Beaumont's who struck on the pad, and Perry's appealing, and she's got another one. High fives for the Australian.
And a rivalry bigger than the game itself. The Ashes.
Goes and bowls to Smith, who works on away. There it is. 200, and he'll take another for luck as well.
Grandstand cricket.
The Ashes.
Every ball, live and commercial free this winter with ABC Sport.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Corner comes in, sprays it a little bit out to the right. It's on the line. It's come to Pepper and over his head, if you don't mind. Over his head for a goal.
Yeah, the rain has now started, guys. It's getting a little bit heavier. It was drizzle before. It's a bit more than that now.
A little bit? That sounds heavy. McEntee underneath it, as is Finlayson. Lever opposes him. Spills to the back. Gathered by Finlayson, who dribbles it through from 30. Finlayson's on the board, and he gives the Power the lead.
The 2023 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
The Adelaide Power with the early lead over the Narm Demons to open Sir Doug Nicholls Indigenous round. The Power by 12 points, 3-2-20, plays 1-2-8. All three Indigenous players for Yardabulti tonight on the board in the opening term. Pepper, Finlayson and Horn Francis. We are asking you your favourite Indigenous moments on the text line 0437 774 774. Marcus in South Melbourne says, Jamo will remember Andrew McLeod's game against the Doggies to help get the Crows into the grand final.
Prelim. Yep. Absolute star. I remember there was a game early on as well where we played Hawthorn. We're down most of the night. Humbly, I was able to intercept in the back line, ran it down, and that's the highlight where deep in the left pocket at Football Park, I think it was Chris Mew or Ray Jenke, he got around in the pocket and just dribbled it through for a goal. Just stayed on his feet, just really hugely talented.
So really you were the cattle.
I was the
That's what you're trying to say.
from 100 metres away.
The game itself, gents, we spoke a bit about it in the pre-game. Melbourne, number one for restricting scores per inside 50, and it felt that way early. Port Adelaide had plenty of it, weren't getting on the scoreboard. The floodgates opened in those final 10 minutes there, Josh.
Yeah, and just looking at some of the KPIs, and these are KPIs I'll look at every single week in terms of how a side's performing. The contested possessions, Port Adelaide +2, the tackle count +2. And we mentioned the ground ball gets towards the end of that first quarter. It ended up even, but Port Adelaide looked really dangerous when that loose ball went on the ground, and they were really quite clean, and their ability to hit the targets by hand was outstanding. I guess the other thing from Port Adelaide's perspective, in terms of their ball movement, obviously they've done their homework, which all clubs do on the opposition, and obviously Melbourne for tonight's game, they look to sort of be quite methodical in their back half, their ability to sort of change the angles. We saw Butters a couple of times hit some long 45s back into the corridor, and then they're able to get a bit of speed on the ball. And initially, once they went inside their forward 50, the ball hit the ground. Port Adelaide's forwards weren't able to apply enough pressure and it rebounded, but I thought as the quarter wore on, they started to win that battle ahead of the footy.
Which is highlighted too, 28 marks to 11. Yeah. So they're actually the uncontested 71 to 49. So they're actually controlling the football and working the way through, which is exactly what we spoke pre-game about, how to manoeuvre and get through the defence of Narms.
Yeah, and I guess the pleasing thing from Port Adelaide's perspective is forward of centre, they're actually looking to generate speed, and they're not actually trying to march their way the whole way up the ground, if that makes sense. So they're, as I said, they're methodical in their back half. They're looking for that uncontested mark, looking to change angles to make Melbourne defend, and then they're looking for that handball receive and going deep inside their forward 50. And at times, they're playing it smart because they're lowering their eyes and making the Melbourne defenders accountable.
So again, I think the Yardabulti defence has been good, but it's 47 kicks to 41 handballs. So for Narm, so the kick to handball ratio almost 1-to-1. Get rid of that. In these conditions, you just got to cover the ground and put the pressure back on the defence of your opposition. They've gone in high. They've relied on the big. So you got Tom McDonald up there. You got Grundy up there. You got Van Ruin up there. May not be the night for it. So they might have to consider how they go forward.
11 touches to Oliver early, 8 for Hunter for Narm, and for Yardabulti, 12 to Butters, 11 to Rosie, and 9 for Farrell. And all individual goal scorers so far, Pepper, Finlayson, Horn Francis and Chandler. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you for the call. Roy Jamieson, Josh Franco, your experts. Liz Walsh down on the boundary. I might just check in with Liz. Has the rain fully stopped now, Liz?
It certainly has. I am actually saturated because it just started so quickly and then came on so heavily and then it was gone. So there is no rain here. I've looked on the radar. Hopefully it's all gone for the rest of the night, but the ground is definitely wet.
And one of the things we spoke about pre-game was the centre bounce battle. And obviously Port Adelaide had to be really conscious of it. At the moment, 3-1, the Power's way.
Yardabulti by 12. There's a free kick in the ruck contest against Gawn. It'll go Scott Lycett's way. Thoughts so with Liz downstairs. Hopefully the weather does stay away.
Well, Drew went to Jack Vine. He's had 7 tackles already, Aaron.
Lycett hands it off to Houston inside 50. Burton crunched the pack. Bowie stood strong. The Demons exit out towards centre half back off a couple of hands. Drew does gather. Gives it to Butters. Now Rosie. Gets around Pickett, heads into the left forward pocket, getting a run and a fly. What a mark, Burton. launched himself into the air, took it at its highest point, 20 out, slightly left of centre.
Well, traditionally Burton's played as a defender, hasn't he? And obviously with Dixon out and Marshall out, they've made the move to put him forward. And I guess sort of go back 20 seconds, Batman and Robin, Rosie and Butters, again really influential in that kick inside forward 50 to Burton's advantage, and he took a terrific contested mark.
Had a goal last week after Todd Marshall was subbed out of the game, and now he has a goal tonight. Ryan Burton on the board, and Port Adelaide advanced to a 3-goal lead. 4-2, 26 plays, 1-2-8. Yada Bolte up the 1 minute mark of the second term on Grandstand AFL.
It's just so hard to win that centre clearance at the best of time, isn't it? Let alone giving away a free kick and then it going forward into your forward line or the defence area. And then when you've got Zach Butters and Connor Rosie, like they're just crisscrossing each other, that short handball, trying to follow and manoeuvre your defence around that, the quick movement. And he is, Ryan Burton, he's a talented player, struggled with injury, got back into the team, predominantly back, you're right, because of his run and rebound, the way he uses the football, but in front of goal, that's his, I think, 3rd goal for the season.
And what Lycett's been able to do is disrupt both Gawn and Grundy and bring the ball into a scramble. Then Port Adelaide have been able to get their quicks onto it.
And again, ball goes to ground, picked up by Drew for Port, and away he goes to half forward, low and hard, finds Pal Pepper low down. Pal Pepper says, let's just settle down.
He's a true forward, isn't he?
Yeah, here he goes.
Except I thought he was a little too far out. He's banged it long as he played on with a little skirt to his right. And in the end, he was about 5 metres short of the goal line and to the right. And it was Lever, I think, who came across and knocked it over the boundary line for the Demons. We'll get a throw in. It's only 5 metres around from the goal face at that River Torrens end of the ground.
Toss back into play. Finlayson up against Gawn. Neither got a clean tap. Salem was waiting at the back, immediately wrapped up by Burn-Jones. Bowie put his head over it. Somehow came out to Pickett, who leant into the tackle and certainly was coat-hangered.
Oh, yeah.
Umpire didn't fall for it and calls the ball up, 25 out.
That was a free kick. I think you missed that one.
Yeah. I reckon he dropped the shoulder, but only slightly. Tossed up. Gawn wins it down, straight to Oliver. Missed the boot in the end. Ricochets out towards Evans. Head strapped after the blood rule. Gave it off to Pal Pepper. Now Bonner centres his kick. Burton charging out. Couldn't quite get there up against Hibberd. Gawn gets the clearance for Nam, but only as far as Houston, who was waiting 45 out straight in front. The errant kick from the Demons skipper hits the Yada Bolte defender.
It was interesting, Aaron. You talk about the errant kick, but the pressure from Port Adelaide forced that quick kick out of deep in their D50 for the Ds and landed in the lap of Houston.
Yada Bolte have just been so clean.
Yeah.
The conditions are wet and slippery, but they're doing it a lot better.
2-2 for the year, Dan Houston. From 50 metres, massive kick, but it's across the face for a minor score on the right-hand side. 4-3-27, Yada Bolte. Nam 1-2-8 as we approach the 4 minute mark. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Rod Jamison, Josh Franco with you on Grandstand AFL. On the text line, one of our listeners from Freo says, Stephen Coops' specky against the Saints is my favourite Indigenous moment.
May plays on from fullback for the Demons, drives it long. Ball comes straight off the pack to Pal Pepper. His hand pass to Bonner, who lost it in the tackle. Umpire now has spotted her throwing the ball. I think it might have been against Oliver. It's come to Rosie. And the power goes deep and May takes an intercept mark. So Nam will come away under pressure. All of a sudden it's a 19-point game, 4.5 minutes in to the second term.
Keep him off the cans, a good pre-season. He's a quality player, isn't he?
May.
Yep. Do you coach him?
No.
So he's gone short to Salem, and Salem from near the boundary line on this broadcast sign down the line, and a strong intercept mark taken by Bergman for the power.
Former pick 14 in the number 14. Heads from centre wing all the way to the right forward pocket. 2-on-2 awaits. Finlayson caught behind and spalled away over the boundary line in front of Brayshaw to be tossed back into play, 45 out.
And just going back to Bergman, gee whiz, he's been influential this year, hasn't he? I reckon if you're his manager, you're just sharpening that pencil. Obviously holding out till the end of the year as the dialogue and the narrative's been, but he's a star in the making, Bergman.
Team Brogan said on SA Grandstand he thinks he's out the door, considering he hasn't signed.
Originally from Victoria too, Sandringham.
Toss back into play. Gawn slapped it down in the path of Brayshaw, couldn't gather. Butters overruns it as well. Pickett slaps it out towards Gawn. Handball back to Cozzy. Now inside to Salem, looking to exit for Nam. Good smother from Burne-Jones. Spills out to Rivers, who walks the footy over, with Butters coming his way.
Again, the Power's pressure's been outstanding, denying time and space for Melbourne to dispose of the footy correctly, and it's just that second and third and fourth wave coming in, just able to affect the turnovers.
Time inside their forward 50, I'm sure, predominantly all this quarter. 5-0 in this quarter, 4-1 tackles in favour of Yadabaldi.
Ball comes in 35 around from the goal face, and off the ruck contest, Gawn probably favoured, but then nobody could get it out once it hit the ground. Umpire throws it up. Gawn tries to smack it forward. Rosie intercepts for the Power. Gave it off to Bonner off the left foot. He was on his left foot and he sent it long and he sent it wide for the minor score. Extends the margin to 20 points in favour of Yadabaldi.
We saw it a couple of weeks ago against Essendon. Port Adelaide's goal kicking was really poor. It sort of smells like that a bit at the moment. They've missed some really easy opportunities in front of goal.
They're yet to really blow out a top-tier team. Yeah. It's only really those lower ends. Otherwise, they always leave the door open. Salem for Nam exits towards centre-half back. Off a couple of hands, there's about 10 players around the footy. Rosie finally gets it, heads inside 50, looking for Evans. Couldn't control it. Boat taken out of it without the footy, and he's caught one, I reckon, to the hip. Very ginger as he drops to ground. Drew gathers, hands it towards Butters. He turned it straight over to Langdon. Little 1-2 with Gawn. Now Brayshaw across defensive 50 to May. He exits to the broadcast wing.
I reckon you'll find, Aaron, what dude, Boak is still down. Jack Viney's hip and shouldered him, and he was injured in the trial game against West Coast. He missed a couple of games.
Rib injury.
Yeah.
Van Rooyen has the footy for Nam, but turns it straight over as he heads to centre wing. Houston was floating in the hole and cuts it off, and Boak's still in the hands of a couple of trainers. Really ginger.
That's hurt him. We're just having a look on the replay here. Yeah, just a good, strong physical contest.
They're feeling around that kidney area. So ball goes inside 50 for the Power. Intercept mark taken by May. Straight across goals he goes to Rivers. Rivers decides to play on straight away. Tries to chip it just to the 50 and gets away with it. Bowie took it. Hand passed off to Rivers. One bounce. They're out on centre wing on the eastern side. Down to half forward goes the kick to Chandler. Took a nice mark, the little man. Arced around left foot. Inside 50. Good kick. Fritsch low down was the only one who was going to take that. And so he marks it 45 out. Hard against the boundary line on the eastern side of the Adelaide Oval.
They had the numbers there. They had Gawn going there, McDonald going there, Van Rooyen going there, all arms up in the air, and they went wide to Fritsch.
And we spoke about Port Adelaide's entries inside their forward 50. They don't just want to bomb the ball. That kick from Houston is probably as far from what they actually want. Intercepted by May, and it set up that rebound and that offensive movement from the Ds.
So Fritsch comes in with his left foot wide out. He's not going to make the distance. Huge pack. Gawn tried to kick it mid-air. It's caught in and under, and Horne-Francis taken the ground. Somehow it spat out of the tackle that was made by Viney, and it went over the line for the minor score. So Port rush it through ultimately, and it's the Power 4-4-28. Melbourne 1-3-9 will go down to the boundary line. Liz Walsh.
Yeah, Travis Boakes decided to stay out there after talking to the doctor, but you can tell the Port doctor is keeping a really close eye on him from boundary down here.
Yadabaldi up to centre wing. McEntee flicked a handball forward in the path of Finlayson. He paddled it to Burne-Jones. Oliver's on his tail. Big, heavy tackle. Brought him to ground. Spills out to McEntee again. For the Power. Tried to get it to Wines. Bounces off a couple like a pinball. Coming through Evans. Put his body on the line. Trying to get it to Wines. It spills to the back. Rivers can clear for Nam. Just a hit in hope. Out to the eastern outer wing. On the bounce. Trying to shepherd it as Williams leaving it for Jonas. But he fumbled. Has to go again. And Spargo hits him hard this time. Heavy tackle that brings him to ground. We'll get a ball up forward of centre wing for Nam.
Tommy Jonas doesn't need any open space, does he? No. Really, he needs the congested, be able to shut down, use his body to be able to do it. Lucky to sprint that football.
Leading with his head after he's already had a concussion this season. Burne-Jones off the pack, or rather Butters off the pack, over to Horne-Francis. Went centrally for the Power, found Bonner. So Bonner backs up. Just ahead of the centre circles, goes inside 50 and long with the kick. Evans was there. McEntee was there, and then a poor hand pass out into space. Followed up, slapped it towards Butters, stood up in the tackle. Hand pass forward to Lord. And there's Evans again. Received it and received punishment as well. Taken over the boundary line. About 30 around from the goal face. Left forward pocket for the Power.
Lever just anticipated where that end handball was going to end up and took it across the line.
Yadabolti by 19. Gorn in front position, won it down straight to Walliver. Got it on the bounce when Francis wrapped him up pretty quickly. Butters took it away, gave it to Evans. Now Houston snaps from 45. Houston with an excellent goal. It's all Port Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval right now. Yadabolti up by 25 points. 5-4-34. Plays Narms 1-3-9. 11 minutes into the second term on Grandstand AFL. Your experts, Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
We're just looking through some of the statistics, and without sounding like a broken record, we spoke about the concern for the Power going into this game was the stoppages. So they had Lycett up against Gorn and Grundy. And at the moment, we're looking at those numbers, 6-0. So Melbourne are down 6-0 this quarter in clearances, and 2 of those have been centre bounce. So that would be a real concern for the D's at the moment.
Down to Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Travis Boak has come from the ground now. He seems okay, but he and Max Gawn were having a lot of words with each other. I don't know what's gone on the field, but something has gone on between those two players.
Well, it'll be Narm to take the ball from the centre straight away. There was an off-the-ball incident involving Powell Pepper, so he's conceded the ball. Now the Power get back control through Horn Francis deep inside defensive 50. Picked up by Farrell, got away from about 3 or 4 and then sent it long towards centre wing. Off hands it comes. In dispute on the ground, May picks it up. Hand passes to Viney. Narm on the attack. Brayshaw gave it to Rivers. Rivers drops it in short, almost intercepted. Fritsch picks it up. Tries to get through one, hand pass to Rivers. Then it went back to Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen to the top of the goal square. Numbers there with Port Adelaide. Taken away by Farrell and then rushed through straight away as the ball came to him. Aaliyah was content to see it through. And now the margin, 24 points in favour of the home team, the Power.
Gee whiz, Aaliyah was outstanding in that marking contest. Yeah. Grundy had pole position and he just managed to get a fist to it and affect the spoil.
Try to take it on the chest, though. Get your hands up.
Dylan Williams for Yadabolti heads to the eastern side.
It's easy from up here in the
Packer wakes, and I think it's Falcon Stephen May who went to ground and received a free against Lord, but the ball certainly hit him, I reckon.
He's done a great job.
He's popped back up. It heads back inside 50 to the scoreboard pocket. On the lead for Narm. McDonald nearly got it at the third bite. Dropped it as he went to ground. Horn Francis wrapped up by a couple. Somehow got the handball out to Houston. Now Drew turns straight into Petrarca, who brought him down just outside the 50. Wines now. Gives it off to Burne-Jones. The Power on the exit. A rolling ball. Ollie Lord slid in with the slide tackle and completely took out Lever. He pops up okay, but it is a free kick to Narm. Gee, that was dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Yeah. That's why they brought the rule in, wasn't it?
To be fair, Lever was just taking cover. He just knew what was coming. And Arm's gone inside forward 50. It's off hands. It comes to McDonald. He couldn't get a clean disposal away. Van Rooyen picked it up, just strode towards goal. Got a shot on goal, but away to the left. And as is not atypical here at the Adelaide Oval, the home fans not happy, never happy when a decision goes against their side. That margin now 23 points.
I think it was like 6-1 or even now it's 8-7. Freeze in favour of Yadabolti.
Yadabolti 2 goals 2 to Narm's 3 behinds in this second term. So home side certainly with some of the momentum.
Nam having a purple patch, just keeping it in there forward 50. Port out the other side.
Aaliyah heads along up the eastern wing. He's looking for Burne-Jones, caught behind Bowie, stuck a boot out, ricocheted out, bounced off Horn Francis, back to Drew, kicks inside 50 for Yadabolti. Lever was waiting back, gave it to May, clearing kick under a bit of pressure. Horn Francis incredibly strong, held his ground in the air as the toughest of all D's midfielders, Viney, crunched him, pops up, heads short, gives it to Rosie, points for home, man on the mark, 50 out, 45-degree angle to the left.
And once again, a really smart kick.
Rosie hands it off, out wide, Farrell from 55, heads towards the goal square. Hunter, the double slap through for the minor score. Yadabolti back up by 24 points. 5-5-35 plays 1-5-11, 15 minutes into the second term. On the text line, Albie from Scarborough says, wow, I can't split my favourite Indigenous moment between Cyril Rioli's goal of the year, Isaac Rankin's first ever goal for the Suns, By the way, Jamo is by far the best commentator ever. Another fan for you, Jamo?
Let's all just go
home.
home.
Albie to your Christmas list?
Let's all go home. Leave it to Jamo. So Petrarca has the ball and sends it down the line for Nam.
There's a big laugh from the back of the box then.
Good mark taken there by McDonald. McDonald plays on now. Straight down the line. Grundy floats across the front. Oh, he had a second opportunity to pull it in and didn't. It's knocked away. It's come to Chandler. Chandler off the left foot. Inside 50 and high. Anything could happen. It's come off hands, and it was Fritsch flying across the front who's going to be penalised for a high shot on Wines. I don't think it was anything deliberate. I think he just went for the ball. Managed to get him high. I'll have another look on replay with our experts.
Yeah, no, too easy. Yeah. Riley Fritsch just going for the footy. Eyes on the footy all the way through.
Now a little bit of push and shove. Takes his kick. Sends it back towards centre wing.
Brayshaw can gather for Nam, hands it off to McVie, looks inside to Spargo, darts around Rosie, snaps from 45, it was low, it was pinpoint, he knew where he was headed to, and he hits Bailey Fritsch on the chest, 20 out, slide angle to the right.
Wow, just really smart the last probably 5 or 6 minutes. Nam have been able to keep it in their forward area. Port Adelaide got out of there at times, but just haven't been able to repel, but they're getting it in there and a little bit cleaner in this second quarter.
Yeah.
So the Demons at quarter time had their lowest score of the season, headed towards their lowest halftime score. Can Bailey Fritsch change their fortunes? Stabs at it from 30, but it's a great kick. Nam with their second goal of the evening. Now trail by 18 points. 5-5-35 Yada Balti. Nam 2-5-17. As we approach the 18-minute mark of the second term on Grandstand AFL.
And that's probably the last kick the Power want coming out of their D50 is that long kick down the line that comes back with interest. And McKenzie there on Fritsch just had no opportunity whatsoever to affect that ball coming inside their forward 50. Almost unopposed in the end.
Nam have got their kick to handball ratio a little bit better, just going at 28 kicks, 19 handballs. So again, covering the distance, putting the defence under pressure. Conversely, Yada Balti have gone the other way. They've 31 handballs, 29 kicks. So that's not the ratio you're after.
So, hit-outs across the match thus far, 6-1 in favour of the Demons as we wait for the umpire to put the ball in the air again. It'll be Grundy to go against Lysett, and it'll be Lysett who had the tap-out. As it turns out, it fell to Brayshaw, then Grundy following up, lost it. Brayshaw followed up again. Wines took it away. And Port Adelaide through Boak, out wide on the wing. Rosie goes deep inside forward 50 for the Power. Lever knocks it down. His running mate in May was there. Hibbard was there. He lost control of the ball. It comes back to McEntee for the Power. And then for Butters, and he just soccers it forward. Horne-Francis picked it up, dropped the knees. May took him in the tackle, and the umpire said, give it to me. Straight out in front of the goal face, 20 metres.
He's been an absolute saviour, hasn't he, in this first quarter and a half too. Petrarca, Oliver, one disposal each in this quarter alone.
Grundy won it down. Palpepper nearly got a shot on goal. Just tackled at the last moment. Lord got a kick, but smothered by Petrarca. Spills to the left forward pocket for Yada Balti. Langdon soccers it out of the air, straight to the boundary line. And umpire says deliberate. Free kick to Yada Balti, and Zach Butters will take the pill outside the boundary line, the tightest of angles from 40 out.
Tell you what, Scott Lysett take a bow as well. That last centre bounce, his ability again to bring the ball into scramble and then affect a tackle to cause the turnover that gets the inside 50 for Port Adelaide was outstanding. They can then reset, get the stoppage, build the pressure and force the error for Melbourne.
As you've highlighted, 8 clearances to 0 in this second quarter.
So Zach Butters starts on the fence, opens the angle, he'll kick from 49, starting left, and so far wide that it'll be out on the full. No score to Yada Balti, up by 18 points as we approach time on. 5-5-35 plays Nams 2-5-17. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Trent McKenzie for Yada Balti has just been in the hands of the trainers, and the doctor, it looks like he's had some kind of issue inside his mouth. He looks okay, but I'll keep an eye on him for you.
So it was Oliver. The kick came from Lever down the line, and then Oliver gave the hand pass out, and it was kicked out on the full in the end there. So it'll be a free kick for the power Houston to take it inside 50. He goes and long and deep into the pocket, and May slaps it away. Comes to Powell Pepper from that, and Oliver tackles him over the boundary line, right on defensive 50 for the Demons. We'll get a throw in. We're into time on in the second term.
I'd like to see a game of chicken between those two.
Yardabolti by 18. Toss back in just outside the 50 for them. Gawn almost taken out of it by Lord. Wanted the free, won't be paid. Langdon wrapped up by a couple. We'll get a ball up closer to the square. Lee Howson to toss it in the air. A late addition to the 4 umpires tonight. Lysett won it down straight to Petrarca, though, fumbled. Houston gathered, got it wide to Drew. Now back to Butters. The power into the centre square. Williams marks. Standing the mark is Chandler.
Just worked for him every time, hasn't it?
Williams heads to the left forward pocket. Wines was in space. Oliver came back with the flight and completely clean bowled him. Free kick to Ollie Wines. It was a dangerous effort. Not sure what he was trying to do. He jumped knee first into Ollie Wines, who's popped back up okay. Will take his set shot from 25 out, tight angle to the left.
Again, it's that risk v reward kick when you decide to hit that long sort of lateral kick back into the corridor. You turn it over, you run the risk of it going back with interest to the opposition. But once again, Butters, we've seen it in the first quarter, and again on that occasion, just exquisite skills.
2-2 for the year, Ollie Wines. He'll kick from 35, leans back, starts left and won't come back. Minor score for Yardabolti, up by 19 points, 5-6-36 to 2-5-17, 22 minutes into the second. And there's a little bit of that Essendon game again.
14 inside 50s in this quarter for 2 goal 4. They could just...
Inaccuracy really hurting the home side as May exits to the broadcast wing.
Long he goes. Ball gets over the back. Butters picks it up for the power. Looks centrally, looks wide, and then eventually decides just to hack a ball forward. Comes to ground. And then push forward Petrarca. Haven't called a lot of him in the first half. Gave it off to Viney, and then wide he went with the hand pass to Hunter. Down the line, looking for Grundy. Aaliyah brought the ball to ground and then gave it to Williams. Flipped it over his head to Butters. He put the kick to Wines. The ball had been touched. Umpire called play on. Wines just handballed into space. And then Hunter's caught for the Demons, forcing a ball up. That wasn't pretty, but it was desperate. And that's what we've seen in this first half.
Stephen May, 9 disposals this quarter, 8 kicks, 89%.
Gawn won it down to Brayshaw, gave it to Oliver. Now McVie, there's a whistle coming back. Port Adelaide free kick for a high tackle. It will go the way of Travis Boak. Interestingly, Angus Brayshaw is handballing with his palm, so the footy must be pretty waterlogged out there. Boak heads into the right forward pocket. May entangled with Lord, got a fist on it. Spills out, Butters charging onto the footy, 40 out, couldn't gather. It's a clearing kick from Petrarca. Hits it up towards the corridor. Back with the flight. Bergman gathers on the bounce, up against Van Rooyen. Gives it off to Farrell. He kicks to left half forward for Yardabolti and hits Burne-Jones. Too far out to score. Inside 50 coming.
Burne-Jones drops it in just outside 50. The lead up for Burton takes the mark. He is a long kick, but normally on the run. We must remember, he's already got one for the night.
And that's the kick Port Adelaide have to keep taking. Make the Melbourne defenders, keep them honest, make them defend rather than dropping back to support that high long ball in. Great, really smart kick to Burton.
Could be a hammer blow as Burton has an opportunity, right? On the half-time. No, he's away to the right, and then Grundy takes virtually an uncontested mark for the D's in the left-back pocket and says, let's just slow things down, and then he hand passes straight off to May. He goes outside 50 looking for Gawn, and they come over the top of Gawn and knock the ball over the line. A little bit of aggro there added to it from Ollie Lord.
I was going to say, stuck a knee into Gawn on the way down and let him know about it as well. He's only in his 4th game, but he's letting the veteran know.
And Zach comes over and puts his big body into Max.
Toss back into play, right half forward. Yardabolti currently up by 18 points. Lysett won it down, but Brayshaw was at the back. Clearing kick up to the broadcast wing. Aaliyah up against Gawn. Couldn't control it. McDonald gathered. Gave it to Oliver. Now Hunter for Nam. Heads up to left half forward. He was pushed as he kicked it, and it carries over the boundary line. Free kick to Aaliyah.
I reckon even in the last 5 minutes, it seems like every possession that the D's are getting is under pressure. Port Adelaide ability to close space and time has been outstanding.
And that's what Simon Goodwood attributed their loss to Essendon here during gather round 2 was pressure and their lack of. Lear's kick to a pack wasn't great. Off a couple of hands, Hunter gathers his handball in hope. No one ahead of him. 3 power players. It bounces over the line. They want deliberate, but won't get it. It'll be tossed back into play in front of the benches.
Aaron, I guess that goes back to my original comment when I thought the D's are a little bit flaky. When you apply a maximum amount of pressure, do they have enough players that can stand up and absorb that and go back at the opposition? And at the moment, Port Adelaide all over them.
Grundy taken down by Lycett, came off the pack. Brayshaw inside forward 50. Fritsch leads up, takes a strong mark, jumped high to take it on the chest ahead of McKenzie. So the D's will get a shot at goal close to half time. Bailey Fritsch just pointing where he thinks the mark is. The umpire, meanwhile, goes about the job of actually setting the angle. Fritsch backs up past the point of the centre square. So he's going to have to kick this one again, around about that 55 margin. So Fritsch comes in only just to the left of the goals. Kicks it along, kicks it straight. Has he kicked it far enough? Yes, he has. Good finish. Bailey Fritsch with his second of the evening. And Nam get one back. 3-5-23, plays 5-6-36. Very close to half-time now. 26 minutes down in the second term on Grandstand AFL.
I'm actually just trying to look on the AFL app here to see time in possession, and in their wisdom, they've removed it, Josh. But it just feels like Port Adelaide, who Yada Baldy have just had it so much in this second quarter for 2-4, 17 inside 50s, and Melbourne have got it forward on 8 occasions for 2-3 and only find themselves 13 points behind.
And interestingly enough as well, when you talk about field position and time in forward half, statistically, if you look at the clearance count, that was the D's second clearance for the quarter. They go inside forward 50, kick a goal, but they just can't get their hands on the footy around the stoppages.
Which is incredible when it's Gawn and Grundy and Scott Lycett tonight, who is not Port Adelaide's first choice ruckman.
Yep.
Grundy's only taken the one mark, and that was deep in defence only a couple of minutes ago.
6-6-6 violation. Looks like Brayshaw was on the wing instead of being a defensive 50. It'll be tossed up in the middle. Grundy wins it down for Nam, looking for Viney. Couldn't quite control it. Lycett slides in, immediately tackled by Grundy. Ball trickles out to Petrarca. Tried to get it off to Viney. It bounced off his boot straight to Boak, who's wrapped up immediately. Ball up to come in the centre square.
Travis Boak's pulled up okay, considering that hit that Viney gave him early. He's picked up a few touches.
Lycett wins it down. Viney was awaiting it, slapped out of his hands. Drew just soccers off the deck for Yada Balti up towards the 50. Got past Finlayson. May gathers at the back. Evans brings him down. Rosie capitalises and instead of heading for home, looks across unselfishly and hits Bonner. He'll do the same. Turns, pops it short, finds Burne-Jones. 35 out, 45-degree angle to the left.
And once again, off the back of Port Adelaide's pressure, they win the centre bounce clearance, they go forward. And again, the usual suspects, the small forwards of Port Adelaide, influencing the play. And, gee whiz, you keep talking about this Rosie and Butters combination. His ability just to show a little bit of composure, didn't blaze, found the free inside forward 50. He's a star.
22 and 23, those two. Future midfield. It's going to be around for a long time.
Yeah. He's had 23 disposals, not even half time yet.
Yeah.
So Darcy Burne-Jones, the All-Australian backman, heads for home inside the 50. Just hits the left-hand goalpost. Minor score, 5-7, 37. Yada Balti, Melbourne 3-5-23 as we approach the 13-minute mark of this second term on Grandstand AFL.
Has been a great goal-kicking display by either side. It's certainly kept Melbourne in the hunt as May plays on. Goes long for the Demons. Over the back, the ball falls. On the ground. Still no clean possession. Finally picked up by Gawn for the Demons. Goes inside 50 with a kick. Van Rooyen was there, but handling it cleanly was Bergman. Not the cleanest of kicks, but good enough to deny the Demons a score. And at half-time, in the Sir Doug Nicholls round here at the Adelaide Oval, Port's probably not done great things in the half in terms of in front of goal, but they certainly lead comfortably at half-time. It's Yada Balti, 5-7-37, plays Nam 3-5-23.
Goal scorers at the major break for Yada Balti, all individual: Powell-Pepper, Burton, Houston, Finlayson and Horne-Francis. For Nam, 2 to Fritsch and 1 to Chandler. It is the Demons' lowest score at the major break since round 16 of 2021. So obviously kept down to 3-5-23 that day. They were 3-6-24 up against the Giants. And Port Adelaide, meanwhile, we've touched on it a fair bit through that quarter. Could have easily closed the door if they were a bit more accurate in front of goal, but this blockbuster continues at the Adelaide Oval, and it's still anyone's ball game. The home side up by 12 at quarter time and now 14 at the major break. The text line 0437 774 774. If you do want to get in touch, we are asking you your favourite Indigenous moments as part of Sir Doug Nicholls' round, but I have to read out this text from Mark in Tasmania purely because it references the two best players of all time, Polly Farmer and Barry Cable. They could both handball as far as they could kick it, and these days they would still be able to hit a target. So that's from Mark in Tasmania. Jamo, Josh, what'd you make of that opening half?
Well, I'm surprised at the response of Nam tonight, particularly in that second quarter. Yadabaldi are all over him, and just having a look at some of the... It's Stephen May. He's had 12 disposals in that second quarter just alone. Brayshaw in the back half, Rivers in the back half, Salem in the back half, and Fritsch 4, Langdon on the wing. So the top 6, 5 of them are defenders, and the other ones are forward. Like, that's just the midfield has just gone missing at the moment too, which is credit to Yadabaldi and the way that they've been able to do it. So to be only 14 points in it at this particular time, it's an absolute credit to the way they're actually playing offensively and defensively.
Absolutely. And if you look at some of those KPIs, again, the tackle count, they were +3, Port Adelaide in that quarter. Contested footy, they were 36-32, so +4, the Powers way, and the ground ball gets. So Port Adelaide's ability to get on that loose ball, they were +2 in that quarter as well. So in terms of, I reckon, field position, but also statistically, they almost dominated Melbourne. Melbourne did have their periods throughout that second quarter. They weren't able to really capitalise on it, but I thought the Power's intent around the scramble, their pressure on the opposition, and denying the D's time and space was outstanding.
When you have a look at the top 10, 12 players, Butters, Rosie, then it's May, Wines, Drew, then it's Oliver, Farrell, Houston, Williams, Bonner.
Yeah.
And they're tackling, they're huge tackling. Like Rosie's had 4 tackles, Wines has had 3 tackles, Drew's had 6. So it's at the moment you can just see they're just winning the football and controlling it. And May's just been outstanding. Lever's doing his job, but they just can't get the football back past their centre line.
No, and that's been the feature of the Powers game over the last 5 or 6 weeks, hasn't it? They've been the number one pressure team in the competition, and we're seeing it again tonight. As I said, their ability to deny time and space to the opposition, and they're almost smelling blood at the moment. So it's not just that first wave or the second wave. There's the third and fourth and fifth coming through, which again is forcing dirty ball ahead when Melbourne are under pressure trying to kick it. Port Adelaide is set up really well behind the footy with Aaliyah doing a terrific job, and Mackenzie as well, and they're able to rebound. The concern for the Power at the moment, and I hate to say it, but is their goal kicking. We saw it a couple of weeks ago against Essendon. They've kicked 7 points, but I would say at least 4 or 5 of those have been relatively simple shots on goal, which they've missed. So potentially that could come back and bite them.
I think Simon Goodwin was just saying, you blokes, have a look at this, sort it out.
Yep.
That's pretty much all. I think that's all he would need to say, because they know where they sit right now and what has just happened in that first half. And I don't know if Yadabaldi have got a knockout punch to be able to do it, if they're not being able to, do what you're suggesting, is that they just haven't been able to finish off. And if they lift Nam in the middle of the ground, then they've got the targets up forward. The balls are going to be a little bit drier come the early part of this third quarter. Hang on to your hats.
During the week, Angus Brayshaw actually said our game plan is all about contest and defence. And when we don't bring that DNA, we lose. Essendon beat us by beating us around the contest. And in 2021, when they won the flag, they were the best defensive team in the league. So when you look at tonight, I mean, cold, wet weather footy at times. Petrarca comes in with a bit of an ankle niggle. He says he's fine, but he's only got 7 at the half. Jack Viney only has 5. Does it feel like maybe they're just not stepping up to the moment?
Well, interesting as well, when you talk about the best defensive team, and whether you agree or not with this, Jam, I'm not sure, but a lot of that is an outcome of pressure on the ball. When you talk about those KPIs, which I keep banging on about in terms of the contested possession, the tackle count, the ground ball gets, those sort of statistics which paint a really clear picture on how your side's performing in that sort of layer 1 where the footy is, in that phone box sort of area, and how you're performing when the opposition have got the footy. Are you denying them time and space, or do they have the opposition time to dispose of the ball and make decisions without pressure? So a lot of their, again, we talk about sides that are really good defensively, but they're also complementing that is their ability to win that contested ball and pressure the opposition. And at the moment, we're not seeing it from the Ds.
Yeah.
Yep.
A couple of texts to read through before we head to the news, and we'll give you some scores as well from around the country, and also the state game that was the curtain raiser today.
Saw a little bit of that.
Big result for the home side. Michael says, Butters, Rosie, Hornet, how good is it having those three as the next generation midfield, and also no Dixon, no Marshall, massive effort from the power.
Butters 23, Rosie 18 and Horn Francis with 9 up to half-time.
And Rex from New South Wales says, my favourite Indigenous moment was watching the Cracker brothers play for North Melbourne.
Phil.
BJ's also flicked us a text. I'm going to give him a whack here. He says, all the other stations are broadcasting the game between Port Adelaide and Melbourne. What game is ABC broadcasting? Go woke, you've lost me. Well, both clubs have rebranded tonight. Their official names are Yada Balti and Nam. So that is how we are calling them tonight.
Weird.
Power and the Demons. Yada Balti and Nam is part of Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous Round. It is about acknowledgement, education, recognition. And it's great to see these two clubs get on it. Obviously, Melbourne were the instigators last year. We've seen Fremantle and the Power jump on this season. And I really hope the remainder of the clubs get on board next year. I mean, everyone wears the Guernsey now. We get to learn some language along the way, which is great. It's not always perfect from us, but we're still adapting. But I really enjoy learning about Indigenous culture.
Well, it's all about education. Matty Whelan gave us that prior to. He gave us the background of the Guernsey, where it's at. He's the Melbourne Indigenous Project Manager, and it's very much all about the Indigenous culture and what it brings to the AFL. And we've been talking about it all night. We've spoken about and gave fair warning as to what the teams and what they'd rebranded to. So you're well within your rights, Aaron. Let him go.
Good. Goodbye, BJ. Yada Balti leading Nam at the moment by 14 points at half-time, 5-7-37 to 3-5-23. Plenty of scores coming your way from around the country, including that state game earlier today. But for now, on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and the Listen app, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Australia's announced new financial sanctions against Russia as the Prime Minister touched down in Japan ahead of a meeting of G7 leaders. The federal government says the measures are aimed at slowing Russia's war machine. They'll target 21 entities, including companies involved in nuclear research, weapons manufacturing and steel production. Speaking from Hiroshima, Anthony Albanese says Australia's committed to a world without nuclear weapons.
And in recent times, with Vladimir Putin's irresponsible threatening of the use of nuclear weapons as well, it's a reminder that the world has to be vigilant and we have to step up the campaign against nuclear weapons.
Some providers assisting people with disability living in Victorian-supported residential services or boarding houses have been accused of kidnapping, financially abusing, neglecting and manipulating them. Here's National Disability Affairs reporter Naz Campanella.
The report done by Melbourne's Mental Health Legal Centre details horrific stories of people being coerced into changing accommodation through bribery, having their money stolen and being locked in their rooms with people they didn't feel safe with. The report, which was commissioned by the federal government, came about after meetings with concerned whistleblowers. The NDIS Minister Bill Shorten says in the last few years the neglect and oversight of the system has seen vulnerable people with lucrative support packages fall through the cracks and effectively be human trafficked. There are 4,000 people with disability living in 115 Victorian boarding houses. About 1,600 are NDIS participants.
The ABC will rely on qualified privilege and innocent dissemination in its defence of federal court defamation proceedings brought by the former Liberal staffer Bruce Lehrmann over a press club address by Brittany Higgins before he went to trial over her alleged rape. Here's Declan Gooch.
The address was broadcast on the ABC's live-to-air channels and YouTube. Mr Lehrmann says he was defamed by the broadcast because viewers would have known it was him who was accused of the sexual assault. But the ABC says viewers would have known Mr Lehrmann had not been tried and was entitled to the presumption of innocence. The ABC says it was a fair report about an issue of public concern. Mr Lehrmann's trial was abandoned and there are no findings against him.
Qantas is promising to add an extra 1 million international seats over the next year, returning services to pre-COVID levels. Here's business reporter Sue Lannon.
Extra services will start from late October. More flights include from Sydney and Melbourne to destinations such as Tokyo, Los Angeles, New York, Hong Kong and Singapore, and 2 new international routes to launch from Brisbane to Wellington in New Zealand and Honiara in the Solomon Islands. Qantas also planning to hire an extra 300 workers, which are pilots and cabin crew. Now, 2 Airbus A330s will be leased from Finnair, which is Finland's flagship carrier, so they will fly from Sydney to Singapore and Sydney to Bangkok.
Dairy farmers say record milk prices need to continue if the industry is to remain viable. The Victorian processor Buller Dairy Foods has announced a price band of $8.80 to $9.60 a kilo of milk solids. It's the first producer to announce its prices so far this season, with the rest of the sector having until June the 1st to reveal their farm gate price. The New South Wales Farmers Association's Phil Ryan says ballooning costs industry-wide are impacting farmers.
The processors have indicated that they're also under cost pressure. There have been some possibly negative signals from international dairy trade, but we would be suggesting that farmers need to see prices very similar to the current record prices to enable a continuation of supply to keep those factories operating efficiently.
The bassist for the seminal 80s English rock band The Smiths, Andy Rourke, has died aged 59. Here's Basil Hinderley.
The Smiths became one of Britain's most influential bands after forming in Manchester in early 1982. They released 4 studio albums with Andy Rourke and drummer Mike Joyce providing a powerful rhythm section for Johnny Marr's pioneering guitar chords. Battling heroin addiction and financial difficulties in the years following the band's split in 1987, Rourke joined Joyce in suing Marr and singer Morrissey for a greater share of royalties, in a case he eventually settled out of court. Marr has announced Rourke died after a lengthy illness with pancreatic cancer. He wrote, "Andy will be remembered as a kind and beautiful soul by those who knew him, and as a supremely gifted musician by music fans."
That's it for ABC News. For more at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team. AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Butters now Rosie, gets around Pickett, heads into the left forward pocket, getting a run and a fly. What a mark, Burton. Launched himself into the air, took it at its highest point, 20 out, slightly left of centre. Had a goal last week after Todd Marshall was subbed out of the game, and now he has a goal tonight. Ryan Burton on the board. Butters took it away, gave it to Evans. Now Houston snaps from 45. Houston with an excellent goal. It's all Port Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval right now. Brayshaw can gather for Nam, hands it off to McVie, looks inside to Spargo, darts around Rosie, snaps from 45. It was low, it was pinpoint. He knew where he was headed to, and he hits Bailey Fritsch on the chest. 20 out, slight angle to the right. Can Bailey Fritsch change their fortunes? Stabs at it from 30, but it's a great kick.
Brayshaw, inside forward 50. Fritsch leads up, takes a strong mark, jumped high to take it on the chest ahead of McKenzie. So the D's will get a shot at goal close to half-time. Fritsch comes in only just to the left of the goals. Kicks it long, kicks it straight. Has he kicked it far enough? Yes, he has. Good finish. Bailey Fritsch.
The 2023 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
2-goal game at the Adelaide Oval. It's Yada Bolte, the Power, leading Nam, the Demons, by 14 points, 5-7-37, plays 3-5-23. It's felt like Port Adelaide's game, just haven't put the visitors away. So at the moment, all individual goal scorers for Yada Bolte: Pal Pepper, Burton, Houston, Finlayson and Hon Francis. Meanwhile for Nam, 2 to Fritsch and 1 to Chandler. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross calling the action for you on Grandstand AFL. your experts, Adelaide Premiership player Rod Jamieson and Port Adelaide All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco with Liz Walsh down on the boundary. Earlier today, the curtain raiser for tonight, or the pre-curtain raiser before the Power Cup, was the state game between South Australia and WA. SA winners in the end by 13 points in what was a pretty close affair. WA came back late, Jamo, and actually took the lead in the final few stages, but South Australia got on top in the end. James Rowe was the Foss Williams medalist with 26 touches and a goal. The Simpson medal went to Angus Schumacher for his 19 touches for WA. So in the end, it's the Crow Eaters that get the chocolates against the Sandgropers.
Yeah, I think they held their way for most of the game, and then the third quarter going into the last, Western Australia kicked, I think, 4 goals in a row. They got in front. South Australia got then back into it. South Australia missed, I think, 3 or 4 pretty easy goals, and in the end probably kicked away with a late couple of goals to end up winning by 13 points.
Around the country as well in the NRL, the Dragons defeated the Roosters 24-22 after a late try in the last 20 seconds. At the moment, the Eels lead the Rabbitohs 12-10, approaching half-time. In the A-League, Melbourne City leads Sydney FC 2-0. So in aggregate in the second leg of the semi-final, they're up 3-1. So it would take a miracle here for the Sky Blues. They've also a man down, a red card to Max Burgess early, so I think they'll be done and dusted, and Melbourne City will be through to the A-League Grand Final with the Reds and the Mariners to meet tomorrow. And the Super Netball starts tomorrow, so no action so far tonight there. Crossy, you're very happy about the Dragons' result?
Always nice to see the Dragons doing okay. I was a bit surprised by the South Sydney. Can you just take me back to that South Sydney score again? Because
12-10, the Rabbitohs down.
Yeah, bit of a shock if the Eels get over the Rabbits, Parramatta. So, anyway.
I'll keep you updated.
Keep an eye on that one.
Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco with you for the call. Yada Bolte up against Naarm here at the Adelaide Oval. The Power leading by 14 points. The text line 0437 774 774. We're asking an acknowledgement of the theme of this round, Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round, which is moments forged by First Nations. If you could share your favourite Indigenous moment, whether it's a great goal kicked, an outstanding bit of play, excellent mark, maybe even some off-field stuff, feel free to let us know on the text line 0437 774 774. Josh, Jamo, still a half a footy to come. The door's wide open for the visitors to get back in this, but it has felt like Yada Bolte's game throughout the night.
Well, just during the break, I was thinking, what would Simon Goodwin be saying to his charges at half-time? I think there's 3 probably main points. Can someone please put the clamps on Butters, because he's having a huge influence on this contest? Crank up the work rate and intensity, because statistically they're not in the hunt at the moment in that space. And stoppages. We've got to tidy up the stoppages, because we've got ruck dominance, but we're not getting the advantage at ground level. So I reckon they're probably the 3 main areas they'd be focusing on. For Port Adelaide, Ken Hinkley, I reckon the message would be more of the same. Can't release the pressure, and for goodness sake, kick it through the big sticks, not the little ones.
Well, you can't win the footy, and you can't kick goals if you don't have your hands on it too. Yep. And I think your point, like in terms of just the aerial dominance that Melbourne show on paper. Gaunt's had 14 hitouts to advantage is the only 3. So outside of that, Butters has been outstanding. Oliver Brayshaw getting their hands on the football, but not as dominant where they are. And then if they're not, they're tackling really well and then winning the football back, and that's depicted on the side. I think the big tick for Yada Bolte would be at all stoppages, 2-3 is the outcome to 1 goal, so not a huge differential, but they are. And the ball up and the throw-in is certainly around that sort of same number as well. So, a real big tick too.
And Yada Bolte 6-1 in favour of them in terms of the centre bounce clearances as well, which is obviously a key influence on field position and how the game's been played.
One of our listeners has stolen my favourite moment. Says, I'm a Cats fan, but watching the showdown and seeing Stevie Motlop kick the match winner was one of the first times football has given me chills. We'll never forget watching it. Power rate for you, Jamo.
I remember it. Adelaide had it in the middle. They cleared. They just had to go either side. It was when you were able to set up behind the football. Port Adelaide won it back. Motlop got around 2 or 3. And
flashpoint Motlop.
Yeah, received a hand pass after, I think, 2 Adelaide players ran into each other.
Yeah, it was 2. Richard Douglas, I think, was one of them.
Yeah. Anyway, we're here at the Sir Doug Nicholls round in 2023. We'll forget about the past. It's all ahead of Naarm if they want to win this one. They're down by 14 points at half-time.
Jamo, you tip Naarm, and Josh, you tip the Power. Anyone want to switch?
No.
Nope. There you go, 50-50 odds.
Okay, away we go in the second half. And it'll be Grundy with a little tap down. Bursting through was Viney, cut off by Butters. So the Power will win the centre clearance. Down to half forward, the tumbled kick. Lord got it, hand passed into space, picked up and was given by Wines to Burn Jones, and he was thrown to the ground, and the umpire said, Grundy, that's an offence. And so Burn Jones will take the free kick for the Power.
He picked him off, Crossy, too. I mean, he just held on to him too long as the football came free.
Just had a feeling the umpire was going to call holding the ball until the sling.
Yep. So Burn Jones inside 50 with his kick. Ball knocked away by Rivers, straight down to Viney, and he was taken in a crunch tackle straight away. Wasn't getting out of that one. He was well grabbed by Lycett, the ruckman, for the Power. So we get a ball up inside 50 for the Power.
Tossed up, Grundy won it down, tried to get it to his boot but missed. Palpepper volleys it out of the air. Did it carry the 15? Umpire says yes. Mark taken, top of the goal square. Shot on goal to come for Yardabolti as Ollie Lord pops up against Jake Lever.
I like this lad.
Yeah, he's good.
He goes all right, doesn't he? Competes really strongly.
Yeah.
He's got pretty good football brain. And as we saw there, a good mark under pressure.
Just runs at the football too. 92 kilos, 197.
He does, yeah.
Unfortunately for Paul Liz, the heavens have opened up again at the Adelaide Oval. It's bucketing down, which may make Ollie Lord, who's straight in front, 15 out. This may make it difficult for him.
He's gone back a bit further this time.
Lord comes in from 35. Drop punt is good. Port strike first in the second half. Yardabolti up 6-7-43 to Nams 3-5-23. Ollie Lord on the board as we approach the 2-minute mark of the third term on Grandstand AFL.
And once again, Butters' work in the centre bounce to get that front half field position and the ability to keep pressure on Melbourne's defenders. And again, Lycett's ability to bring the ball into a scramble and again, take your hat off to Butters. Just lightning quick to jump on that loose ball and clean at ground level and giving their forwards first look at the footy.
Well, I thought Grundy had the tap out. He won that. It got down to Viney. He wasn't clean, and then Butters has come through and
outstanding,
cleaned up.
Liz Walsh is going to tell us how dry it is on the boundary.
Well, of course, it didn't rain a jot during half-time, did it? And then as soon as the third quarter starts, it starts raining.
Umpire from the bounce has picked out a free kick. It'll go to Oliver for Nam, and he drives long inside, attacking 50, and it was a mark taken by McDonald, but gee whiz, on the blind side of the umpire, there was a shirt tug on Jonas to get him out of the picture before McDonald took it on his chest, 25 out straight in front.
Yeah, well called, Crossy. I saw the jumper, Paul.
Here we go.
Which is what the umpires look for. It was only minor, but technically probably there.
Yep. Two big men going at it, both pretty physical. Good.
Having said that, I don't mind forwards getting the benefit of the doubt in that scenario.
So McDonald from straight in front, he's kicked 5-2 for the season, make that 6-2. And the D's have the first goal for them for the second half. It's taken it back to where it was at half-time in a 14-point margin. So it's the D's 4-5-29, trailing the Power 6-7-43 after 3 minutes of this second half.
Last time they played here, I think we interviewed Christian Salem after the game. Tom McDonald's a bit of a weird cat.
I have the short-term memory of a goldfish, Jamo, so it's literally study a team, forget it. So
right.
you have to tell me.
Versus Nam, Friday night, third quarter.
Thank you. Josh, I was going to ask you about Tom Jonas. Obviously, skipper of the club, 32 years old, out of contract, career low for disposals, and punters haven't really been happy with his performance through the year. No. Do you think he's actually still at his best, or is it...
He's not at his best, but he's still a warrior and still serviceable.
Yardabolti by 14 points in the middle. It trickles out in the path of Horne-Francis. Kicks it off the deck to half forward. Salem was taken without it by Burn Jones. Won't matter. Viney picks it up for Nam. Kicks up to centre wing. It's wide. It will bounce towards the boundary line. Umpire says throw it in. True centre wing.
Hesitation, isn't there? It's always a hesitation.
Everyone turns and looks and says, what are you going to do? On the text line as well, Mark in Adelaide says, hi team, enjoying the call. My favourite moment is when Buddy kicked his 1,000th goal at the SCG.
That was crazy. I don't think we'll ever see scenes like that again.
Don't think so. Ball's come back into play. Lycett had the better of it, just knocked it forward for the Power. Down the line and then Bowie was a little bit unlucky there. Ball was just knocked forward onto his leg and straight out over the boundary line on the full. Inside forward, meanwhile, it comes off hands. Finlayson was going to goal and he was pulled down from behind holding the ball. Good chase down tackle. And as a result, Rivers, who made the tackle, will get the free kick. It actually went through his hands in the marking contest, and that's how Finlayson initially got out the back.
Saved a certain goal, Crossy.
Rivers, one of 3 West Australian Demons out there tonight, heads along to the eastern side off the pack. Farrell gathers and is wrapped up by Neil Bullen. He's one of 3 South Australians out there for the Demons. A couple of interstaters for Naarm. Off the ruck contest, Hunter's kick smothered. He goes again, just soccers off the deck to Petrarca. Been quiet so far tonight. Wrapped up by Houston, but just got a handball out. Finds Brayshaw, back to Hunter. Put it in the path of Oliver. He wasn't really had the momentum to go forward, so Butters picks it up. He's wrapped up by Brayshaw, turned it over, holding the ball. Oliver keeps going, picks it up, gave it to Neil Bullen, who fumbled and has run down in the Farrell tackle. They keep going, the Demons. McDonald got one out. Jonas with the tackle. And now Port Adelaide can clear it. Butters gathers, hands it off to Boak. Yardabulti up to centre wing. On the charge, May could have taken the uncontested intercept, instead slid low and spoiled it towards the boundary to force a boundary throw-in. Could have been a turnover there for Naarm. Bit of a messy footy out on the eastern side.
Sort of sense the D's have lifted their pressure and intent around the footy.
Yeah, totally.
Contested ball sort of backed that up. Currently +3 for this quarter, but momentum against the Power at the moment.
It's a chain of handball going forward. That last one, it was just Neil Bullen had to take a step back, slow it down and got picked off.
Ball comes after the ruck contest, and the rock star in Horn Francis picked it up, taken to ground by Viney. We'll get a ball up. Umpire quick to put it in the air again. Grundy had the tap, but Wines took it away for the Power, gave it to Houston. High ball into the centre of the ground. Bowie soccers off the ground. That was fortuitous. On the logo on centre wing, on the eastern side, Grundy with the mark. Nobody on the mark, so he plays on, the big ruckman. Drives long for Naarm. Inside forward 50, slips over the back. Well done by Williams for the Power. Picked it up, gave it to Houston. His kick partly smothered.
Spilled out to Boak under a bit of pressure from Brayshaw. Just kicked around the body and hope. Only as far as Oliver. Off to Salem. Back inside 50 for Naarm. Turning for goal. Brayshaw lost sight of the footy. McKenzie went to ground. Fritsch slaps it back into play. Right forward pocket. Spargo was there. Got it to Petrarca. Shrugs the tackle. Dribble towards goal. Is too far left. Gee, nearly made that angle work. But it's a minor score. Naarm reduced the deficit to 13 points. 6-7-43 plays 4-6-30. 7 minutes into the third on Grandstand AFL. Your experts, Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Just keeping it alive too, wasn't it? Almost over the boundary, another one.
Houston playing on from full back for the Power. Got a return hand pass, having given it to Butters. Now he goes to centre wing. Finlayson makes the contest. Rivers is there for Naarm, and then it came to Boak and forward hand pass for the Power. Found Powell Pepper inside forward 50, coming across to aid his teammate was Lever, knocked it towards the boundary line. Power have got it and turned it over. Rivers was there. Now the ball's on the ground. Rivers goes after it again. And you'd think he'd be advantaged in the wet conditions, the guy called Rivers, but takes it towards the boundary line, and it's over. And it is wet now. Drifting rain across the Adelaide Oval. Ball's in the forward pocket for the Power at that scoreboard end of the ground.
Usually from our elevated position you can't tell how heavy it is, but it's so thick that it's almost a fog over the ground. Toss back into play. Both rucks couldn't get to the boundary throw and it was a little shallow. Grundy dives onto the footy. His handball smothered by Powell Pepper. Brayshaw will have scored it back to the boundary line and they'll try again. Yardabulti up by 13 points. So we approach the 9-minute mark of the third term.
Naarm can play. There's so much room for improvement across a number of players at the moment. Still just find themselves 13 points down. 9 minutes into the third quarter.
Tossed in, 40 out. Grundy won it down straight to Hunter. Weaves away from Powell Pepper and exits. His kick was pretty poor. Not sure if he got all of it. Belly of the footy carried just the required 15. But it's a turnover to Butters, who marks 45 out, slight angle to the right.
Again, it just highlights how important that forward pressure is, particularly in that scramble situation. And looking at Butters, he's lining up for his 6th disposal. It's like there's 3 of him on the ground. He is everywhere at the moment.
He is.
Is he 6 for the quarter, 29th for the game?
Unbelievable. Is he outside his range, wet, heavy footy? Possibly. We'll find out.
3-3 for the year, Zach Butters. Champion data rates him the 4th best player in the league in the last 5 games. Butters kicks from 55. It's a monster roost, heading all the way home. Yadabalti back up by 19 points. 7-7-49, plays 4-6-30 off the boot of Zach Butters at the 10-minute mark of the 3rd term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, the absolute standout player on the ground at the moment is Zach Butters. He's been hugely influential in terms of his ability to get hold of that loose ball, but his kicking has been absolutely unbelievable throughout the course of this first 2.5 quarters. If you're Simon Goodwin, it's almost hitting that red button, get someone on him and take him out of the game.
I think Viney's the man at the moment too, which will allow Oliver, Petrarca, those guys around it to actually just get hold of the football, just sort out the clearance work in the middle of the ground. Now Pickett has gone in there with Petrarca and Oliver up against Rosie, Will and Drew. Finlayson in the ruck along with Jason Horne-Francis.
The Power by 19 points. They've kicked 7 goals from 7 different goal kickers. From the centre bounce, Naam goes forward. It's picked up by the Power, cleared away. I think it might have been Burn Jones who got it out of there. Now they've got it towards Rosie. Rosie takes it at half back on centre wing. There's Burn Jones. Takes a chest mark. Backs up to his left. He's technically surely over his mark. Umpire calls play on. Gave it to Boak outside near the boundary line, then back to Burn Jones, and he goes high inside attacking 50. Coming and meeting it was Burton unopposed.
And within range, you'd think, Crossy.
He's wide out, but you're right. He is a long kick. He's standing over the boundary line for the shot. The man on the mark's 45 out. So let's see if Josh Franco knows his man. Burton comes in already with 1 tonight. He's got the distance, but he's got it narrow. Hooked it slightly for the minor score. So the Power move along, 7-8-50, 20-point lead. Melbourne 4-6-30. We've gone through 12 minutes of the 3rd term. May plays on from fullback straight away for the Demons, goes short and finds Hunter.
Incredibly wet out there as the rain continues to tumble. He gave it to Hibbert. Out to the eastern side for Naam. Coming across Houston with the spoil. There's a whistle in the pack for a hold. It was going to Van Rooyen. Brayshaw will take the advantage. Centres his kick to Spargo. Attacking edge of the square. Naam heading inside 50. Spargo spots Pickett. He was just not ready for it. Turned in the wet. Butters cut it off, but his handball was poor. They try again, Naam, but McEntee cuts it off. He gives it away straight towards Spargo. Handball out to Hunter, 55 out now. Rivers fends off McEntee. Caught the side of the boot, though. A grubber kick into the 50. Pickett bowls over Horne-Francis, so Petrarca can swarm and check side finish for goal from 30. Petrarca's on the board. Melbourne answer back. 14-point game at the Adelaide Oval. Yardabulti 7-8-50, Naam 5-6-36. 13 minutes into the 3rd term on Grandstand AFL. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
As the rain continues to stream down, Darcy Burn-Jones has just come from the ground for Yardabulti. He was walking quite gingerly. He's now in the hands of the trainers, getting his calves worked over.
And this is a stage in the game we've got for the Power. Lycett's off the ground. They've got Finlayson in the ruck. And so it's a Gawn v Finlayson. They've got to cash in here from the D's perspective at this centre bounce.
Petrarca too, just the ability, his strength, his power to maintain his feet, stick it under the arm and just explode to be able to get some space, then to get it onto his boot. Now into the middle of the ground. Oliver to the bench for a rest.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here's Petrarca straight out of the middle. Gift service from Vaughan. But it wasn't such a great kick. It tumbled inside 50. Horne-Francis for the Power comes the other way now. Hand pass to Houston was good. Then he had support from Rosie. Down to half forward he goes into space. Pal Pepper comes out, couldn't touch the ball. It slides all the way back. The hand pass from Finlayson was a turnover. Gawn now has it. Clears with a kick, didn't look. Wines with the mark at half forward left. And the Power will go back inside forward 50.
I'm going to say Pal Pepper almost did that on purpose. You know, like a soccer players do, where they go to look like they're going to kick, but jumped over it.
Wines inside 50, back with the flight. Drew forced to spoil. It worked. Evans gathered the footy, but it was smothered as he kicked for goal by Bowie, who's very sore. It may have actually caught his knee, the kick. Ricochets to the scoreboard pocket. Viney slides in, takes out the legs of Lord. Whistle stays away. Neil Bullen gets it back. Clearing kick to come out of the 50 for the D's. And a free kick to go Bailey Fritsch's way for a hold against Aaliyah. Bowie's making his way towards the benches as Nam have the footy at left half back. Fritsch calling for some options down the line on the outer side.
Van Rooyen
heads through centre wing looking for Van Rooyen. McKenzie up against him, brought it to ground. Butters slides in. He's been everywhere tonight. Gave it to Drew, then Horne-Francis. Back to Houston. Yardapolti up towards centre wing. Aaliyah nudged out of it. The bodywork from Fritsch. How's that? Intercept mark taken for Nam.
Fritsch inside forward 50 with the kick. Ball comes to the front. McDonald, good hand pass out to Chandler. Over the shoulder, he goes into the pocket. Van Rooyen was back there, standing alone in the left forward pocket. Only some 7 or 8 metres out. 45-degree angle. Shouldn't have too many problems. But, yes, that rain does continue to tumble down.
You just sort of sense the momentum's with the D's at the moment.
Yeah, slowly starting to swing, isn't it?
Yeah, grinding their way. Looking dangerous.
Van Rooyen hooks it around the body. No mistake. They're coming hard. The Demons. They have their 6th of the evening, 6-6-42, an 8-point margin. Port Adelaide 7-8-50. Let's go down to the boundary line. With some news from Liz Walsh.
That's right. Port Adelaide Yardapolti are about to activate their sub. Jackson Mead has his playing top on. He's getting ready to come on. Looks like Travis Boak will be subbed out of the game. He actually lifted up his playing top before and he had his ribs really heavily strapped. So that looks to be the problem.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like after that hit, it took some time to come back off, and because it potentially is a residual sort of injury too that he might have carried in the early part. West Coast Eagles game trial really got hit hard. I think it was McGovern in a marking contest and missed a couple of games early, and Yardapolti actually brought him in through the sub on a couple of games.
8-point game. Power up at the moment. Grundy won it down. Wrapped up in the tackle, Viney by Drew. An absolute menace tonight. Grundy again wins it down, falls to the feet of Rose. He gathers. Petrarca's on his tail, brings him down. Wines now wraps up Pickett, spills out to Houston, trying to paddle it towards Mead. Has to go again, Houston. Kick smothered, trickles to Neil Bullen, bounces off a couple of bodies. Got a handball back to Oliver. Nam inside 50. Good kick. Petrarca kept floating forward and takes the uncontested mark. Right forward pocket. 20 out. Slide angle to the right.
And if you're a Power supporter, dangerous sort of 8 minutes coming up in this third quarter. Melbourne just starting to work their way into the game. The contested ball numbers this quarter are 26-19 in favour of Nam. So looking ominous there, the signs for the D's.
Players that need to lift are lifting too. Alex Neil-Bullen with the clearance. Oliver involved as he always does when things get tough, and this man just continues to stand up.
The umpire's made Petrarca work. He's pulled him around to a very acute angle. Slow, methodical approach. Petrarca kicks from 20. Just didn't get quite get the curve on it. Minor score on the right-hand side for Nam. 7-point game at the Adelaide Oval. Yardapolti lead, 7-8-50. The Demons, 6-7-43. Liz Walsh downstairs.
Bit of a worry for the Nams, Jake Bowie. He's come from the ground. He's on the bike at the moment in the hands of the trainers. Meanwhile, James Jordan, Nams sub, has started doing a bit of a warm-up on the boundary.
So the ball brought in, and that man Butters again for the Power, taking a mark in defensive 50, then short down the line to Houston. So this is on the eastern side, the western side. So the broadcast side of the ground. Down the line he goes. Good lead up. Chest mark taken by Burton near the interchange gates. Away from Lever. Burton goes long. Top of the 50. May slaps it out of there for the Demons. Viney almost had it. It was picked up and then dumped down was Burn-Jones, or Williams it was, who picked it up for the Power. So inside the centre square, but favouring. The Power was the bounce down, I should say, the throw up.
Off the ruck contest, Rosie kicks around the body towards the 50. Burton caught behind. Off hands, it spills to Rivers. Charges through a couple of tackles and straight up the spine. Beautiful kick, hits Fritsch. Nam now, another inside 50. He's put it in the path of Pickett. Back with the flight. Cozzy takes it. Wants to go immediately. Wheels around. Pickett from 45. It's his night. His moment. Pickett celebrates the way only he can. He dances to the D's fans in attendance and it's a 1-point game at the Adelaide Oval. Yardabolti up 7-8-50 to Nam 7-7-49. Pickett's on the board. We're closing in on time on in the third. Your experts, Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Well, I'm going to labour the fact that if it wasn't for Stephen May, Nam would be miles behind. 12 to spot. He got his fist to that once again. And then you go Rivers just really clean. A couple of side steps, maintain it. Had to get the kick right. Went over the top of two Yardabolti heads to be able to hit at the lace-up. I reckon Pickett was almost going, I'm going to have a shot. And then he saw Max Gawn out the side and he thought, I might hit him. And then realised, I'm going to go myself. What a great finish.
3 goals in 6 minutes by Nam. And then there's a holding decision in the middle as Oliver was running towards the ball, and now he's got a free kick.
They're getting a bit jumpy.
It'll be another forward 50 entry for Nam as they trail by just a point. Long, high, direct, straight, and Viney emerges off the pack. Kick smothered. Spargo has it. Dodges, weaves, snaps, and Nam is in front. Great finish on the turn. And the scoreline now reads a 5-point lead for the visitors. It's the D's 8-7-55 and the Power 7-8-50 after 21 minutes of the third term. We'll go down to the boundary again for Liz Walsh. It's activity down there.
It certainly is, and it's still raining, unfortunately. But more good news for Nam. Jake Bowie is coming back on. He's had his right calf strapped, but he's all good to go.
At about 13 inside 50s to Nam and 5 goal to the return and looking ominous. Petrarca on the sideline wanting to get in. Alex Neil-Bullen into the middle again, and just that read. Jack Viney, he ended up getting tackled in the end, but tremendous at speed off the pack. Spargo finishing off.
Nam surging at the Adelaide Oval. Gawn takes it out of the ruck contest, dropped it in the Lysett tackle. It should have been ball. Neil-Bullen will kick up towards half forward. Chandler's there to meet it, gives it back to Neil-Bullen. Kicks to left half forward, bounces off the chest of Spargo, should have claimed it uncontested. Houston comes to meet him, has a bit of a fumble under pressure. Oliver tries to paddle one out for the Demons. Coming across, Horn Francis trying to push it towards the eastern boundary line. In the end, it will be held up in the tackle by Oliver, and a ball up to come. Forward of centre wing for Nam, up by 5 points in the third term.
Ball goes down out the back to Hunter for the Demons inside 50 with the kick, and it just was seen over the line. Van Rooyen was there with Jonas, and it was the former skipper of the Power taking the ball across the line. It's another forward 50 entry though for Nam. They've dominated this third term in the last 6-7 minutes. They've managed to get 4 goals on the board since the 13-minute mark.
Toss back in. Lysett won it down to Rosie. Check side exit up to the eastern side. Salem floats across with the intercept mark for the Demons. Looks to switch through the centre square. Finds Lever.
A footer on the right side.
All about the Adelaide Oval. A former Crow. Now an All-Australian in a premiership year. Lever heads up towards the 50 for the Demons. Big fly from Van Rooyen. It cleared him. At the back, winds for Yardabolti. Hands it off to Mead. Now Lysett. Kicks around the body to left half back. Burn-Jones charging out to meet it. Couldn't quite get there. And paddles it towards the boundary line to be tossed back into play. Asking your favourite Indigenous moments on the text line 0437 774 774. Do leave your name when you message in. One listener says, my favourite moment was when Dale Kickett took on half of the Eagles players and won during the all-in demolition derby.
He did have a real head go. I think he had about 6 of them, 2 of them in the headlock, and he was doing a bit of work.
Surging off the pack but going the wrong way. Petrarca took a bump and then gave it inside to Rivers. He was taken down in a tackle. And that, speaking of Rivers and speaking of surging, the rain is surging again.
Sam Powell-Pepper has smashed into Petrarca and just bounced off and still maintained his feet and smothers again.
Petrarca with a smother, but it was taken away by Horn Francis as it bounced off. Inside forward 50 for the Power towards the boundary line and taken over in the end by Lever. So it's about 25 around from the goal face for Port Adelaide. The rain is now really, really heavy.
And the concern for Yardabolti at the moment is there's Gawn starting to hit 360, and you can see the confidence of the Olivers and Petrarca starting to grow.
The heaviest we've seen it all night. The weather. Toss back into play. Gone with a double fist to Oliver. Kicks around the body on the left. There's a whistle before the ball hits the ground. It's downfield for a whistle back inside defensive 50 for the Demons. They'll receive the footy through Tom McDonald just behind centre wing. Broadcast side.
Sam Powell-Pepper giving it away on Clayton Oliver.
Narm by 5 points. McDonald hands it off to Oliver, who weaves around Lycett with ease. Charges through centre wing and kicks up to right half forward. Charging out Jonas. Hasn't had a best night, but a nice intercept mark there in front of the pack. The Artabolti skipper sends it back where it came from. Packer waits behind the logo. Charging out Lycett. Won it down straight to Horne-Francis. It bounced off his shins. Rivers now. Kicks for Narm. Up towards the 50. It's wide and out on the full. We're going to see some messy football, I expect, through the next 4 minutes of the third term. But it is Melbourne up by 5 points.
Fortuitously, you would say, Jonas wasn't the nearest to the ball, so the long kicking Mackenzie will take the free kick for the Power. He goes down the line. Ball comes off the top, and again it's Butters. Ball stripped in the tackle. Came to Viney for the Demons. Down the line he goes. Managed to get it to half forward. Well done by Bergman. He was dragged off the ball, said the umpire, so he'll take a free kick.
It's a big win, wasn't it there? It was 3-on-1 otherwise.
Bergman looks up from half back. Just keeps it safe. Down the line again goes the Power. May got to the front, did well. Bowie just kicked the ball to the side towards the boundary line and over. So we'll get a throw in. Bowie still looks uncomfortable. He's coming off the ground. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Guys, we have reached down here at boundary level the drowned rat point of the night. It is absolutely teeming with rain. All you can do is laugh.
Someone bring a poncho to Liz if you're listening at the ground. Toss back into play. Cleared both rucks. Gorn spun a full 360 by Horne-Francis. Got a kick away. He actually held him up from hitting his head at the turf in the end. Petrarca kept it in play in the end. Beautiful slap across to Oliver. Spears it inside 50. Alir had front position. Went to ground with the footy. Fritsch can swarm. Caught the belly of the ball. Straight up to the top of the goal square. Good fly back with the flight knee, but he couldn't control it. Hunter gathers. Snaps from the impossible angle. How has he done that? Hunter has squeezed it through from the straight line angle. Left forward pocket on the boundary line. Amazing from Narm. They're up by 11 points. A ridiculous third term. They've kicked the last 5 goals. They're up 9-7-61 to Artabolti's 7-8-50 as we approach the 28-minute mark.
It's the awesome goal there for the D-Jam. I'll let you talk about that. But one thing I've just seen is Oliver, when he kicked that ball forward, grabbed his left hamstring and he's come straight off the ground. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Oh, yep. He's just down in front of Liz now and going straight onto the mat.
Disastrous for them.
But I think Petrarca seemed to be the only one down here in front of us on the western side close to the boundary that went at the football. Yeah. He actually grabbed it. He kept it alive to Oliver. And then they were away and maybe a little bit stiff not to get a free. However, the finish was like it is, and Lycett now receives the footy in the middle.
And then delivers the ball long straight onto the chest of Rivers. He's wearing the wrong colours, though.
He's had a good third quarter.
Rivers has off half-back for the Demons. And off half-back again. He comes to this broadcast side of the ground. Gorn got rid of Lycett. Couldn't take the mark. Ball on the ground still at the moment. It's just gone to Bonner. He's socket off the ground. Now Powell-Pepper takes it to the line for the Power, and Powell-Pepper sliding into the advertising hoardings, then helped up by his opponent Hibbard. Good to see. In the Sir Doug Nicholls round, the job now in front of Port Adelaide.
Sure is, and Ken Hinkley be really disappointed with the contested ball this quarter. -16. It's almost a cricket score.
Gorn and Lycett entangled. Both go to ground. There's a whistle on the ruck contest going Narm's way. The skipper Gorn receives it. Quickly down to Liz Walsh.
Oliver's still down on the bench or on the mats here in front of me. He does look uncomfortable. But meanwhile, Jake Bowie has been subbed out of the game and James Jordan will come into it.
Sabok out for Mead. Bowie out for Jordan. Free kick to go Melbourne's way. Just in front of the benches. The Power faithful are getting restless.
McEntee just sloppy, giving it away.
Jordan kicks towards the 50 for the Demons. Packer waits. Front position. Bergman flew. Slipped out of his hands. Horne-Francis gathers. Clearing kick. All of a sudden the rain has just stopped. And it's done so magnificently for Jordan, who is sitting underneath the footy. Takes the mark for Nam.
Just over 2 minutes to go. Ken Hinkley be bitterly disappointed if they score another here.
Jordan inside 50, through the hands of McDonald. Brayshaw at the back, tried to get it to Petrarca. Ended up handballing towards the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play. Riverbank stand end. 25 out, right forward pocket. Nam by 11 points.
6-2 return in this quarter alone. Simon Goodwin converts to be stoked with the way that they've actually applied their pressure and got at the football to win it.
Oh, both ruckmen go to ground. There was more holding and it'll be against Lycett again, and this time it'll be Grundy who will take the free kick. 35 out, 45-degree angle. The Power fans are absolutely incensed. There are a lot of them, I think, have left their seats to get up under cover, but believe me, they're still watching.
It's always a tough one with the ruck. I can't work out which way. It could have gone either way, ultimately, that one. Probably pretty soft in the end. And
ultimately, Grundy in front position gets the advantage, yet he had his hands behind him, virtually holding Lycett.
Yep.
So Grundy comes in, and the only thing that will make the boos louder will be if he gets this goal. In he comes. Good finish. Good finish under pressure, and he runs to the Power fans with the finger up to the lips. Just was greeted with more boos. So an important goal late in the third term for Nam. And they lead 10-7-67 to the Powers, 7-8-50. It's been a powerful third quarter, and it's not over quite yet. 31 minutes down on Grandstand AFL.
7-2 for 18 inside 50s. You've got, is it 9 individual goal scorers, and Bailey Fritsch with 2 in the second.
What a run from the Demons.
Yep.
Well, the other thing is, in terms of the Power, if they're seriously considering being a top 4 side, there needs to be a response. But one, they can't concede another goal this quarter, but there has to be a response from the Power.
Nam by 17 with the last 6 goals. In the middle, Petrarca fumbled, so he just soccers off the deck to try and clear it out to the eastern side. It'll sit up on the logo for Hunter. He's got meat on his tail. Kicks around the body for the Demons. It bounces straight to Houston, though. No look handball to Rosie. Put him off guard. He's bowled over. Wow. Big hip and shoulder. Has completely towed up Rosie. Oh, that's awful.
Yep.
That is a heavy, heavy hit. Charging in. Rosie's put his head over the football and has completely been wiped out by Hunter, who braced for contact, and his hip has collided with the head of Rosie. He wants to take the kick, but he's not looking great.
Did he get him in the head? Like, looking at I mean, it's close, but I don't know if it's got him. I think it's got him in high on the shoulder. Anyway, Rosie's bopped straight back up to take the kick.
Heads up towards the 50. Lycett entangled with Gorn, off hands, front and square. It's spilled to Burne-Jones. His kick smothered. Closer towards the scoreboard pocket. It'll be held up in a couple of tackles. That was a heavy bump.
You think if he's made any contact with his head at all, he's in big trouble.
Yeah.
Hunter.
Rosie's going up to this ruck contest, or in the area of it, shaking his hand. So, and not shaking the hand of somebody, I mean he's got a problem with his hand. So off the ruck contest, the Power receives a free kick, and it will go to Butters, as if he hasn't had enough of the ball tonight. So he'll go back. He's about 40 out, 45-degree angle, about the sort of distance that he was able to kick a goal before. So we'll just see how he goes. No Power player has 2 goals this evening.
Well, we're talking frees here in this quarter. It's Port Adelaide have given 10 away, and they've received 5 themselves for the game. It's 16-17 in favour of Nam.
Big kick in the context of this game.
7-goal quarter from the Demons. This for the 3rd goal of the quarter for the Power. And it is just going to make the distance. Umpires are going to consult, and I think the goal umpire is going to say, let's have a review of this one. That's normally what happens when they talk to each other, and that is what happens. So after the 3-quarter time siren, Butters has kicked long, and this review is not going to last long on Grandstand AFL. It will probably be a record decision, which will come very quickly, and it will be a goal. Grundy touching the ball well over. So there it is, right on 3-quarter time. The Power get one back, 8-8-56, but they trail Melbourne Naarm 10-7-67 at three-quarter time. It's all set up. We expected a great contest. We've had a bit of everything, including rain tonight. And it's an 11-point margin for Naarm going into three-quarter time.
What a quarter from the visitors. Plenty of contest, plenty of pressure. Sets up for a grandstand finish here at the Adelaide Oval. The goal scorers heading into the final term for Yardabalti, 2 to Butters, singles 2 Pepper, Burton, Houston, Horne-Francis, Finlayson and Lord. Meanwhile for Naarm, 2 to Fritsch, singles to Chandler, Pickett, McDonald, Hunter, Grundy, Petrarca and Van Rooyen. Great to see a text as well. Read through plenty of your favourite Indigenous moments in a moment. But for now on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and the Listen app, this is Grandstand AFL.
This winter, get ready for 8 weeks of cricket like you have never heard before.
One of the most dramatic mornings Test cricket you'll ever see.
The World Test Championship final.
Cummins on his way. Coley is forward. Driving, caught by Green. Coley out for 4.
The Women's Ashes.
But Monzi struck on the pad and Perry's appealing and she's got another one. High fives for the Australian.
And a rivalry bigger than the game itself. The Ashes.
Goes and involves to Smith, who works it away. There it is. 200, and he'll take another for luck as well.
Grandstand cricket. The Ashes.
Every ball, live and commercial free this winter with ABC Sport.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Grundy won it down straight to Hunter, weaves away from Pepper and exits. His kick was pretty poor. Not sure if he got all of it. Belly of the footy, carried just the required 15, but it's a turnover to Butters, who marks 45 out, slight angle to the right. Butters kicks from 55. It's a monster roost, heading all the way home. Rivers fends off McEntee, caught the side of the boot though, a grubber kick into the 50. Pickett bowls over Horne-Francis, so Petrarca can swarm and check side finish for goal from 30. Petrarca's on the board. Melbourne answer back.
Momentum's with the D's at the moment.
Yeah, slowly starting to swing, isn't it?
Yeah, grinding their way.
Naarm now, another inside 50. He's put it in the path of Pickett. Back with the flight, Cozzy takes it. Wants to go immediately, wheels around. Pickett from 45. It's his night, his moment. Pickett celebrates the way only he can. He dances to the D's fans in attendance.
Viney emerges off the pack, kick smothered, Spargo has it, dodges, weaves, snaps, and Naarm is in front.
The 2023 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
It's been a waterlogged Friday night fixture, but it's finally living up to the blockbuster hype. Second up against fourth. The Demons kicking 6 goals in a row in the third term to take the lead. Now up by 11 points at three-quarter time. Naarm 10-7-67 to Yardabalti's 8-8-56. Grandstand finish coming your way on Grandstand AFL. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco with you. The text line 0437 774 774. Some Indigenous moments. We've got Craig from North Melbourne who says, my best Indigenous memory was Adrian McAdams' 9 goals in 1993 for the Mighty Roods v Collingwood at Victoria Park. We've also got Brian from Warrnambool who says Eddie Betts playing for Adelaide against Geelong at Cardinia Park, warming up from about 40 metres out in front of the Premiership stand, slotted 5 out of 5. So that's from Brian in Warrnambool as well. Mick says Jeff Farmer's 8 goals of wizardry in a half as well. And Ken in Sandringham says best Indigenous moment, the wonderful exchange between Eddie Betts and Sydney Stack at the Adelaide Oval. Just great fun and sportsmanship. A lot to play out here, gents. Boak subbed out of the game. We've also seen Bowie subbed out of the game. Clayton Oliver has a little bit of a hamstring concern, but he's out there. How do you see this one playing out?
Back to Eddie Betts just quickly. He was here doing TV a couple of weeks ago. He was in his pocket, which is in front of the old scoreboard here at Adelaide Oval, in his jeans, runners, and he just went straight over there and did a banana, and it went absolutely dead straight through. Just with the microphone on, and just turned around and just... But you're right. Look, Naarm's had a massive third quarter, and they got going. Max Gawn got into it as well. Petrarca, Alex Neil-Bullen, Spargo was great. Rivers off the half-back line. Oliver got 10 disposals. Petrarca got 8. Hibberd, 190 games now, sneaking up 200. Essendon and Melbourne, tremendous off the half-back line too. and a huge third quarter, 7-2 to give them that lead at the moment of 11 points, a big return.
Absolutely, and some of the key statistics in terms of a complete reversal from the first half. Contested possessions plus 16, ground ball gets plus 5, clearances plus 3, and centre bounce is an area where the Power absolutely dominated in that first half. They were plus 4 in that third quarter. Statistically smashed Port Adelaide on the scoreboard, smashed the Power. The challenge is ahead for the Adelaide.
Great text in. I love this one. No name, unfortunately, but says, loving the commentary tonight. The Indigenous names are gorgeous, and it's lovely to hear them used consistently through the commentary. And for those who've complained about it, just take the chance to educate yourself. The clubs have adapted the names. It's about the round. Enjoy yourself. It's a lot of fun. Yardabolti up against Nam. The Demons lead by 11. Final term in the middle. Ruck contest. Tapped the way of Houston, socket off the deck, straight towards Jordan, who handballed it to Gawn, wasn't ready for it. Bounced off him to Rosie, gives it to Drew, he's bursting through the spine, his kick inside 50. Was supposed to be for Lord, but he slipped over. Lever stands in front, cuts it off for Nam and gives it to Brayshaw, who can exit to the eastern side.
He goes long with a kick, and it carries all the way to Drew's chest. So he's maybe aiming for Viney. Instead, hit the power player and Drew. Backs up on the logo on centre wing.
He's had a good night. 9 disposals, 8 tackles.
Inside forward 50. Ball comes off hands to Lord. He's taken the ground in a tackle. We get a ball up just to the left of the goal face for the Power and about 40 metres out.
So tossed up. One down by Gawn. Straight to Butters, though, bursting through. Caught in a couple of tackles. One of them was high. Dropped the footy as he was sandwiched by Langdon and Brayshaw. And in the end, it'll be Zach Butters who receives the footy. 25 out, 45-degree angle to the left. Bit of silence across the Adelaide Oval. Hearts and mouths of the Power faithful because they know how important this one. Butters has been carrying Yardabolti tonight.
Played on
immediately. Snapped around the body and missed. Head in hands, it's cleared everything to the right and off hands for a boundary throw-in. Butters filthy with himself as he punches his hands together. Wasted opportunity for the home side.
See a number of players, and particularly with his experience too, just to rush that, and you're 30 metres out.
Ball comes in. Demons with a chance. Cleared away by McVee. Outside forward 50. Outside defensive 50 for Nam, and eventually carried over the line by Lysett for the Power. And it's almost down to centre wing.
Also considering that kick on three-quarter time was a 45, 50-metre drop punt. Just crazy.
Both his goals tonight have come from almost 55, I reckon, on tightish angles.
Do that.
Missed the easy one.
Yeah.
Now on by 11, no score so far in the fourth. Toss back in, Gawn won it down. He was looking for Viney under pressure from Mead. Shrugged the tackle but lost the footy in the process. Petrarca's mauled by a couple of Power midfielders. Houston gets it out to Butters. Kicks errantly around the body up to half forward. Back with the flight burn. Jones forced to spoil. Evans came through, fumbled. Viney capitalises for Nam. Missed the boot. Socketed in the end out of the hands of Brayshaw and turned it over. Straight back to Butters. Handball out wide. Not a great one. Spargo forces it back towards Hunter. Burn-Jones is chasing up at left half forward. Bit of pressure here from the Power. The D's do well. Spargo over the top to McVee. Brought to ground by Burn-Jones. Boundary throw in to come, or ball up rather, just inside the boundary line. 10-7-67. Nam plays Yardabolti 8-8-56.
And you know, Josh, too, just how Butters has been dangerous, but he hits a pack deep in their 50 in front of goal, coming through flat out. You're going to get jumpy as a defender, and that's what happened and how he ended up with a free.
Yep.
Secondary ball up, so haven't missed anything. Oliver was pinned on the ball, I think. So Gawn knocks it down. Drew with a lovely hand pass. Butters with another possession. Went back to Houston for the Power. Inside 50 goes the ball in the left forward pocket towards the boundary. Almost socket forward for the Power. It's still battling away. Still no clean possession. Salem picks it up. Grabs straight away in a tackle. And will get another ball up.
Zach Butters now has a career best 37 disposals, and we're early in the fourth quarter.
Every possibility of getting the
15 contested, 11 ground balls, 9 clearances, 6 inside 50s.
Gorn won it down to Oliver, who fumbled over the boundary line. Gives us some time to check in with Liz.
Yeah, perhaps a worry for Yardapulti. Trent McKenzie has started this quarter on the bench. He's been on the bike. He's currently talking to physios. I think he's got a concern with his left hamstring, and obviously they've already activated their sub.
Boak already out of the game. Finlayson won it down to Palpepper, shrugged a couple of tackles. The tumbling footy to the top of the goal square, bursting onto it. Rosie overran the footy in the end. Picked up, clearing kick as it rolls away by McAvee. Jordan fumbled. William Drew gathers. Willem Drew kicks for goal and misses. Won a score on the right-hand side. It's messy footy out there. We've had patches of heavy rain, but Port Adelaide certainly can't seem to overcome it in front of the goal face. 8-9, 57. Yardapulti trail Narm 10-7, 67 as we approach the 5-minute mark of the final term.
Probably the only thing you'd say is the Power have arrested momentum. Currently 3-zip inside 50s this quarter.
Salem plays on from full back for the Demons. Carries the pack. Farrell picks it up for the Power. Gives it off to Williams. Inboard kick was pretty good. Found the chest of Houston. Still just between centre wing and half forward on this broadcast side. Backs up. Sends it inside 50. Aiming for Finlayson. Comes off hands. Ball falls in the end to Gorn. He couldn't handle it. It was a long way down. Socked by Lysett, his direct opponent. Picked up by Langdon for the Demons. Clears the 50. It'll come back in. Just tap forward. Van Rooyen picks it up for the Demons. Sends it wide. Luck with air. It found Spargo on the bounce. Tried to bring it back inboard for Langdon. Umpires spotted a free kick off the ball. About 40 metres behind play and about 20 or 30 metres out straight in front of the goal. For the Power, it'll go to Finlayson.
Missed it completely.
Yeah.
I tell you what was going on.
So that was a follow-up after a tackle, and he's just pushed his opponent, and Van Rooyen's come back at him and pushed him to ground, and the umpire spotted it.
The retaliator.
Yeah. There you go, Van Rooyen won to start with, didn't he?
Oh, he was
paid the price.
Yeah.
So Finlayson, who kicked the Power's second goal of the night to put them in front in the opening quarter, and he's kicked a goal in the final quarter as well. And that could be a vital start. They kicked the pass to the Power just before three-quarter time. In fact, after the siren at three-quarter time from Butters. And now Finlayson, it's the Power 9-9, 63. The Demons 10-7, 67 after 6 minutes of the final quarter.
And Ruin, get down the other end where you need to be.
Yeah, exactly. And look, a really good start from the Power this quarter. They were under the absolute pump, under siege in that third quarter in terms of statistically and on the scoreboard. Narm were able to absolutely dominate the quarter. 6-zip inside 50s. We played 4.5 minutes of this final term. Port Adelaide seemed to have rested that momentum and now looking to capitalise on the scoreboard.
They did that in the first part of the third quarter too, wasn't it? It was 7 or 8 inside 50s to nothing, and then Narm were able to come back.
The rain is returned again. Narm by 4 points. In the middle, Rosie held up in the tackle by Viney. We'll try again. Attacking half for the D's. Grundy won it down. Rosie was there on hands and knees. Coughed it up straight to Petrarca, who gave it in turn back to Lysett. Kicks off a step. Up to half forward. Palpepper gets rid of Brayshaw, but spilt the chest mark. Gets another go. Gathers on the bounce from 55. This would be extraordinary. Sam Palpepper has missed. Bounced right on the goal line and through for a minor score on the left-hand side. 3-point game at the Adelaide Oval. Narm up and they want to move the ball quickly. May heads long to left half back. There's a whistle for a hold and they'll retain possession through Rivers.
It was against Lysett, unnecessary. Just releases the pressure for Narm.
Grundy, in fact, will take the free kick. Looks inside. Now called a play on as he dummied the hand pass. Now he gives it over the top. Found Rivers. He goes long towards half forward. Alir punches it down. Hunter gave it to Oliver. Lysett got him just as he kicked it out on the foot. Lysett wants it. Desperately wants it, in fact, the ruckman. The reward for his 1%er and just buffeting Oliver. Now he takes the kick and he sends it back high. Well, high and short as it turns out. It's come to Salem, who just gave it quickly to Neil Bullen, and his quick kick 30 metres away only found the chest of Jonas. The Power have turned it over.
Wants to switch it, finds Burton just outside the square. Straight up the spine he'll go. Dangerous one to Wines. Neil Bullen floated across, brought it to ground. Wines mops it up, gave it to Horn Francis. Tried to dart through the phone box and coughed it up. Neil Bullen rips it away. It's coming back, I believe. Whistle. Port Adelaide's way to Horn Francis against Viney.
Got away with that one too, wasn't it too? If you're playing stroke in golf, Lycett's actually not too bad. He's had 18 hit-outs to 25. Gawn 7 hits to advantage. Lycett 6 to advantage. So brought the gap back.
Horn Francis pops it over the top to Finlayson. The Wardman tribe member gets it to the Yorta man. And Finlayson will go back with the man on the mark. 50 out. Slight angle to the left.
And Hinkley, I think, seen enough of Burton Ford. He's now been moved back for Yatapudi.
Finlayson, this will take a massive kick.
2-goal-1 tonight.
Starts attacking edge of the square. He stood up in big moments for them across the campaign. This one is massive. Huge kick, but it's across the face again for a minor score on the left-hand side. Port Adelaide peppering. Down by 2 points at the moment. 10-7-67. Yardabulti 9-11-65. 10 minutes into the final term on Grandstand AFL. Your experts, Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco.
And the Power absolutely dominating field position at the moment. Inside 50s again, 8-zip.
May bringing it in for the Demons. Goes long. Butters had an argument for a free kick, didn't get one. Chandler gave a quick hand pass out for the Demons to Hunter. Down the line he goes towards Gawn. Aliir got it away from him. Ball in hand, goes the hand pass forward. Horn Francis against the boundary line, turned out and still kept it in. Set his kick inside half forward. It came to ground again. Still the fight's on. Cleared away by Rivers. Only found the chest of Horn Francis. Drops it in short to Butters. Butters inside 50 with a quick turn. And he's found McEntee 40 out straight in front.
He's had some sort of game tonight, hasn't he, too? I mean, if they get rolled by 4 or 6 in the end, you still got to go Zach Butters and be best on ground by the absolute straight.
Well, the other thing as well is, even though I think McEntee's got the footy having this shot on goal, if he kicks it, it should go to Horn Francis because he didn't just blaze away. Melbourne had extra numbers behind the footy, just had the smarts to spot Butters on a short little 45. Great play, Horn Francis.
McEntee out of Sturt in the SANFL mid-season 2 years ago. Sprays the kick to the right for the minor score. Port have had field position but have only kicked 1-4 in this final quarter. They trail by a point.
The AFL have found the button too that I was looking for on the app. Port Adelaide in this quarter, 53% in their favour, 26 to none.
Rivers exits to the eastern side in front of the Max Bashir stand. McDonald gathers, tried to dummy around the tackler and is caught holding the ball. Tom Jonas, the skipper, stands up when they need him. He's forward of centre wing.
Needs to be smart with this kick.
Tom's got to get back on the eye fillets.
Nums flooded back. Yardabulti into the 50. McEntee entangled with Grundy. Spilled to the back. Who else? Butters gathers. Kicks across the body. Spotted a target on the paint of 50 and hits Dylan Williams, who has never kicked a goal in his career, has a chance to put Port Adelaide in front.
I know it's a big call. Butters is the most influential player in the AFL currently. Currently. He's unbelievable.
He was the 4th rated player by Champion Data heading into this round. And
well, he should be
this
one.
Game has been
39 he's had.
Yeah. Phenomenal.
Dylan Williams, the 21-year-old. Williams from 55 shanks it. That's why he doesn't kick for goal. But they've taken a mark. Lord diving across lever. The slips catch in the right forward pocket. Spectacular. He's pulled it in, 10 out, tight angle.
Really poor defence by Nam. Really bad. The kick was shanked, as you called it, Aaron, too. But to allow that space and to be that far behind, but how athletic.
It's almost, the kick was that bad. How do you defend against that?
No, true.
From one youngster to another. Ollie Lord, right forward pocket, check side, finish is good. Yardabulti are in front. 5-point game at the Adelaide Oval. 10-12-72 plays 10-7-67. Still 10 to play in the final term on Grandstand AFL. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Meanwhile, Yatapolti are down to 3 on the bench. Trent McKenzie's left hamstring. They're not going to take any chances there. He's sitting on the bench with his training jacket on.
Well, isn't it amazing when you look statistically, you win clearances, you win contested ball, you win tackle count, again, which highlights sort of pressure and intensity and intent around the footy and mentality around the footy, how scoring opportunities come off the back of that, and Port Adelaide are reaping the rewards at the moment.
Ollie Lord has picked 49 in 2020. They've been patient with him. That patience has paid off as it's taken out of the middle by Nam straight away. Down to half forward. Neil Bullen with a hand pass to Spargo. Over the head looking for Hunter. He's gone to ground, got one in the head. Umpire call play on. Picked up by Burton for the power. Back towards the interchange gates area. And then still it stays in somehow. And I think for the second time in the match, no, I thought Oliver for the second time in the match had the ball kicked into his leg and then out on the full, but it wasn't. So right in the interchange gate area, the boundary umpire will be called upon.
14-minute mark of this last quarter. Yatapolti 11 inside 50 to 0. Nam 6 clearances to 1.
Toss back in, Gawn won it down to Petrarca, another fumble. Butters capitalises, hands it out to Burton. Horne-Francis doesn't know what to do. Full 360, he composes himself back to Burton, who spills it. Petrarca gathers, gives it to Gawn. Nam inside 50, one-on-one. Grundy and Alia. Grundy nearly got it, late spoil. Horne-Francis now wrestling with Spargo. Butters lost the foot, he may have been tackled without it. Picked up, Van Rooyen snaps from 45, it's across the face and bounces through for a minor score. Or will it be a boundary throw-in? It's going to be tossed back into play. So it is Yatapolti up by 5. Live ladder has them second.
And a couple of players, Oliver, Petrarca. Oliver just the 2 disposals this quarter. Petrarca yet to touch the footy.
So from both side the behind post, the ball put back into play. Grundy knocks it down to the front. Came to Van Rooyen with a hand pass out. Scrubbed kick. Finds the chest in the end of Hunter. And it was Jonas, I think. No, it was Horne-Francis who, in the tackle, tried to clear it away for the power. Only succeeded in kicking at the bare 15 metres, and Hunter took the mark. He's 35 out, 45-degree angle.
3 goals for the year, Lockie Hunter. Straight, that is.
Might be in trouble for his hip and shoulder, but he'll be celebrated if he kicks this by the Demons fans. He didn't kick it straight enough. In the end, it was rushed through for the minor score. So it's a 4-point game, and that's the first score for the Demons in the final quarter. It's come after 16 minutes.
Didn't even make the distance. Heavy footy.
37,565 in the house to kickstart Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round. Port Adelaide clear it to the broadcast wing. Off hands, Williams. Nice kick outside of the boot. Hits up Evans. Behind centre wing. Yatapolti up by 4. Evans, the former Cat, took too long. Went around the man on the mark. Kick was smothered by Petrarca. He's fighting for the footy and beats 2 for it. Hands it off to Hunter. Gets it back. Dinks it over the top. Finds McDonald, who wanted to play on and may have overstepped the mark. Realised he was in trouble and stopped. And the umpire will give him the benefit of the doubt. Tom McDonald, a set shot to give Nam the lead. Man on the mark, 40 out. 45-degree angle to the left.
Just that smother. Petrarca really, really calm. Got it. Looked as if it was going to go out of bounds. Picked it up. Handball back. They go forward. That's what Nam are after.
The veteran Tom McDonald kicks for his second. It's low. It's straight. It's home. He loves it. Nam are back up by 2. A double for McDonald. 11-8-74 plays 10-12-72. 18 minutes into the final term on Grandstand AFL.
And how often do you see you dominate field position, the opposition go down and kick a goal, as Nam did on that occasion? And actually, just sitting up here in the commentary box watching Oliver, we mentioned at 3/4 time that he had potentially a hamstring issue to his left leg. And I'm just watching him. He's still holding it. He's still not comfortable with how that's actually playing out. So I guess having said that, Petrarca's the one that's looking and looming to be the game breaker. So almost at the point from Adelaide point of view is to put the clamps on Petrarca and minimise his influence.
Aaron Burgess once mentioned too, remember when Steve May during the finals had a hamstring injury and they felt he was going to miss? We'll talk shortly.
Petrarca out of the middle again, long and high for the Demons. 25 from goal. Van Rooyen almost brought it down. It's fallen towards Chandler on the boundary, left forward pocket, gets around, check side, narrow. So that stretches their margin, doubles it in fact to 2 points. In fact, 3, sorry. So 3-point game.
In the end, Stephen May actually had a tear.
Yeah.
He said, like, they all go and get scans. Well, let's just try and remove that for the moment. We won't tell him. So in his mind, he knew it was tight, but he never knew he tore it. And he managed to get through the game and play.
Port Adelaide exit to the broadcast wing off hands. Oliver fumbled. Viney coughed it up to Rosie. Just skies it up to the centre square. Gawn sitting underneath it. Lice it back with the front. Got the spoil. He cleaned up Gawn in the process. Evans slides in. McEntee rather nearly got taken by Jordan Haidt. Rosie flicks one out to Wines. Off a step inside 50. Hits the hole. It'll bounce for Evans. Charging out Hibberd. Just fists it clear to half back. Meade's there to meet it for Yardabolti. Got it to McEntee. Now Lycett sandwiched in the tackle. He'll be held up inside the centre square. We'll get a ball up. It's Narm by 3 points. Still 7 minutes to play here at the Adelaide Oval. The opener to Sir Doug Nicholls Indigenous round on Grandstand AFL.
Michael Hibberd outstanding again. Just getting both fists to it, getting it forward.
Petrarca just came out of that pack holding his head. No free kick. The Power go forward. Ball comes off the pack and outside the attacking 50 again. It's on the ground, in dispute, no clean possession. Power force it forward through the boot of Houston. Goes out the back of the pack. And eventually it hand pass, a couple of hand passes all the way back to the goal square to Hibberd. And then Whitey comes with his kick. The ball punched away. Well done by McEntee. Got it to Powell Pepper. On the boundary, McEntee receives a hand pass. Centres it up. Horne-Francis from behind almost took a spectacular mark. Demons will come away. They'll breathe again from defence.
Rebounding quick, but the clearing kick from Oliver wasn't clean to Van Rooyen. Butters rips it away. Breaks away from 4 and was taken high in the late tackle. Zach Butters has done absolutely everything he can to get Yardabolti over the line and will now have a shot on goal to regain the lead from 40 out. Acute angle on the left. Disposal. Number 41 coming up.
I think what's even more impressive, other than his ability to keep finding the ball, is how clean he is.
Yeah.
I mean, that ball is like a cake of soap. There's rain coming down. The ball's slippery, but he just does not fumble.
His leg speed to get to it, once he's got it, it's clean. He can break away.
Wow. And the Demons absolutely panicked. Zach Butters, long approach from left half forward. He'll kick from 48. Plenty on it. Almost too much power in the end because it's a minor score at the left-hand side. 2 point lead to Narm. 11-9-75. Plays 10-13-73. 22 minutes rather into the final term on Grandstand AFL.
Still enough time, just over 5 minutes.
May to bring the ball in for Narm. Takes a few steps, goes very long. Just behind centre wing the ball lands. Going through the pack, Petrarca, well, he tried to spin in the tackle and he missed the ball trying to kick it. McEntee got the free kick, hand pass off for the Power to Houston. Inside attacking 50 again. Ball slides out the back. May goes to ground. Ball still there, socked by the Power into the goal square. Ball on the ground, picked up one hand. Well done by Horne-Francis. Off to Rosie. And he's falling backwards as he kicks the goal off his left foot. And the Power, just amazing, able to get in front again. 5th lead change. We've had 3 in the final quarter. The Power, 11-13-79. Narm, 11-9-75. And we're 23 minutes down in the final quarter.
And just looking at the replay, what about this take from Horne-Francis? One-handed, again, in the wet. Was able to dish off to Rosie and somehow was able to manufacture a goal.
Well, the first catch went to ground. The footy then came back up. Stephen May almost got to him. But as we've seen Connor Rosie do so many times, just when he's in heavy traffic, he's clean, he manoeuvres his way through, he delivers it. And we've seen him and Butters do it all night.
The most important centre clearance of the night.
Strap yourselves in. A thriller on Grandstand AFL. Gawn takes it out of the ruck contest. Kicks inside 50 for Nam. It's through Chandler. Fritsch is charging onto it with Bergman on his tail. They're jostling for position and neither can gather the footy. Boundary throw in to come. 55 out. Northern end. That's the end that Nam are kicking to. Demons down by 4 points.
4.5 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time. Right on the 50 line for Nam.
Ball comes in. Ruckman jostle. Lysett turned it over the hand pass. Viney, non-preferred, goes 25 from goal with his kick. Ball comes to ground. Wines gave a hand pass. Burne-Jones wasn't awake that it was coming. It's turned over. Fritsch with the snap and he bends it across the goal. It was on his left foot. He just got it wrong with the angle. It's a 3-point game in favour of the Power. And we've gone through 24 minutes now.
I reckon Fritsch had another 10 shots at goal in that situation. He kicked 9 of them.
He would have nailed it.
Yeah.
Too. Gee, what about Williams? Just the hammer.
Yeah.
Oh.
Houston plays on from the defensive goal square. Yarabolti up to the centre square. Finlayson got a hand on it, knocked it in the path of Petrarca, who paddled it to Salem. Off a kick, he tumbles at 10 metres, looking for Neil Bullen. Cut off by Williams. Kick under pressure, bounced off Burne-Jones to Rosie, who arches the back through the broadcast wing. Heads up to right half forward. Pepper wrestling for position with Rivers. Coming at him and bang! Two balls collide, and they both pop up as well. Pepper and Hibberd, so brave. Everything on the line at the Adelaide Oval. Boundary throw in to come, right forward pocket, 45 out.
I reckon that'll make the highlight reel Monday.
Those two have been at it. They've done that a couple of times tonight, actually.
Yep. Ball comes back into play. Gawn takes front position. Lysett probably had the better. Gave it to Pepper on the snap, on the turn, and not on target. Just away for the minor score. We're back to a 4-point game in favour of the Power. 11-14 to 11-10. 25 minutes down.
Round 18 last year. Nam got up by 14 points. Sam Pepper kicked 3 behinds. He's done 1 goal 2 for tonight.
Stephen May directing traffic from the defensive goal square. He heads it straight up the corridor into the centre square. Gawn tried to grab it, spoiled away. Rosie off the deck. A grubber into the 50. Salem diving back, pulled it in, handed it off to May. Kicks around the body looking for the exit. Hunter flies. Mead with the spoil. Spills to Chandler for Nam. Gives it to Petrarca. Kicks up the broadcast wing. Outnumbered by Yarabolti defenders. Bergman's waiting. Wants to send it back where it came from. Hunter's underneath it. He's about to be smashed. Rosie comes across and fists it into the fence. Boundary throw in to come.
Bergman outstanding in that marking contest. Just kept his feet. They were under siege. And once again, Connor Rosie aerially just being able to affect the marking contest and force it for a boundary throw-in.
What do you think? Next goal wins?
Yeah. Wow. If you're Melbourne, and Nam, that is.
Ball comes back in. And Houston was tied up. And Gawn tried to come away. Could have been dropping the ball, but instead, no. Play on Viney. Slips a hand past to Hunter. He tried to get it out. Oliver overran it. Wines slipped as he kicked. Fell away to Viney. Non-preferred right foot. Went down the line. Coming forward was Williams, threw the head back, sliding in was Viney, took out his man in Houston, and he was taken out below the knee. So that's a fatal error there, and Houston has stayed down after Viney came through.
We've seen 3 incidents like that tonight, Crossy. All almost slide tackles in the wet.
Well, that was, in soccer terms, probably consider a red card. It was studs up from Viney.
Oh, yeah. And Yarabolti don't even need to score if they can just maintain, don't they? I mean, just over 2 minutes remaining.
Houston gives it to Williams inside 50. Lever read at best. A couple of early
50.
flyers. Lever sat in the hole and a 50 as well for descent. Lever will be marched up towards the square for Nam. They're down by 4. Dying stages here at the Adelaide Oval. Lever has a runner on the outside. Doesn't use Rivers. Yarabolti flood back.
Lucky Aaron.
It's almost at the point the Power have to put an extra behind the footy to save this game.
Lever heads to the pack. Off the hands of McDonald. Petrarca front and square all alone. Just missed the boot. Off the side up towards Burton, who takes the intercept mark for the Power in defensive 50. 4-point lead. Yardabolti up. And they have possession in the scoreboard pocket.
1:45 to go.
And don't underestimate how important that mark was.
Oh.
If he had dropped that and the ball spilled out, it would have almost been a certain goal to Melbourne.
Burton goes wide to the eastern side. Off the hands, it went to Burn. Jones is kicked down the lines, picked up by Hibbert. Forward hand pass. They'll come inside 50. Nam go in through Neil Bullen. Ball comes off hands. Williams ends up with it. Got a hand pass from the veteran Jonas and then dropped it short to Wines. Just inside defensive 50. He says, let's slow things down.
How lucky. Tom Jonas, seriously, left the footy behind. Melbourne swooped.
Wines up to the eastern side. They've just got to be smart here. Off the pack. Hibbert at the back. Handed it off. Viney around the body. Kicks in hope. Rosie juggles it. Should have claimed it. Drew almost pulled it away from him. It would have been play on. In the end, the mark is paid to the John Cahill medalist, Connor Rosie. All he has to do is go long. Up through centre wing. He nearly turned it over to Gawn. Ricochets off a couple of hands over the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play, centre wing.
And as we speak, Finlayson's gone spare behind the ball for Yardabolti.
So the ball out on the eastern side. We've crossed over 30 minutes, 4-point game in favour of the Yardabolti.
Christian Salem in the middle here. Nam get a clean. They'll go down the line or come through the middle.
Gawn knocked it over the back. No clean disposal though. Lysett picked it up, gave it to Houston down the line, went straight for the line. Surely it'll be, insufficient intent. Free kick. Nam will have one last chance. Hibbert takes off.
Heads long up the eastern side, down by 4. He's kicked it to a pack. Off hands, front and square was Langdon. Kicks around the body, straight to the boots of Lysett, who kicks it straight back to the boundary line. What will the decision be? Boundary throw in. That might just be enough for Yardabolti.
That's his best kick of the night.
And it was accidental.
Totally.
Hit him on the full, on the boots. What do Nam have to offer? Tossed back into play. Lysett with the double tap down towards the boundary line. Palpepek and Crum. All he has to do is head for home. He skies it up towards the 50. He's kicked it out on the full. The one thing he couldn't do. Free kick Nam. Right half back. Trailing by 4. Time of the essence for the visitors.
Not going to be enough.
The Demons. Through Hibbert. Play on. He'll go long. Yardabolti's incredible run continues as it enters the top 2 with a statement win over Nam. They did absolutely everything to claw over the line, and they defeat the Demons by 4 points. Port Adelaide's game for the majority of the night, but the D's absolutely surged in the third. They kicked 6 unanswered goals to take an 11-point lead into the final break. Port Adelaide fought in a game that had everything and got over the line 11-14-80 to 11-10-76. What a win for the Power. 7 in a row after starting the season 1 and 2. They're inside the top 2. And on the ground that used to be so fruitful for Nam, they've lost their last 2 here now against Essendon and now Yardabolti. The Power winners by 4 points. It's their 4th victory of the season by 10 points or less. An absolute thriller to kickstart Sir Doug Nicholls' round. The goal scorers, 2 to Butters, Finlayson and Lord, singles to Palpepper, Burton, Houston, Horne-Francis and Rosie. For Nam, 2 to Fritsch, singles and Hunter as well, and singles to Van Rooyen, Petrarca, Grundy, Spargo, McDonald, Chandler and Pickett. Jamo, Josh, break it all down for us. Incredible finish.
Well, interestingly enough, you dissect the game, and at half-time it was all Power, wasn't it? They were dominating in terms of those KPIs that we talk about in contested footy. They were dominating clearances, inside 50s, they were looking dangerous.
But only 14 points up.
That's right. They failed to capitalise on the opportunities they had. And then we saw a complete reversal of fortunes in that third quarter. The D's kicked 7 goals, 2, I think, 9 shots. They dominated inside 50s. And you could sense early in that third quarter they lifted their work rate, they lifted their intensity and absolutely dominated the quarter. And well, you've got to say, to the Power's credit, they regrouped at three-quarter time and, again, were able to flip it on its head and dominated field position early in that final quarter. At one stage, I think it was 10-zip inside 50s. And eventually, when you get that many looks inside your forward 50, you're going to get shots on goal, which Port Adelaide did. And they were challenged. But there was another little bit of momentum swing and twist and turn that the game took. They were challenged. Nam were able to hit the scoreboard and get in front and get their noses in front. But to Port Adelaide's credit, they dug deep and their stars stood up when it counted.
The game of Zach Butters tonight, his form is just
phenomenal.
He's standing in the game this year particularly has grown, and you sit back and you talk about curtailing the influence of some of these guys, and Ken Hinkley right now has got his arms around Connor Rosie, and also Zach Butters, he's having a bit of a chat to him too, so intriguing to hear, and how maybe just saying keep your feet on the ground and just continue to do what you do. But both of you, that was outstanding tonight.
Which one's Batman? Which one's Robin?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, the argument was a month ago that Connor Rosie had a second consecutive John Cahill medals locked away. And all of a sudden, it could be anyone's ball game. Butters has just swooped in.
But Dan Houston's too, he's had a really good game as well. Ollie Wines, we spoke about, well, I suggested to him, he's gone in an unassuming fashion tonight. He's had 26. He's had 12 contested, 10 ground ball gets, 4 inside 50s, 4 score involvements. So he was steady. Horne-Francis was good. Williams was good. Willem Drew, outstanding. 10 tackles. He had a defensive role majority of the night, but continued to win the football for him. And we just look at Nam, the way that they went about it. Oliver just stood up, 30 disposals. He got better as the game went on. Lockie Hunter the same, but Stephen May, 23 disposals. His game was exceptional tonight in the back half. Petrarca got into it. Rivers, his run. Sullum in his first game back. Viney worked hard. The ruck of Gawn and Grundy, as dominant as they were, they just got absolutely towed up in an area where they're so strong in the area of clearances and stoppage clearances.
Absolutely, and full credit to the Power in that phase of the game. We did talk about it pre-game that was going to be one of the intriguing storylines to come out of this contest tonight, with the dominance of, or the potential dominance of Gawn and Grundy up against Lysette, who they brought in, almost sent out a bit of an SOS and said, you've got to come in and this is your role, that's what you've got to do. He played it superbly, and I thought Lysette was outstanding in the fact that he was able to disrupt Gawn and Grundy for most of the night. They got away from Lysette in that third quarter, but for the majority of the night, he played his role. He brought the ball into a scramble, and then up steps Butters and Rosie, and their ability to get on that loose ball with speed and cleanliness of possession was phenomenal.
I thought the back line of Yatapaldi would have been, or would have struggled, but they really held their own tonight too. Alir wasn't his dominant, but he actually did okay. McKenzie did some good things. Tommy Jonas had a indifferent type of night. Bergman was good. Farrell was good. Houston outstanding. Travis Boak, how he's going to hold up, like he's just copped another big heavy night, so he spent a quarter and a half off the sideline. So that was, for me, probably the surprise, where I thought that's where Nam would have got on top with the amount of football they would have got in the middle, which they didn't. And then when they got it forward, their goal scorers got one, but they didn't really get a whole lot of multiple. Fritsch was probably the one that looked most lively when it got up there. He ended up with the 2 when he got those in the second quarter. McDonald had his moments with his 2. The rest were all singles.
So now the Power 4 wins, 2 losses against top 8 sides.
Yeah.
And the Demons fall back to 1 win and 2 losses against the top 8. So do you say, well, maybe they just haven't had enough matches against those quality sides yet? In the next few weeks, they've got Fremantle and Carlton, and then they've got Collingwood at the MCG before the bye.
Yeah, well, potentially. And that's why going into the game, we sort of rattled off some statistics in terms of their wins. They were beating lower ranked teams, and statistically they look really good. And obviously on paper as well, they look, like a Rolls Royce in terms of the personnel they've got in each of the lines. But look, it's interesting. You could mount a case that they haven't had any real hard games. The one game where they were really challenged was the Brisbane contest up there when the lights went out. They were getting hammered until the lights went out.
Standing ovation for Yarrapulti rather, as they head towards the winners' rooms. Over the line against Naarm by 4 points, 11-14-80 to 11-10-76. Liz Walsh is amongst it. What's it like down there, Liz?
That's right, a very happy Yarrapulti change rooms down here where Sam Powell-Pepper has led the players into the rooms. As you can hear, very loud, lots of clapping. You've got all the SANFL players standing over to one side too. With them is Charlie Dixon. He's looking extremely happy. Trent McKenzie's just standing in front of me. He's got some strapping on that left hamstring. Jason Horne-Francis is now just getting in there. And let's listen in to a very happy Power. Butters just in front of us, jumping all over poor Darcy Byrne-Jones. They're having so much fun down in here. We'll be back soon. We're hoping to talk to Sam Powell-Pepper in a moment.
With you for the next 25 minutes on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. So if you do want to get in touch, 0437 774 774. Some more favourite Indigenous moments. One listener says, was a Yarrapulti Naarm match long before those names were applied to the clubs. It was Liam Jurrah defending the D's with the most amazing mark you'll ever see live at Football Park. Another listener says, Adam Goods beating Geelong by himself at Cardinia Park during 2007-09. And another listener says, Jimmy Cracker taking the ball out of the centre bounce towards the goal and forcing a draw against the mighty 80s Hawks side. Such a sublime mover. It's an incredible turn of events for the Port Adelaide Football Club. And in round 3, described as untenable for their coach, Ken Hinkley. I mean, we had discussions here on SA Grandstand that we weren't as harsh about that position, but the writing was on the wall that the loss to the showdown, the Wolves had come and they just weren't living up to the hype as what Ken had described as the best list he'd ever coached. Zach Butters was still recovering from injury. Ollie Wines had had a niggle in the off-season. Travis Boat had that rib issue as well. And all of a sudden, they're finding form. Chemistry is there. They've won 7 in a row. And this is a team that can compete for a premiership now.
Well, interesting. I remember interviewing Connor Rosie after the showdown loss to Port Adelaide, and even just the tone of his voice. And I remember one of the key stats that we highlighted to him was the contested ball, and I remember him saying we just got to turn it around. And then the question mark was, well, how do you do that? And somehow,
well, he said it was mental.
Yeah,
contested ball isn't structural.
Yep.
It is mental.
Absolutely, yeah. And then it's finding that the key to unlock how you actually turn that around from a mentality point of view. And to Ken Hinkley and the Port Adelaide coaching staff's credit, they've been able to do it. And we even look at tonight. No Dixon, no Marshall. Boat went off. Was at the start of the third or a little bit into the third quarter. They've still got Rioli to come back into the side. Fantasia's sort of there or thereabouts. So there's still players to come back into this Port Adelaide lineup. But they're playing footy at the moment, a brand of footy that does stand up under high-pressure environments and in high-pressure environments. And what they're also doing is they're playing a brand of footy that is putting opposition under immense pressure. They're dominating field position, and I think they're number one with time in forward half coming into the game, and that would probably stand true post this game as well. And they're playing a really good brand of footy.
The 2 losses, weren't they? They were the big ones, and 71 to Collingwood, 31 to Adelaide, and Adelaide kicked the last 6, which was the alarming piece of that particular game. But
The Collingwood one, there was zero pressure around the ball.
Yeah.
They just weren't ready for that matchup. And that's what kind of shook all of us, was that clearly they weren't up to that standard at that point.
Well, particularly after the 54-point win against Brisbane in round one. I thought they'd win that, but we didn't realise they'd win it by that much. We thought Brisbane were actually going to be half okay too, and they still might be, but the way that they went about it, but the way that they've just come together, the adversity, and they said that at the time. I think they were just going to stick their head down and get going to work, but I mean, regardless who they play, you still got to win 7 in a row, and they've won.
Well, interestingly as well, I reckon when you talk about coaches that have run their race and have done their time and need to move on, generally what comes with that is they've lost the playing group. And I've heard that amongst general population supporters of Port Adelaide, he doesn't have the playing group, but you don't win 7 in a row after being or getting rolled by the Adelaide Crows in the showdown. And doom and gloom, if you don't have the playing group, you can't turn it around like that.
It's the one thing that's never been the case.
No,
every single time we've interviewed the players after a loss or a win, and we've talked about Ken Hinkley's future last year, even when there were talks about moving him on then, they were always so adamant that they loved him. They were invested. They're an emotional club. I think having him on the bench has actually helped that. I mean, you saw it after the Sydney win, just how much it meant for them. And at some point, they'll suffer a couple of losses, and maybe that emotional maintenance is going to be tested. But they play for him, 100%, and it's a really awkward part for David Koch now and Chris Davies, and what are they going to do at the end of the year? We'll wait and see, depending on how far Port Adelaide go, but this was supposed to be Ken Hinkley's swan song, and at the moment, they're the best they've looked in the last 4 years.
I think the legacy, you go back to 2018, and it's hard not to bring it up, but they were 11 wins, 4 losses, and ended up with 12 wins, 10 losses. They just fell away dramatically when they were flying. But look, the following year, 10th, then they finished first and then dropped away. They got blown up in a couple of the finals too. But so they've got the talent. He knows how to coach. It's hard not to trust them at the moment, but they're a quality side.
Yeah.
Yardabalti winners over Naarm by 4 points to start Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round, 11-14-80 to 11-10-76. 7 in a row for the Power. Their best winning streak under Ken Hinkley since 2014. Let's head downstairs and get some reaction with Liz Walsh.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm here with Yardabalti's Sam Powell-Pepper, who has just quite liked that little stat you've pulled out there, I think, about the winning streak. But Sam, 7th straight win, done in absolutely thrilling fashion. It must feel great.
Oh, yeah. We're so proud of the boys. It was a tough win, but, we don't really focus too much on how many wins we've got. We just focus on the game ahead, and I'm really proud of the boys today.
Must feel good to get 7, though.
Oh, it feels really good, yeah. It feels really good.
Just speaking about the game, you went from a 14-point lead at half-time to an 11-point deficit at three-quarter time. What was Ken Hinkley's message?
Yeah, Kenny always says, don't worry about the scoreboard. We know what type of gameplay, the way we want to play, and it's just having a crack. We back ourselves on our pressure. So when that dropped off a bit in the third quarter, we knew we had to come out strong in that last quarter, and credit to the boys, we did that. So
And where were you when Connor Rosie kicked that goal to put you in front in that last quarter?
Yeah, I was lurking around the goal square. I was trying to kick a goal, but I'm so happy that I went through and just missed the goalpost. So really happy.
Let's head up to our experts in Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Sam, congratulations on the win tonight, and also congratulations on your game. You're absolutely outstanding. One question I'd like to ask you, and you might not be privy to this because you don't potentially spend a lot of time in the midfield, but we spoke a lot about the influence potentially of Gawn and Grundy. How did the mindset of the midfield group sort of change coming into the games to best counteract the potential dominance of those two ruckmen?
Yeah, we knew we were going to have a bit of trouble with Gawny and Grundy, but credit to Scott Lycett who come into the team. He battled really well tonight, and they're one of the best midfields in the comp. So credit to Butsy, Connor and Horney and Woll and the boys in there. They fought it out right to the end, and I couldn't be prouder.
And you mentioned Zach Butters. He was outstanding tonight, 41 disposals. He's just getting better and better.
Far out, I didn't know that, but yeah, he's just a star, a superstar, and I'm so glad to have him on our team. And he just gives it his all every single game, and I love walking out there beside him, and love him.
Yeah, Sam, Rod Jamieson, great win, particularly this round for yourself and your other teammates. But what I liked, yourself and Michael Hibberd going together. It was like two goats putting your head down and just having a crack. You did that a few times tonight.
Yeah, I know. I don't really see the person until I look up a split second, and I just saw him there and braced myself, and I felt a little bit dizzy afterwards, but that's what you got to do, man. You got to put your body on the line.
Right. I have no doubt that you do it every time. But what was funny, because you did it a few times, you both run past each other and give each other a bit of a slap to know that and acknowledge the effort that both you just put in. What about Willem Drew's game tonight too? I thought, was his initial role to take, I guess, one of the keys, either Petrarca or Oliver, but he ended up doing such a defensive job.
Yeah, no, we don't really put that on Drew anymore. We know he's one of the top midfielders in comp, and he gets picked every single time because of his defensive acts, and he's a selfless player. And like Butsy, I love playing with Drew. He's a superstar.
Sam Powell-Pepper's with us on Grandstand AFL after Yada Balti's 4-point win over Naarm at the Adelaide Oval. Sam, you're a Baladong Noongar man yourself. Can you tell us a bit about the importance of this round, how it feels to get such a thrilling win in Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round?
Yeah, mate, I really love Sir Doug Nicholls' round. It's obviously a proud Indigenous man, and we can put on a bit of a show, all the Indigenous boys, and pay our respects to the past and present superstars of the game. So I really love this round, and it was a good win. So
For you personally, Sam, it feels like your game has taken another level over the past couple of seasons, and I'm trying to figure out what's been the cause for that. And the only thing I can put my finger on is Frankie Rose, 2 years of age. Can you tell us a bit about how she has impacted your life?
Yeah, mate. Ever since the birth of her, it's given me purpose, meaning, and every day I wake up, it's for her. I go out there, work as hard as I can, and I come back and she's smiling, win or loss. So that's the main thing, make my kids proud, and my fiancée as well.
Now, Sam, we've asked this the last couple of weeks to Port Adelaide players when you've got a wing. How far can this team go? Because you're in the top two at the moment. You've won 7 in a row. The feeling internally must feel like you think this could be a flag year.
I don't know about that. I think we're just keen on stringing wins together and just playing our style of footy and just being consistent, which we have been over the past few weeks. And we're going to come up against some tough sides like we did last night, but if we keep playing the way we do, most likely we'll come out with a win, and that's all we need.
There's never been an issue, Sammy, getting the football in there. It's who finishes off. You had 14 goal scorers last week, but at half-time we're sitting up here going, geez, I hope you haven't blown it for yourself. 2 go 5 with so much inside 50, and then 3-6 in that last quarter. You do all the work, but just a little wayward.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we got a bit jumpy there in the second quarter, but we come in at half-time and we just said we'd take our 30 and take a deep breath and reassure each other that we can back ourselves in. So, it was a bit scrappy, a bit wet, so that might have been a cause to it as well. But, we ended up winning, so that's the main thing.
Good man.
Sam, thank you for your time. Congratulations. It was an outstanding performance, and best of luck against Richmond next weekend.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Great to have Sam Powell-Pepper with us on Grandstand AFL, one of 3 Indigenous players for Yada Balti tonight to kickstart Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round. And boy, has he matured the past couple of years. I mentioned it after the birth of Frankie Rose that he's a different person, Sam Powell-Pepper. At times he was getting in trouble for off-field incidents and almost kind of blowing up at times on the field against the coach and his teammates, and now he's a senior leader.
Again, with humility, my middle daughter, so I see Sam almost weekly. I don't know him that well. I've just sort of in passing, but his partner's sister plays in the same netball team as what, so I see him, and he's there with the family all the time, and he's just holding her. We were rolling, Scott Camperelli and I were rolling her netball tour the other week, so you can just, and how many times you hear of players that can be at that young age or a little bit loose around their approach or where they're actually, where their mind should be. They get great opportunity and you don't want them to lose it. But what they've been able to do is just really focus and do what needs to be done. And he's an absolute jet. He's been able to do that. Continues to get better.
I'm going to leave you in the hands of Crossy for a moment because we've got a fire alarm in the Adelaide Oval.
In the media centre?
You guys stay, I've got to get to safety.
That was George Costanza, wasn't it?
That was good teamwork, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
But there are 2 factors. I mean, Sam Powell-Pepper takes responsibility for his own life. I know that and where he goes. But Travis Boak, his involvement with him to show him the right direction, I believe he was living with Travis for a couple of years, and then Frankie Rose, the birth of his child, those are the two factors I think that have steered him in the right direction, and it's fabulous to see. It is.
He's playing good footy.
Yeah.
I think it's football clubs, isn't it, too? Like, if you're around good sporting clubs with good culture, good people, you can have a couple of hiccups along the way, and you've got some time and they'll be patient with you. But either the system, your peers, and or the club that you're involved in over time will say, right, you've done your time here, but if you don't pull it together pretty quickly, and we've seen a number of those players that have got enormous talent but just don't have that focus or mindset to get back on track where they need to be. And Sam was a little bit loose at times, and he's certainly no sole soldier in that case too. There's been many of other, but to be able to get it back on track, and he's played his 124th game today. He's still only really young, and like his role change as well, which has probably been really impressive. They've sort of tried him in the middle, just that bull, and I think sometimes he's too enthusiastic and forgets about the talent and what he can do in his craft. Now he understands it. Now he's playing a role, and the good quality side, you hear him constantly say, the role players, they all play their role, and it just makes it work. And he's kicking goals, and the pressure that he applies, and he's just such a brute around the football. People look around and see where he is and where he's coming from.
False alarm. We're all safe. Someone's hit the button now.
You're back. It was obviously a false alarm because you're back.
From an arm perspective, so as Crossy mentioned, losses to Brisbane, Essendon, Port Adelaide. I'm still really bullish on their potential. I mean, this is a premiership winning side of a couple of seasons ago that's essentially kept its 22 together outside of a couple of players. They had 18 premiership players out there tonight, but it is a little concerning that against the top tier teams they're starting to struggle a little bit on the road. I'm not sure whether that is that Hollywood mindset that Stephen May mentioned last week, that they didn't play their best footy against Hawthorn, it got the job done, but does it set a standard that they can kick back a little bit? Do they need to fight harder? I'm not sure what the missing piece is right now for Melbourne.
Are they too reliant on Petrarca and Oliver?
Because Petrarca missed like a good 3/4 of footy tonight. He was unsighted until he stood up.
Absolutely. And in that third quarter, Oliver and Petrarca are the two main guys that got them going, yet disappeared in the last again. So do they rely too much on too few?
Well, I think Jack Viney's getting to an age. He looks a little bit beat up. He's still hard at it, but his body's just taking it. Angus Brayshaw's goes back. Lockie Hunter, I thought he was okay tonight. He had a fair bit of the football, but I didn't think he was that impactful on the game in terms of the player he is. I just think a couple of the players actually probably had a quieter night, but again, I can't back up what you're trying to say, Aaron, around in terms of the top 4, top 8 teams where they have struggled. And Fremantle, Carlton the next 2 weeks, then on to Collingwood, then they have a bye, come off that and they play Geelong. So, only time will tell. But the quality, depth, experience, I think they'd get back on track. I can't see Melbourne sort of veering away. They'll be around the top 4, top 8 for sure.
Yep.
Great to have you with us for what will be the next 8 minutes before we're off air, Jamo and Josh. It gives you some time to make the votes. I'm not sure who lost out in the paper, scissors, rock, but we'll figure that out in a moment.
I think I got 3 covered.
So it's a pretty easy one tonight. Yada Balti winners by 4 points over Narm, 11-14-80 to 11-10-76. Just for some stats to help Jamo out here. Zach Butters, 41 touches, 2 goals. Dan Houston, 33 disposals and a goal. Connor Rosie, 31 and a goal. Ollie Wines with 26. Jason Horne-Francis with 23. The major goal scorers. So Butters with 2, as I mentioned. Finlayson with 2. Lord with 2. For Narm, Oliver had 30 and was hampered by a hamstring issue after the third term. Lockie Hunter had 24. Stephen May with 23. I think Rod Jamison's certainly in the Stephen May fan club. That being said, he's 31 years of age, so probably a bit too late to buy some stocks now, but he certainly had a ripping game for the D's.
The rest of the year, I'll buy him.
Who'd you land on?
Well, I'm going to give Stephen May 1 vote. I thought they would have got blown away if it wasn't for him in that first half particularly, and even part of that last quarter. He had a lot of possessions in the second, but if it wasn't for how he played and got his fist to it and where he was, for a defender, here we go, 697 metres gained. That is the number 1 distance on 07. Connor Rosie, 750. Third there, Houston 815. I'm working my way through it. But
want to reconsider the 1 vote?
No.
One thing I will say, to complement what you're just talking about, maybe not to compliment, but I was actually really impressed with Ollie Lord's game. And I know they sort of matched up on each other. And I totally agree with you. I thought May was outstanding, but I was equally impressed with Lord. I think he's a player of the future.
For a bloke who's only just come onto the scene, albeit probably through injury, that he's got his opportunity too. He's a good size. Look, a couple of other players could have got votes, but Connor Rosie, I'm going to give him 2 votes. Just talent, moves well. We know all about him and how he plays. But Zach Butters, you're not going to get a much more complete game from a midfielder, let alone a bloke of his stature too. But the 41, but to go with that, the 18 contested, 14 ground ball gets, 10 clearances, 8 inside 50s, 12 score involvements plus the 2 goals. He was just everywhere and he was clean and used it so well.
I thought you were going to say he could have done more.
He probably could have. He only gone at 78%.
That, for me, is up there with Jeremy Finlayson's 7 goals, 22 touches against the Hawks, I think, round 4, as one of the best individual performances this season. It's incredible. I haven't seen a game where a player has dominated the way that Zach Butters did tonight.
All right, but put that further into context. The opposition he played against the Hawks coming through, their average game is like 40-odd. Like, they've got some work to do. You've come up against the best midfield in the competition with the quality they have, the 2 biggest ruckmen, who are just smashing the game out, and he has just taken them to task and had a monster night and pretty much got them across the line.
I must say, I honestly found in the call that I had to double check that it was Butters. He was there so often. And I'm thinking, am I calling the wrong player?
A couple of players with fluoro green boots, so I wasn't too sure, but no, he certainly had a very impressive performance, 42 touches, and 41 touches rather,
in fact,
and 2 goals.
I should give him 4 votes, actually.
You're making an executive decision on that?
I actually do have the ABC Footballer of the Year votes, and I reckon he's had a surge over the last month as a result of his form, so I'm going to pull that up and see if I can have a quick check, although my computer is very slow to load. He was on 9 heading into tonight, so he now ties Bont for first in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
How big's your font? Is something wrong with your eyes?
It just loads at 100%, then you've got to change it. It's an old laptop. Leave me alone, Jamo. That about wrapped things up here at the Adelaide Oval. So, Yada Polti winners by 4 points over Naarm, 11-14-80 to 11-10-76. 3 votes to Butters, 2 to Rosie, 1 to May. Plenty to come tomorrow, so I'm going to rattle off everything that's coming in ABC Sports. So, for ACT, Tasmania, Northern Territory and South Australia, at 11 o'clock local, you'll have your local grandstand show. For WA, at 10 o'clock local, that's Western Standard Time, you'll have Sports Talk. For Melbourne, you'll have The Lead at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. The 2 early games, North Melbourne and Sydney at the Docklands, Western Bulldogs and Adelaide at Ballarat. That's going to be a massive game. You've got a flight to catch tomorrow.
I have a 7 o'clock flight to catch and then an hour and a quarter drive with the ABC limousine, which means, Josh, you drive yourself.
Looking forward to hearing you out there with Benny Cameron and Matt Clinch. The middle game sees the Dockers and the Cats collide in Perth. And then the 2 Saturday night games, the Q Clash at the Gabba and Dreamtime at the G. I've been sitting on this one a while. Chris did send us a text, I reckon it was about midway through the 3rd term, and said, great call, listening driving home, long day cropping. Do you think Essendon can beat Richmond? What are your expectations tomorrow night?
No.
I'm in the no camp.
I think they can. I reckon 2 weeks ago, Richmond were really, really shaky.
But they beat you. Well,
they've had one good performance and everyone has jumped on because it was the Tigers of old.
Yeah.
But they can easily revert back.
Toby Nangervis back in.
It's the Essendon outs.
Richmond have won the last 14.
Wow.
I know. I couldn't believe that when I went back and had a look at
They've won Dreamtime at the G. Pretty much.
They are Dreamtime at the G.
No, I'm not convinced with Essendon either, just slightly, but I think they can beat them.
Setterfield and Parrish out.
But when you have a look at Essendon too, you talk about who they've played. Their last 5, Brisbane, Port, Geelong, Collingwood, Melbourne, and they beat Melbourne. Like they probably have the hardest draw in the comp, but they've got a couple of injuries as well. Parrish is out for another...
It's 5 weeks now. They actually extended his absence, so it's not looking good with his calf injury.
Yeah.
So no. I feel like the Bombers' season might be done, to be honest, with the names that are out. Peter Wright sounds like he might be back a little earlier than expected, which is good. Ballarat tomorrow, Jamo. No Walker, no Thilthorpe. Can Adelaide do it?
Well, when I had a look back at the game last year where Adelaide beat them there by 1 point, Walker kicked 3, so that's going to be a concern. Bonapelli 16. Trelaw's not playing. Josh Junkley is not there. Had a massive impact on the game. Give him a chance, but possibly Western Bulldogs.
We'll see how it plays out. Looking forward to it. Good luck with the trip. Great to have Rod Jamison in the box alongside Josh Franco. Excellent as always. Neil Cross, good call, mate. Tough sneaking in the Indigenous names as well, but we got through. Liz Walsh braving the weather on the boundary. Back in the studio, Ben Cameron and Paul Brokenshire here in the ABC commentary box. It was Yada Bolte winners by 4 points over Nam, 11-14-80 to 11-10-76. 3 votes to Zach Butters, 41 touches and 2 goals. 2 to Connor Rosie, who had 31 and a goal. And 1 to Stephen May, who really held down the back line for the D's with 23 touches, including 2 marks in the wet. Plenty of footy coming your way on ABC Sport across the weekend. First up is North Melbourne and Sydney at the Docklands, Western Bulldogs and Adelaide at Ballarat, the Dockers and the Cats at Perth, the Q Clash at the Gabba, and Dreamtime at the G tomorrow night between the Tigers and the Bombers. Wherever you're listening, hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend and soak in Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round. It is Yada Bolte.
This winter, get ready for 8 weeks of cricket like you have never heard before.
One of the most dramatic mornings Test cricket you'll ever see.
The World Test Championship final.
Cullen's on his way. Coley is forward. Driving, caught